everyone to CFWL for playoffs day 1. Joining me here today on the analyst desk is my colleague Penguin. I am Kushari, your host for this evening. Man, what a day, what a few weeks it's been. I don't know where to start to summarize it all up, but I think today in general and tomorrow as well is going to be some of the most intense crossfire we've seen probably in this day and age.
Yeah, definitely. Especially that this day, every team is waiting for it, and everybody's been practicing the last months for this day. Now it's where your efforts is gonna be paying off.
Yeah, the last few weeks we always kept saying it's playoffs is far, but here
Now
we are.
it's the playoffs.
Now we get to see the teams who've actually managed to persevere, especially in the tough best of threes, the golden rounds, the overtimes that we witnessed, the downfalls, the timeouts. All these things have brought us to this very moment.
Yeah, well, the playoffs day where everybody's been like kinda you're locking yourself in. You wanna be going to the playoffs. You wanna be claiming the title. Every team in these playoffs can win and get it into the first place. Now is the matter who's going to be preparing better for the playoffs, because preparing for the playoffs is completely different than preparing for the regular stage or just the group stage. Now, a simple mistake can make you lose a map. Losing a map can get you into a downfall that might even get you lose the series.
And keep in mind, today's games are going to be best of 5, man. That's a lot of gameplay, and that's a lot of concentration and muscle memory and coach assistance and whatnot. And we did mention that all the teams across the board, they were kind of hiding some of their cards. They're not showing too much. This is the time to put
show
all your cards on deck and reveal them.
Yeah, well, everybody needs to show everything now, especially ROC Esports, the guys that went 0 lose in the regular stage. Now, if they kept something for the playoffs, it's the day-to-day. We're gonna be seeing a different face from ROC Esports. GG as well. The guys secured the playoffs maybe 2 weeks before the regular season ends. That means that the guy is gonna be preparing also for the playoffs. Only, I guess, PingPongPals, they waited until the last week and then they secured the place. So everybody now, they are locked in. They are ready to show us the new face and they're ready to show us the new strategies. You should not hide anything now.
Yes.
You should only focus on how to do the most, maybe very good rounds, but just try not to do the mistakes that you are doing in the regular stage, because we've seen a lot of mistakes from these teams as well. We've seen ROC going best of threes versus teams that we never expected them losing versus them. 999, for example, they lost one map versus 999. They lost also versus PingPongPals one map in compound. So now you should not be doing these mistakes. You should be focusing more into winning and dominating the series.
Yeah, there has to be way more precision. The margin of error for today should be petite. It should not even exist, to say the least. Quick question before we get this show on the road. Predictions. I'm sorry, I had to ask. Just off the top of your head. It doesn't have to be the score, but who do you think is more locked in today?
Well, I'm coming here looking for InnerCircle in these playoffs, because the guys are, I guess, looking at the past games when InnerCircle played ROC Esports, they were the only team that getting very close with ROC Esports and trying also to beat them. The 2 times that they played them, InnerCircle should have won both times.
You think so?
We saw how good they played. First time they played in the split one, they lost it a golden round where Slayer diffused in front of 4 players alive from InnerCircle, from InnerCircle. And the second split, they were winning only 1 round where Tadz clutched 1v2 in Ankara, flipping the game and going into map 3 and winning versus InnerCircle. So now InnerCircle, they want to be revenging. So for me, InnerCircle GG, that's kinda, we're saying an early grand final for both teams, but I guess ROC Esports is gonna be a hard contender for PingPongPals to go to the grand final.
We'll go back to my question, please, Penguin. Could you just quickly break this down or summarize it in a sense? This is Season 1, Season 2, if I'm not mistaken, and the top 4 places has to do with the results of today, right?
ROC Esports, they have 150 points. So now, ROC Esports, they can't execute the place. But these guys are not only coming here to secure the place in the EWC. They secure the place in the EWC. They want to be winning all the playoffs. For example, GG as well, they secured their place in the EWC. InnerCircle still not secured the place. For PingPongPals, it's kind of impossible for them to go to the EWC. So it's the matter of fighting with ROC Esports, InnerCircle, GG, and GG as well. We've seen some downfalls from these guys. So these guys, they need to be stepping up today, and they need to show us the real face of GG if they want to be going into the grand finals, because they're going to be facing one of the toughest opponents. So based on points, it's really hard to tell who's going to be getting this playoffs, but
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can say who's going to be securing the EWC spots.
Yeah, I mean, but what about, for example, a team like Anubis? If they were second in season one, their total is
Yeah.
about so 80 plus 125. That's 205 points. That could possibly be there in fourth place, but does that even matter at this point?
Well, Anubis' chances are only when InnerCircle loses both games. They lose
Okay.
the upper brackets and
Mhm.
also they lose in the lower brackets
I
versus
see.
the loser from ROC Esports and PingPongPals. At this moment, Anubis can go to the EWC. Other than
that's what
that,
they're hoping for,
yeah,
yeah.
it's like 1%.
Slim chance.
Yeah,
slim
very
chance.
slim chance for Anubis, but
Interesting.
InnerCircle, they have a high chance. They have two chances.
Mhm.
They either beat GG and go to the grand final, securing their EWC spot, or if they lose versus GV, they still have a spot, or they still has chance for the loser from ROC Esports and PingPongPals.
Interesting. I mean, from my prediction, not just looking from last season, just looking at especially this season's performance, I would say probably ROC and GG, like you said, will probably secure their spot in the EWC.
Yeah,
That's
these-
from my analysis. So
yeah, they
not
definitely
an expert
secured it
as much.
100%. The guys are going, but as I said, these organizations, these players, their mentality is not going only for the EWC. You want to be going as a champion. We've
Yeah.
seen how good
Dominating
you
the
played
league.
in the regular stage. Now it's time to break it down in the playoffs and also to get it into the first place, because going into the EWC as a first place of your EU MENA region will give you a lot of boost in the EWC.
Yeah, it will increase your morale, the momentum. You would kind of be telling the other teams that you're going to face there, like, we're not here to play around. We've shown how
Yes.
assertive we were back in our region, so we're coming to do the same in yours.
Yeah, well, especially that ROC Esports have a very, very high chances going into the EWC undefeated, and the only team among all the regions that can be going to the EWC undefeated if they manage to win PingPongPals and to win the winner from InnerCircle and
Yeah.
GG.
That would possibly cause a lot of mental constraint for all teams who reach that kind of achievement or token, to say the least. So, playoffs bracket. This is the grand final. It's going to be winner of ROC Esports and PingPongPals versus winner of InnerCircle and Gaimin Gladiators. And the third place is still to be disclosed, basically.
Well, the good thing about the playoffs is it's all best of 5. We're going to be
Yes.
playing 4 best of 5.
Lots of action.
Yes, 2 best of 5 today, 2 best of 5 tomorrow. So now, if a team is winning the best of 5, that means that this team is definitely better, and this team that's maybe their practice or changing their strategies, or maybe they are kind of more prepared for it, because best of 5 is kind of a mental exhausting for the players.
Preparation, yeah. You have to have that stamina, man. Which is, the older you are in this kind of scene of esports, the better you'll perform. So ROC versus PingPongPals in a best of 5, man. I mean, most people, I think, in the audience would agree with me. Like, obviously, ROC is gonna win this, but no, I'm not. I
Yeah,
personally
it's
would
playoffs.
never say
No,
that.
no, it's playoffs. We're in playoffs right now.
It's playoffs. PingPongPals came to the season. They've proved themselves, in my opinion, as individuals and as a roster and organization, and they could possibly go the mile.
Well, talking about ROC Esports and PingPongPals, yes, everybody's going to be betting on ROC Esports beating PingPongPals, but I'm pretty sure that this is not the case today, because we are talking about the best of 5. Yes, PingPongPals don't have the best of 5 experience as players together. Yeah, definitely Petro had a lot of best of 5s, MKZ, HDZ, all these guys went through a lot of best of 5s, but going into the playoffs of the West League for the first time, the best of 5 versus who? Versus ROC Esports, one of the best teams that went undefeated in the group stage, is not something that's going to be easy to deal with in the playoffs. So for me, the experience right now is going to be having a lot of maybe room for the players to use it, because it's best of 5. Yes, if you did mistake in the first 2, 3, 4 rounds, even in the first map, if you were able to maintain your composure and your mental, you still can come back and reverse sweep versus the team.
Yeah, and this is one thing I've witnessed as an observer and as a host, that almost all these teams, without excluding any of them, once they're under pressure, especially playing against a titan like ROC Esports, they would actually play better, not worse.
Yeah, because they have no pressure, as we said. All the pressure are on ROC Esports' shoulders, because they are the contenders, they are the champions of the West League Season 1, and they are the guys that want to be showing that we are still the best, and we're going to be going also undefeated versus PingPongPals, making it into a 15 undefeated game. If you count even Season 1, that means that 16 undefeated games from the playoffs, I guess 17 because they won they won versus InnerCircle, and then Anubis in the grand finals, coming into a 14-win streak in the regular season, season 2. So now ROC Esports, they have the pressure on their shoulders, but PingPongPals, the guys are playing pressure free. It's their first time going into the West League and instantly to the playoffs.
I mean, getting to the West League is one thing, and getting to playoffs on your first try is another thing. So as much as ROC having a clean sheet, no losses, it's just as impressive, in my opinion, that PingPongPals have gotten this far, and then it seems like they're not slowing down whatsoever.
Yeah, they should not slow down, because the guys, the project is kind of successful for them. First time going to playoffs and winning who versus who. Who was your opponent? It was Anubis Gaming, the second place of season 1. These guys played very good in season 1, and yet you come on top and you beat them and you go into the playoffs instead of Anubis, which everybody expected Anubis in the playoffs. And even in the EWC, you guys got second place in the West League season 1, but now PingPongPals, he kinda went out of expectations.
Yeah, I mean, just watching these highlights speaks for itself, but nonetheless, I'm more curious about the cameras. You know, like we just saw ROC Esports cameras. Everyone has their hand on their mind, on their face, basically, just contemplating. You know, everyone's just probably locked in, reviewing all the coaching, all the information, everything they've absorbed, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna see the same thing here. Yeah, exactly, right? Everyone's just focused. I'd say this is some kind of like mental preparation before game 1, because I believe if game 1 goes to either side, it's going to be a huge tempo shift for either team.
Well, first game is very important. As we said, it's a best of 5. So if you are able to beat your opponent on the map 1, that means that you have a good momentum to go on the series, and you have more power and energy to save it for the next game.
Exactly, yeah. You can work slightly less and just with more skill and prestige. What about the maps, man? Like, I probably know the maps, but I like to share with the audience your expertise, of course, because ROC and PingPongPals, I think they have some similar or in common maps that they prefer to play.
Well, ROC and Esports, they have the steady map pool, because ROC Esports, they are not going to be maybe choosing Ankara to play versus PingPongPals. They are very good on Ankara. Maybe they're going to be trying to avoid New Mexico. We're going to be seeing this. ROC Esports is going to be, their ban is going to be around New Mexico, Ankara, but definitely PingPongPals, they have only one map to ban. If they want to be going into this series as a winners, they need to ban Subbase.
Subbase, yeah.
They cannot play versus ROC Esports on Subbase. They can play versus them on Ankara. They can play Port. They can play Eagle Eye. Even New Mexico's ROC Esports don't have this much experience on New Mexico, so you can match them. And we've seen 999 beating them on New Mexico. So now, in my opinion, if I'm PingPongPal coach, I would be instantly banning Subbase.
Yeah, now's the time to experiment. Anyways, I'd like to see the maps, please, and match and compare. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Subbase Ankara banned. We're going to be seeing Port, which is picked by ROC. PingPongPals by New Mexico. Eagle Eye by ROC. No surprise there. PingPongPals choosing Black Widow, though.
Well, the feed is kind of biased a lot versus towards ROC Esports. They are picking their best map, their undefeated map, and the most map that you got rounds in. They destroyed most of their opponents, if not all their opponents on Port. They are picking it as the first map. That means that these guys are coming here locked in. They want to be winning the first map and giving no chances for PingPongPals. Then PingPongPals picked New Mexico. Maybe they are cooking something in New Mexico, because we haven't seen PingPongPals that much on New Mexico. Yes, we've seen PingPongPals playing ROC Esports in the regular season in New Mexico, where they got 8 rounds, and ROC Esports won 10-8 because of Snare, and only Snare, where he got 2 or 3 kills each round when it was 8-8. The last 2 rounds, Snare clutched 2 rounds, making ROC Esports win versus PingPongPals. That means that PingPongPals gave a very good game, but they lost only versus Snare. So now it's a very good matchup for PingPongPals to show us what they cooked the last few days before the playoffs. And ROC Esports as well, definitely they cooked something in New Mexico, and I'm pretty sure that these guys are expecting that PingPongPals might leave New Mexico open, because they have nothing but to ban Subbase.
Yeah, alright. Now that we see the map drafting, I'm kind of curious. I've cooked up a small question here for you, particularly with respect to PingPongPals and ROC Esports. Which team should which individual should PingPongPals try to be shutting down from ROC, and vice versa?
Talking about PingPongPals, they should be shutting down Horus.
Horus, right?
Because this guy is the GOAT in the playoffs.
Once
He's the
he gets
best
warmed up,
once he gets to the playoffs, this guy is 100% logged in. He's the core element of his team. Yes, definitely is always a Snare, but Snare relying on him every time is not gonna be the key for ROC Esports. So Horus comes in and he steps in and he tries to be the guy who's leading his teammates in such playoffs. So this guy everybody should be aware of, because Horus, when it comes to playoffs, this guy's mental is unbroken.
Yeah, now we're looking at the key players, of course. Snare and HTZ, man, very similar KD. Impressive performance this entire season. And speaking for ROC's perspective as well, last season, I think Snare got some record-breaking or individual records for himself when it comes to his kill participation, you know, from what we've seen.
Yeah, he's definitely the OP and the omers of the teams. The sniping skills that he has and the amount of controls that he gives to his teammates is one of the best in the region. He's always like, and he's not scared. You want to be going for the kill, you want to be going for the entry frag. When it comes to maybe a clutch situation, it's Snare that you rely on. But usually the fight between the Titans and the snipers of the league is kind of we don't want to be saying the same, but it's very close. But when it comes to rifles, there are a lot of deviations between most of the rifles. If you're talking about the entry from PingPongPals and the entry from ROC Esports and vice versa.
All right, so now looking at the key players, do you think now ROC should mainly focus on shutting down a key player like HTZ, for example, who in my opinion is super strong and well-rounded individual?
As well as Gainer. They should be Gainer and HTC, because Gainer is a very, very talented guy. That he has no pressure at all. He usually goes for the aim fights. He usually want to be going for the 1v1s. He want to be taking the 5 versus you. So
no
if
fear.
If he have if he has everything for him, like he's going in the map, running in the map, trying to kill, trying to get the 1v1s, trying to get the fights, he's gonna be popping heads a lot. So you need to be shutting down these kind of movements from Gainer, because he's the man that has the freedom in the map. They give him the freedom in the map, do whatever you want, just go to control whatever you want, try to fight, try to get kills, and give it the advantage. So now Gainer, HDZ, they are the core elements of PingPongPals maybe coming here into the playoffs.
Oh, we're gonna have to wait and see. I'm not gonna ask for predictions as I always do, to be honest, but in my opinion, I'm just personally here because I'm so glad that we made it to playoffs, and these are the teams that are here, so we're gonna have to wait and see what's gonna happen, to be honest. But still, last question, all right? Do you think this can go 2-0 in the first 2 maps?
Well,
either side.
Seeing the map V2, for me, it's kinda, as I said, it's very biased versus towards ROC Esports. So I guess it might even go to 3-0 for ROC Esports,
Really?
because the best maps for PingPongPals are already the 4th and 5th map. So if they manage to get it maybe 2-1 in favor of ROC Esports, yes, I would say the PingPongPals can push it to 5th map and probably even winning it, because
they have to get to that stage.
Yes, they have to get to that situation, because PingPongPals decider map is Compound. Last time they faced Compound was kind of biased versus PingPongPals, and they beat ROC Esports in the regular season. So PingPongPals need to kind of hold for the first 3 maps. If they get 1 map from these 3, we might be going to the best of 5, full best of 5. But if not, and ROC Esports claim the 2 first maps, it might be a fine 3-0 for ROC Esports.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think we're just waiting to get into game 1 here, to be honest. I can't wait, and neither can anyone, I'm pretty sure. Is there anything else you'd like to add, like some more insight or analyst with regards to either team?
Well, to be honest, I'm waiting to watch New Mexico, how these both teams going to be playing, because I've watched the other regions. This map is rarely being played. Everybody's banning New Mexico, so I'm trying to watch how this map is being played. ROC Esports are the team that started playing New Mexico. They forced maybe InnerCircle to play New Mexico with their coach. We've seen Kevin trying with InnerCircle to play New Mexico. We've seen PingPongPals trying to also play New Mexico. So some team, TBI also lately tried to play New Mexico. So teams are now trying to play New Mexico because ROC Esports forced these teams to play New Mexico. Especially that we're gonna be introducing new Compound 2.0 in the regional finals. So you need to play New Mexico, because you will have no time at all to practice for new for Compound. That's why ROC Esports are avoiding Compound lately. So now New Mexico is kind of the key map that I want to be looking at, and trust me, not us only that wants to watch New Mexico, it's the other regions entirely. You want to watch how ROC Esports is going to be playing New Mexico, and this is something that gives a power for our region. ROC Esports, they are playing new Mexico by the way, and they might be the guys who are putting the meta for everybody in this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other regions as well, they don't just want to watch New Mexico, they want to watch Petro's New Mexico.
Maybe.
Pietro, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I feel like this guy, even a very skilled player, very skilled shooter, very good macro as well, but he has a different approach and game sense to almost any map that whatever team he's on favors, and you can tell there are certain rounds you know that Petro's the one who initiated this and caused this round to a victory for his team, basically. And we've seen this time and time again.
Yeah, Petru is one of the best IGLs in the season right now that we are seeing from him. Yes, everybody said, okay, he have a very good team when he was on Knights back and then the West League Season 1 and even in 2024, 2023. But now he went to PingPongPals, completely new team with completely new players together. And LSY, his first debut in the West League, and still he took these players. He kind of made them coming back from open into the West League, not only trying to hold their spot, as we always see that guys who are coming from the Open League for the first season, they're trying to hold their spot in the West League. Now, no, this guy went directly to the playoffs. So his kind of IGLing is different from everybody. He knows how he's playing. He knows how to read the other IGLs. Usually, the fight between Snake and Petru is kind of very close. Maybe the matchups, the 1v1 matchups, and we're still talking about the individual skills. Kind of what settles the series.
Yeah.
But talking about strat calling, it's very close between Snake, the IGL of ROC Esports, and Petru, the IGL of PingPongPals.
Yeah, and I feel like there is an element that we need to pay attention to here. ROC hasn't changed their roster in quite some time.
2 years together.
Least.
These guys are
exactly,
now
ex
going for 2
3BL
years
and
together.
so on. But for Petro, I think for coming into a new roster, into a new season, I think he's doing a great job, and so is the organization. I'm just highlighting because I feel like Petro, for example, he finds the strength and weaknesses of each of his players, and it's like a chessboard, you know, he puts them where they need to be, like to either anchor or to push or to frag or to lurk and so on. And he's really good at doing that. It's not the strongest or the smartest who survive, it's the quickest to adapt, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he especially knows how, as you said, he knows how to move his teammates, and he knows how to read what's the best that you can do as a player, how can you adapt as a player, and how can you give the freedom for the other players as well, because you wouldn't love that everybody, when you have an IGL in the game, he's just not letting you trying to move in the map, try to get the kills. No, he's giving you the freedom, but still, the freedom is not trying to play randomly. No, he's giving you the freedom as a team and as a players, and still to try to move on the map and in an effective way. So he kind of, maybe we've seen Gainer how he played last season, and now how Gainer played this season. It's a complete shift. That means that Petro is guiding this guy into the right way, making him one of the best players in the West League.
Yeah, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, has everyone here on both teams been in the West League, or the old name that it had as well, for this entire time, or do we have some new blood in the picture?
Well, talking about the Elite League, we've seen maybe MKZ played, Petro as well. I guess it was called Old West League, talking about 2023, but because the Elite League, if we're talking about when it was called CFEL, maybe in 2020 and 2021, I guess we've seen only the guys from ROC Esports, which is Snare, Snake, Todzin, and Horus. Even Slayer himself didn't play the Elite League. Coming to the West League, everybody played, and LSY, it's his first time playing West League.
Really? So you'd say like LSY, I wouldn't obviously say least experience, of course not. I'd say he's like the newest.
The newest addition into the West League.
I think he's doing exceptional.
He's doing very well.
Great. More than probably he expected, you know what I mean? Because keep in mind, when you have so much on the line with the EWC coming up, especially for ROC, when you have prize money, when you have all this on the line, this is a lot of pressure, and this is what these teams and these players prepare for, because they're under... How can I say this? It's not a matter of win or lose. It's how you perform within a roster, whatever roster you're put in, and the performance matters, because this can be something, a push for your future in this category of gaming.
Well, as I said, the experience, when you talk about best of 5, you need to be mentioning the experience. Yes, we said that LSY is the first time playing West League, but he did very good. But still, when it's kinda best of 5, you usually go towards the experience, because the mental in these games can break down in a moment.
Yeah, I see. Anyways, please do not go anywhere. We're quickly going to a short break and we'll be right back.
Good everyone, welcome on in. Thank you very much for your patience. You can send that in the direction of ROC, who did delay the start of this game, but we are underway. It is PingPongPals up against ROC in the first playoffs match of CFWL Season 2, and we've been eagerly awaiting this one for quite a while, Neo. But hopefully it's going to go without a hitch now as we do get underway.
Yeah, man. I mean, that is just a big hope. Let's make sure, you know, from here on out, this is smooth. But ROC took a hell of a moment to kind of get in towards this one, and they delayed this quite a bit. So let's see if they can make it up in the game. MKZ spamming away behind that smoke. Not a huge amount on offer.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I guess this is a pretty good time for us to start talking about where we think this matchup should go. We had the analyst desk, obviously, you know, their conversation and their opinions. But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I think PingPongPals have done a really, really good job to even make it to this point. But getting any further than this, or even getting remotely close in this series, I think would be a massive surprise for me. ROC are that kind of team that, you know, the way that they've been looking and the way that they perform typically against the international competition and even domestically, I think they should be putting PingPongPals away here, and I think they should be doing it 3-0 as well. I think that map pool actually looks quite good for them, so we'll see. But, yeah, a bit of a hesitant start to things here for ROC, and HDZ will be able to draw first blood alongside MKZ. There are a couple of trades, and I can see that there is a stand-in here for ROC today as well. So that's obviously going to hurt, especially being a playoffs match.
Yeah, definitely not what you want. Let's see how much it comes back to sort of bite them a little bit. That's why I'm going to find a snake. And it's down to 1 versus 3. Slayer had to go huge, and he can't. PHS sees it off. And PingPongPals start well. This is a side that kind of came together. Slightly goofy name, kind of funny. But actually, like you were touching on, this is side that actually looked pretty good throughout the season. They've had decent wins under their belt. Obviously, a lot of notable names here for damn sure. But they've been really, really interesting. They've been fun to watch. I think they've been putting up really good showings, and I've been thoroughly impressed with how well they've been able to punch up this season, and actually as well make sure the sides that are seen as quote-unquote lesser than them able to kind of put aside relatively easy. So I'm looking forward to see what we get for them in this series, but you know, they get the hard draw, right? You get ROC in an opening series and single elim, it's never nice.
No, that's certainly for sure. That said, a ROC with a stand-in may not be quite as scary. Sure. We'll wait and see those. I guess, have to get a bit of an understanding of how underway ROC are today. But yeah, it's not really looking like the same old ROC that we're used to. 1-on-3 here for Snake to try to dislodge an LSY. Nice clean kill in there. I mean, PingPongPals definitely came to play, and I saw them, you know, in the chat having a couple of comments about the delayed start as well. I think everyone a little bit aggrieved at the situation here. Probably not least ROC, presuming that maybe Totson was the one that was having issues and wasn't able to get underway. So he's been kicked out and he's going to have to, you know, maybe take part in this series a little bit later on. I don't know if they're allowed to swap players halfway through. I suppose they are. But the way things are starting, this is not looking good for ROC. And PingPongPals swimming on this GR side at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-0. Really nice work for them. Just setting the tone, setting the tempo. You love to see it. For ROC, you can definitely feel that they're a little bit all over the place. They're getting caught off guard with some really awkward fights. Trades a little bit lackluster as well. Definitely not what you want to be seeing. And they're being exposed. You know, already Slayer fallen in this round. 1 minute 25 left on the clock. And that's why he's sitting up close. We see as well this meta shift for those new guns coming in play as well. They've become a real focal point in this season. The M14, a big mag as well. MKZ trying to spam through the doors just in case. Oh, that's why. He swings out, he finds. Snare will fall. So a big way for things to start.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start for PingPongPals. Problem is, you're playing against ROC, you always expect them to be the kind of team that can come back in pretty quickly, and that's a nice shot from Horus as he dislodges MKZ. LSY's position now known as well. He'll have to go back and duck for cover. There's 45 seconds left in the round. Plenty of time as ROC opt to make their way through to the warehouse. Just going to try and hit the B bomb site. Gainer will get the early information and the shots as well. 3 ones. Too easy for Gainer as PingPongPals will get themselves another. And look, it is early days, but they're looking good.
Yeah. I mean, generally as well, when you've looked at this kind of ROC side, I wouldn't always say that kind of not having Totson is like the biggest egregious loss. Obviously, you look to players like kind of Snare, Snake, you know, put up really good numbers. Slayer as well, same for him, have been kind of really flying. And Totson's, you know, a great rifle in his own regard, but he's not always that hero for this side. He's just a kind of a stabling factor. But it feels like without this stability in the side right now, they really actually do kind of look all over the place. They're missing him, it feels, in this game. And DZY unable to solidly slot in, but you know, I can talk about him. We still get to see Snare get on the board. 0-3 is not exactly the start that you expect out of arguably the best player we've got in the West.
Yeah, I would have said if you're going to lose anyone on this team, probably Totson is the one that, you know, doesn't feel like it hurts as much as anybody else. But certainly the indications that we're seeing at the moment are not good for ROC, that maybe they do need Totson a little bit more than we give him credit for. HDZ, nice shot there onto DZY. Like you said, Snare finding it difficult to get underway at the moment as well. PingPongPals well poised to look for their 4th round in a row here. Snake is going to grab them a kill back, but Getro working hard alongside LSY to try to keep things honest here. C4's dropped on the ground, numbers advantage still maintained for ROC, but there is some inroads being made. PingPongPals have to be careful they don't let this round slip and let ROC back into the conversation, because I think if you're going to win a game today, especially in a best of 3 against ROC, you definitely need to be doing it from out in front. So no mistakes will be acceptable here for PingPongPals.
Well, all down to 1. Can't see low. Gainer not exactly healthy either. Still very doable. Gets the first in the isolation and the second as well. We do need real long-term consistency out from ROC. I think they need to recover this half in a massive way, but the start that we've kind of seen so far has been lackluster. It's just about now approaching this in the sense of 1 round at a time, not kind of pulling any punches, not really faltering or kind of falling flat, and putting that pressure back on towards the PingPongPals side. DZY, we don't have massive sort of expectations or kind of pressures put on his shoulders. If he can just kind of be there and every now and again go kind of 1 for 1, be a trading factor, that goes a long way. But we are going to get ROC in towards attack timeout. Bit of a conversation, bit of a moment for a pause, and I essentially see where they can go from here and how they can recover.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. DZY coming in here, he's got to recognize that he doesn't need to be the hero in this game. I mean, it's not even really the role that Totson typically plays on ROC, but for him, as long as he can go and grab himself those 1-for-1s, like you say, if he can just go even, you're probably going to see some X-Factor moments out of the other 4 ROC players. I mean, even Snake's pretty handy in a clutch, so just try and keep your head down, do your job, do what you need to do, and let the other lads run away with things if necessary. Obviously, it hasn't exactly started very well for ROC here, but they were given a little bit of an inroad back in that round from PingPongPals. And that's like what I was saying, you know, you can't afford to make mistakes against ROC, right? That was a 4-on-3. It was actually a 5-on-3 that should have been closed out by PingPongPals. And now that you've left that door open ajar, now that you've given them a round, that starts to get the ball rolling for ROC, and maybe you never get it back if ROC continue in the fashion that we saw them during the regular season. So, again, it is early days, but PingPongPals, they've got to really lock in. You know, they've got to make sure that they aren't giving away those kinds of 5v3s, because the second you do, ROC is going to pounce on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, timeout included. PingPongPals is actually just about making sure that round for ROC was a flash in the pan. One high snap, looking across. MKC, he did make his way across, but not too sure he was spotted. I'm going to assume no. Going to fight in, and Gainer's going to be tested. Tested, which he passed in the flying colours for the first. A quick check that have come through from Slayer. However, and Snake adds to his tally. He needed that. Numbers advantage now taken here by ROC, and very quickly traded to be kept down, back down into a kind of a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, Slayer's got to go back for that C4 in the warehouse. That cost him a extra second or two, but it shouldn't be much of a concern. PingPongPals have been smoked off on that B rotate. Flash in their face as well. There's not going to be a push through here, but ROC is still tentative and wary about that. Inevitably, Slayer's going to have to put that ball on the floor, and that timer now going to be starting to tick.
This round up in the air. A low HP of Slayer, that worries me in the post part more than anything. Pietro. And to be found on our initial clear. No contact being played in. Double nader. That could make life a little difficult. And down goes Slayer. And all down to one man. Snake, what have you got for us? Unfortunately, nothing. So it will be a really solid 2v2 retake for PingPongPals. And they go up to 4.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's an awkward position for them to play from. But I guess they weren't too sure whether or not the retake was going to come through from Warehouse or whether it was going to come through from GR Spawn. So they sort of hedged their bets a little bit, and it's not worked out in the end. So 4-1, I mean, it's a great start here for PingPongPals, but again, ROC are always going to be lurking there, knowing that they're starting on the BL side as well. They don't really feel that pressure just yet to get the rounds on the board. They'll back themselves on the GR side.
Boris in a uncomfortably low position. Definitely something that has to be kept an eye on for now. 1 minute 35. No real decision that needs to be made at the moment. Snare looking to try and find a gap, but unfortunately just gets caught on the swing. Not exactly what he was looking for. HTC will open up. Pietro has fallen himself, though. This could get a little funky because he's got to hit at least one of these shots, and he does. He will eventually fall, though. It's carnage, but it's carnage in favor of ROC.
Yeah, it is. Horus low. So it's definitely winnable for Gainer. Again, we talked about him as a highlight player for his teams last season. He got the call to step up here into PingPongPals, and now a big moment for him if he could find a 5th for the squad. Slayers spotted him out. Horus will go for the swing, but lose his head. He was low anyway. An easy double kill for Gainer. Somehow Slayer's going to let that one slip, and ROC, they just don't seem to be on today. PingPongPals, though, certainly are.
Man, this is super weird at the moment. What's going on? This is a side falling so unbelievably kind of flat at times, but really gifting opportunities over. And you know, credit to PingPongPals. This side, you know, they're coming towards this game as heavy underdogs, and in a way, they'll come in with sort of nothing to lose in a way, and they're looking really, really solid. Mistakes aren't really being made. They're putting so much pressure on ROC as well, and we can see that ROC just look all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, they're really struggling. And I mean, like I said, they can always come back in the second half. That is very much a possibility. It is GR side of map. That's a conversation. Although one of the talking points this season has been that it probably hasn't been quite as GR sided as it had been previously, and whether that may be down to the weapon change or just a tactical understanding of the map from teams, not sure. But this is definitely starting to run away from ROC, that even if you subscribe to the belief that the GR side is much, much better, are they going to be able to pull back a deficit such as this one? Well, obviously we have to wait and see how the first half ends up playing out, but this could end up being a big one for PingPongPals. You know, let's say they get to 7-2, maybe 8. Do you think that ROC can come back from that? Well, I don't know, not the way that they're in with current form.
Snap. Keep an eye on that gap in towards mid. Horus, he will manage to cross and tuck. MKC can hear this information, but not really a lot he can do with it. They must know they're grouping towards B now. I feel like with the information, the slight amounts they've got, a little bit of swings they've seen. Hey, no. ACC for the first as well. Gainer's up close. We can still support. Gainer tries to go for heroics, but it'll cost him his life. MKC, HDZ combining, and this is already looking a little janky. I say that. Back into 2 versus 2. He needs a special one to step up, and it's Slayer who gets 2. Oh my, for a moment. That probably shouldn't have gone ROC's way, but they get bailed out.
As is the case a lot of the time for this ROC roster. An individual steps up, and we haven't really been seeing that throughout this half so far, but just a little bit of moment of brilliance there from Slayer, and, well, it doesn't really look like it's going to be capitalized on, but again, it's Slayer to find another double, a 2-man trade, and they're in to be. PingPongPals are fast on the rotate, but so far Slayer is pulling ROC, kicking and screaming through some of these rounds, might even be able to get them a third as he's on for 3 for this, and maybe even a 4th. DZY will steal that 4th kill away, but a big round again from Slayer needs to be converted. MKZ in the 1v2 will fall. And that's ROC starting to now come alive.
Yeah. You know, better late than never, right? I think it is ultimately, if they can recover this half a little bit, get up towards that 5-4, I think it's still more than workable. I mean, this is a series where, if we're being frank, expectations are a 3-0 for this ROC side. And, you know, of course, we'll have to see whether that is to be the case. But PingPongPals, even just getting a 6-3 here, this final round could go such a long way. Nice bit of breathing room, nice little buffer zone, you're not under too much pressure. Not exactly where you want to be. Slayer, he's tagged up early. That's why, nice push, and it will net him a kill, but a quick trade from DZY, they're standing. We'll bring things back level 2. I'll say that briefly. 4v4, but I mean, Slayer's barely alive. MKZ, HTC, Gainer all taking damage too, so this could still very much be a bloodbath.
Yeah, someone else is going to have to step up somewhere. Maybe it'll be Snare. It's been very, very quiet for this half. Wants to swap that rifle out for the sniper, so give it over to Slayer. Low HP. Can still have an impact, and Slayer is reasonably handy as a sniper as well. We hit again from ROC by the looks of things.
Under a minute now. They've still got time to work with it. They don't need to commit to this. Have a look in and see what they find. Ain't going to play up closer this time. He was on the boxes last time and netted him some damage. Actually wasn't even the kill. He actually has been struggling to set up here, so Gainer gets hard cleared with ease. That was considerably too easy. Now, smoke's down. Set up on the cross as well. And this is very much feeling like it is done. Snap finds MKZ. 2 remaining. It's a low player, a Slayer that falls, so you don't even really care that much if you are ROC. They're going to get just 1 more kill. This one should be done, but it's back into a 2 versus 2. Make that 2 versus 1. HCZ left with all through as Pietro's traded out. They know exactly where he is. They spam through that smoke, and they will make a 5-4 out of this. So, not the end of the world, but at one point it was looking very janky.
Yeah, I think you definitely take that as a half for ROC. Could have been a little bit more had it maybe picked up a little earlier on in the piece, but end of the day, 4 on the GR side, 4 on the BL side, you know, it's not too bad. Working with a little bit more of a, you know, buffer to go into this second half and get things rolling. You know, a bit of a warm-up, I guess, for them. So, it does feel like they're starting to come online. You know, we heard the analysts there talking about how strong of a map this has been for them in the past. And so the expectations were definitely high. I don't think they've been met yet. But if they go on to just sort of like clean sweep this second half, maybe make it like a 9-10 rounds before you drop one for PingPongPals, you'd be okay. So looking for something like a 10-5 or a 10-6 here for ROC, and then we can say, you know what, maybe it was just like a bad half kind of thing, you know, or bad start to the game. Don't really want to draw too much from that one. But if this ends up being close and it ends up being a hard-fought victory, you know, going into the tiebreakers and whatnot, then, you know, again, I think you can start to question ROC a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, a moment to talk as well over the halftime break. And I think for PingPongPals, there is probably a little pressure saying, okay, they're now awake. We've got to be considerably careful, but I think you've still got to come in towards these sort of, especially these early rounds of the half, with a lot of confidence. That thought process of basically saying, look how well we did to start things off. We look so confident and we're so comfortable at the gate, and this is ultimately a side with a standing still. So there is still, in some ways a clear advantage in our court that we've got to try and use in our favor. So I hope that's sort of the process here. They've got the individuals to do so. We know HZ can put up some decent numbers. Pietro as a leader as well, a guy with so much experience too. Utilize it. Try and make what works for your side and what has worked all season. Look here. Import this opener. But of course, as with every team, the ultimate kind of litmus test of where your level is always ROC, and no side really is able to overcome them, especially when they're playing at the level that we know they should be.
Well, opening kill of the half has gone the way of PingPongPals. So, don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but there's definitely signs of susceptibility for ROC at the moment.
Alright, well. Pop shot. Missed. Nice layup. He's just attack with the pole. He's trying to get out, in all fairness. And Slade gets one before falling, but numbers still remain in favour for PingPongPals. And they've got space towards A. There is no one here. They smoked the cross in. They put themselves in a really good spot to get that bomb down and get a post bomb set up. But they're going to try and get up close to deny this. There's a gap on that smoke. He's only going to try and use the flashbang behind it. Missed shot, but the Colt doesn't. Nice one tap. It's another shot as well. That TRG looking so clean right now for Snare. He wants more behind this. Tried to swing behind. He cannot hit the shot, but a pistol pulled out. He delivers. Slayer will trade, but Snare getting pretty emotive there, especially by his standards. That's a nice round.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first round that we've really seen Snare actually come online in this map, and what a round to do it in. First round of the GR side. That's exactly what you want to be seeing if you're ROC. A Slayer out here with the secondary sniper as well. It's a double sniper setup, and ROC have been able to equalize that scoreline at 5 apiece. MKZ waiting for this push from Horus is not quite going to have his timing. He dropped off that ladder, so doesn't sort of punish that aggressive move from Horus.
He needs to be careful. Sure, smoke goes off, but pushing towards mid here was very ill-advised. A huge amount brewing, though. Just feel at the moment that PingPongPals feel just a little indecisive about where they actually want to go in these sort of rounds.
Well, Snake's anything but indecisive at the moment as he's pushed his way in toward middle. Looking to see if he can spot anyone out. Might be able to get a fast flank through as well. Likes to go back to safety. So again, our attention somewhat to what Snare can do. This TRG in hand. That first connection is not going to come through. He's got the backup of Horus, but he's got to be aware of this ladder push, and he will fall to it. Y coming across to a retake top of sight, but he has lost his anchor in Snake and now has quite the job to do. He's trying to 5 at a time. Slayer going to come and swing off that contact as well. That's the C4 down, and who knows where Pietro's gone at this point. He's just gone for the scenic route, which it looks like ROC is going to be able to punish, but Pietro makes it close.
My God. Maybe, ROC in a way made a little meal out of that. That got probably a lot closer than even they would have hoped there. Well, it's fine. 1-1 ROC will take the lead as well for the first time in this game and now have something to build upon. Something to really work with as well. Still a lot more that feels kind of required of them, but that is good. Slayer. Open it for him. Again on towards Pietro. This is my kind of criticism of Pietro in the regular season. He was going down way too early. It's carnage in towards mid. But it's all basically gone the way of ROC. It's just HDZ left.
Yeah, ROC is definitely looking much, much better. They've really switched back on. Ever since things started to go their way, well, they've barely stopped. And that was, I guess, more the expectation for the series as a whole. And while it took a little while to get going for ROC, it's definitely good now that it's arrived. Even with DZY in as a substitute, you haven't really noticed any glaring issues in his play. He's actually been pretty sharp.
Yeah, he's not too bad, to be fair. All right, with also, you know, the advantage being that normally, of course, you have to do those kind of attack timeouts to be able to really kind of slow things down. But he, of course, can speak all the time. And it seems like as they've really got to a point of being comfortable with how this new setup's looking, they're now starting to come back into this. I mean, that was a real dominant round. Really, really well played. They tried to fight through mid there, and you know, just to no avail for the PingPongPals side. And unfortunately, I think it's safe to say, Jordan, we're now getting to a point where I don't say chances are running out, but it's safe that things aren't going. It's safe to say that things aren't going to plan, not in the way that they would have hoped and sort of expected.
Yeah, no, it's definitely fallen to bits for PingPongPals. I think when the game started, they really would have felt as though they were in it, and they kind of had their noses out in front as well. They would have started to believe that, hey, we're winning all these rounds. We're making it look really good. Maybe we can beat ROC today. But very quickly, that crash back to reality is coming through here. And so we get a attack timeout. Pietro and LSY having a bit of a wander. Looks like Pietro still having a conversation. So LSY wouldn't have heard any of that.
Yeah.
He had his headset off.
Definitely
But,
not what we want
at least
to see.
Pietro, I think he's got a wireless headset, so he might have been in the background there having a bit of a yarn.
Well, yeah, slightly odd, but I guess definitely not what you want to be seeing, but it's fine. Still in a position where PingPongPals on that serious back foot. Things looking very, very good. Over towards ROC, and I think it's safe to say in poor at the moment as well, time is dwindling on this to be recovered for PingPongPals. You know, understandable why they've gone for a pause there, but it does feel like they're seriously running out of chances now.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, you know, you can't let ROC back in. But they have. 7-5 is the score. It's felt a long time since PingPongPals picked one up, but they have to keep running it back on the BL side. Let's see what they can get done. Gainer peeking around long. Horus again going to go for the aggressive maneuver. There's no one in middle waiting to receive this. Not just yet anyway, but PingPongPals might have a little bit of a look.
Okay, well, yeah, nothing ruined just yet. You all right? What is the plan here now? It's a little funky, especially when we're getting to a point where PingPongPals, we spoke about their indecisiveness and their, I guess, the worry at times where it's been for them falling quite flat and struggling to get real map control, and it seems kind of more of the same. Horus gonna play up close here. Get a little careful not to be caught off guard. He knows MKZ just spotted a pixel, but it's enough.
Nice kill. MKZ goes down. And Horus still on the push, waiting for this peek from LSY. It's a wise decision, though, to back things up. You've got the numbers advantage. You don't need to be doing anything too rash as ROC, sticking around, giving up the numbers. So just go back and play the sights and the crossfires, and imagine that's going to work out okay for them on this GR side. Two players over towards B with an extra floater coming in the form of Snake.
Alright. We're good. Not a lot of time here. They're popping in. They've got to commit towards B. PingPongPals, this execute doesn't actually start the way they'd want. Do they even have time to go towards A here? They could be caught on the cross. There's one player close enough, that Horus, but he gets caught on the drive-by. They just look at the time, though. Can't get that C4 down, so that's how it all falls apart.
Wow.
I mean,
that's a shocking round.
I'll come back to what I was saying. The indecisiveness of PingPongPals, and there it is once again.
Yeah, that's the round that you're going to come up with after attack timeout? Like,
Yeah,
what?
Exactly.
That's no good from PingPongPals. They're crumbling under the pressure at the moment. That should have been done a lot better than it was. And yeah, look, I understand that plan A and plan B might not have worked, but you can never, in a game like this one, not be at least getting a chance to have the C4 down unless you've all been killed. And they were not all killed. So just way too late of a rotation, too late of a decision from PingPongPals, and punished for it now, as that is 8 for ROC.
Yeah, this is rough, man. There is just so little, it feels, now on offer. Time is running out, and it's not being the run you want to see for this side. They set up here, and Snake's ready to meet them. He's happy for these fights. He actually gets away with nothing. I mean, a fair decent amount of damage dealt, but I'm so surprised he doesn't get a kill there. Same calm. Oh, it should not have been said for DTY. Slayer gets two. DTY should have got one there, but he was blind. He was all over the shop.
Oh, Horus caught in transition. And now it is on to Snare. C4's going to be retrieved. They know where he is. The answer's no. That's the C4 dropped, and HDC is going to have to go back for it. So Snare waiting for that. That's a big clutch, and you can see what that means for ROC, as they're now up to 9, and PingPongPals have more or less been completely shut out. Remember that conversation I was having in the first half? If ROC go on to shut out the second half, win 10-5, 10-6, something like that, then, you know, all the amends are made for a pretty poor start to the day. And it seems like they might be poised to do just that, though Snare has gone down to Gainer. So, job not yet done. Slayer also caught... Was that with a grenade in hand? I think he might have been holding a grenade. All of a sudden, ROC in this round, at least not looking to cut the mustard. Easy Y will try an aggressive maneuver. Doesn't really work out. Snake was there to help him out as well. And Pietro is low, but shots are just zipping past his head. So it's not quite worked out for Snake in that particular engagement. But in this one, he gets a lot of damage done before falling. And hey, I've seen Horus win worse rounds than this one. This is a 1v3, but two of those players are very low.
Discount just yet. As you mentioned, Pietro and Gainer being so low puts all the onus on LSY. It's all about him now in his ability to isolate fights. And he has a chance here. I mean, they're only just starting to make their way over. Horus eats a chunk of that grenade, though, and LSY also going to get softened up as well. Might still be life left in this. Nade will bounce. Will it catch Pietro? It won't. It goes just below him. And it should be done now, and he is. Bit blind as well to see it off. PingPongPals finally find something to fall back on.
Better than nothing.
Yeah.
But still a long road ahead here for PingPongPals. It's not going to be often that you're going to get two opening picks like that one. One onto Snare and then one onto Slayer. Both have sniper rifles trained in their opponent's direction coming into this round.
ROC so close. Finish line. Within reach and distance. I just need to see it off now. First shot. Missed. Nice Slayer. He will try and flash his way through, but he gets caught at the drive-by. Nice little work from Pietro. He's just flying out. No regard for his own well-being. He's somehow still making it work, at least briefly, but it goes up in the air. 2 versus 2. Snare and Horus now just against MKZ, and they know where he is. The shot connected, and just like that, a map found as well. It was a chaotic port, to say the least, but Snare having a celebration. And it will be the opener going the way of ROC. Took them a while to get in towards that game, Jordan, but when they got into it, they were basically the only team in the server.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's a really good look for ROC that they're able to do that in such convincing fashion with a stand-in as well. DZY obviously coming in for Totson today. Whether or not that will be the case over the rest of this series, we don't know. But yeah, I mean, it seems like we're kind of getting the ROC that we expected, that we typically hope to see, down pretty badly in those sort of first 4 or 5 rounds. But once it started going in their direction, and once they did warm up into the server, then yeah, they really did just run away with things. And you know, noting that the rest of the map pool features maps that ROC are not too disappointed to see. You know, I think they're feeling pretty happy about how their chances are shaping up for this series, as they should be. We'll be interested to see whether or not they can get a 3-0. I think maybe there's a world where PingPongPals, you know, they've been pretty decent. So if they, you know, once they do go onto their map pick, which will be the next map, you know, kind of lock in, I think they can definitely get away with a map off of ROC. But a series, it's feeling like is a tough ask for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially when they fell quite flat there, you could really see, I think, just the difference in terms of kind of understanding of the game. And also, I think just pure mechanics as well is a simple thing to say. So credit where it's due, I think, for this ROC side. They've put themselves in a really good spot. First map under the belt as well. And kind of, regardless of Totson or not, still looking really comfy.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, we'll have to wait and see what ROC is going to be able to do going forward in this one. I think, again, you know, you can definitely see the difference in this team when you don't have like players like Slayer and Snare maybe having those pop-off performances. Once Slayer really started to get that ball rolling, that gave a bit more room over to Snare, and he had his moments as well. So again, I think it is still kind of like relying a little bit on the individuals for ROC, which doesn't necessarily give them the greatest of feelings, I suppose. But you know, we still see enough there from ROC to make us feel pretty confident about their chances going into probably not just this game, but also going into the finals if they do make it there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, as well, I think this is good prep for this ROC side looking forward. Kind of, you know, we've got kind of Anubis around the corner. They're a side who basically should represent the West League at the Grand Finals too, or going to be one of those sides at the very least. So, but for them, I think they've just got to make sure that these kind of reps they get under their belt, the officials they get in kind of the online circuit, are actually really quite clean. Because if they really want a chance of pushing playoffs and making deep runs, as we've seen from this side, it's making sure that these ones here, where they're against opponents that generally shouldn't be that much of a test, are exactly like that, simple and effective in all the rest. So I look towards this now for PingPongPals, and they've got to have quite a tough and stark conversation over kind of the next sort of 10-minute break or so. But enough from us. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk to break down everything from map number 1 of Port.
Thank you so much, Neokai and Alfish Guy. What a performance. I mean, I don't have as much things to say as much as you probably do, so could you just tell us what happened and the sub and everything that went down?
Well, this is the breakdown probably for PingPongPals, because if you can't beat ROC Esports in the playoffs, winning 5-1, playing with sub, this is stepping in instead of who? Totson, one of the best players in ROC Esports, and then coming back from 1-5 deficit into 10-6 win. This is kinda a GG series in favor of ROC Esports.
Yeah, I mean, their mental must be slightly tormented. It's a lot like a sub, as we said. Totson, crucial role, especially as we spoke off camera, with all the preparations and stuff that they do as a roster, and then things change around. So that was the opportunity that PingPongPals basically needed, and they didn't really capitalize on it. Initially they did, like you said, it was a 5-1 deficit in the favor of PingPongPals, and it suddenly somehow managed to come back. And this shows you why a team like ROC can reach the point finishing the entire season almost without a single loss.
Well, we've seen it since the tactical pause that ROC Esports took when it was 3-1, I believe. Their coach stepped in, he started talking. Yes, he lost few rounds after, but then Dizzy kind of started going into the mood of the playoffs, and he started hyping. And we've seen Snare kind of like he started telling that sit down. These are things that we don't usually see from Snare, because he's kind of the guy who's always calm in the reaction, his reactions on the camera. We've seen him maybe 2 times hyping up. One of them was Eagle Eye versus GG when he got the 4K, and he was shouting,
Excited.
"Come on, let's go!"
Bring
and
it,
now he's kind of like sit down. This is the step up that you need from the players. Dizzy stepped in, yes, instead of Todzin, who had technical issues, but still. The ROC Esports experience claimed the win versus PingPongPals, who couldn't capitalize on this event, because if you are a PingPongPal, this is the best scenario for you, coming here playing versus ROC Esports in a match that they don't have the full roster, but yet you couldn't win.
Yeah, I mean, for this match, it is ROC's pick, and next map as well, it is PingPongPals pick, and you did mention this. So first, I'd like to look at the set summary and just have a quick look. I'm pretty sure, like, everyone across ROC, I think, did pretty good, and Slayer especially. Yeah, you said it.
Yeah.
You said it. He showed up, and that you said he's the kind of player that likes to take the fights, the 1v1s, the isolated fights. Not as much macro, but definitely individual skill is up there with the greats.
Well, we've seen how kind of ROC Esports got it together because of this Slayer. The clutch that he did on A-top, killing 2 players, getting the first round on board for ROC Esports was one of the crucial moments for his team to get them back online and get the guys going. And we've seen also Petro playing very good in favor of PingPongPals. He have very good KD, very decent KD, to be honest, from Petro. He played very good, but still the team, I didn't see the PingPongPals had the much hype as ROC Esports, because as you said, ROC Esports, they had the kind of pressure was on their shoulders, and also Todzin not showing, because of his technical issues and going with the substitute in the playoffs, that makes it even harder for ROC Esports to perform, but yet their experience claims it, and they played a very good game. They started very slow, their global risk was insane, with the shutdowns from Snare on A-top was perfectly good, Slayer shutdowns on B-side, the aggression of ROC Esports into the B-side, and everything working very good. Petro played very good in the first half as a team, and then they kind of fall mentally in the second half.
They fumbled a little bit, yeah. And you did mention Dizzy, like in the first 2-3 rounds, he was just finding his rhythm. Just because he's a sub doesn't mean he's any less or inferior. No, he is in ROC for a reason, and we definitely saw why, you know.
Yeah, well, as you said, Dizzy is a substitute, but coming as a substitute in the playoffs is kind of huge. We never seen this before. Maybe it's one of a time, because you usually go as a substitute in the regular season. That's okay. It's a game that if you lose, it's not gonna matter that much. But now, playoffs, Dizzy stepped in. He had a very, very good game to go.
Anyways, without further ado, let's go back to Nika and Elfish Guy for game 2. Please, let's go.
Well, yeah, let's see what we're going to get out of this one. Of course, New Mexico, Mayo. Yeah. It's a map that ROC have played a little bit throughout this season, but they have had a couple of struggles on. So I don't mind it as a pick for PingPongPals, but I think this is the reason why ROC have let it through in a few series in the regular season. Because they know that at some point in a BO5, whether here or internationally, they are going to have to play it. And the fact that they now get to play it up against PingPongPals, I suppose they're going to be vindicated in that decision. We'll see whether or not it proves valuable with the practice that they've had.
You're right. Well, let's see. He's 4 now. Slow on the offset. ECZ falling. PingPongPals left in a somewhat familiar spot for them, where they just... We see this ball, they don't really know what to do from here. It just goes from bad to worse. LSY also going to get caught.
Yeah, this is not the start that PingPongPals wanted. Slayer! It was a bold push, a bold line, and it probably shouldn't have worked out, but it did. And that is going to further the issues for PingPongPals. Pietro has found himself a double. That at least pulls it back into a small chance. Snake, caught on a bit of a timing here. He's going to go down as well. What is happening for ROC? He just lost complete control of this map. Totson struggling in his duel. Hoping desperately that Slayer's going to come through to save the day. He's a long way away, but Totson gets himself a kill. It's onto Gainer now in the 1v2. He really does want to isolate these duels, but he's not going to be able to do it quickly enough. Slayer gets there in time. I will say, though, that's a bit shakier of a round than I would have liked to have seen from ROC after getting those opening couple of kills.
I think a bit as well shakier than they probably thought as well heading into it. I think, you know, that you get the opening double and you're thinking, all right, you know, we're in a really decent spot here, and then we fall quite rapidly, quite flat. So I'm glad there was an ability to kind of recover and see it over the line. That could have been really awkward if they lost it, but this is a conversation that we don't need to have going forward. 1-0. Spot though. Swing and a find. Snake will find Pietro. Steos gonna fall as well. This is Carnage, and Snake is here ready to take on the aggression. It's all out to one man. They tried to go for a quick play here, PingPongPals, and they've just been overwhelmed.
Yeah, absolutely deleted. It's going to further build some confidence for ROC. Obviously, the last round, it kind of fell apart a little bit. This one, unlikely to, although Snake's going to go aggressive. So too will the rest of ROC in response. Horus doesn't want to go down here and won't. So that's 2-0. Totson is back in, by the way. So that's, I think, also good news for ROC. Not that DZY had a bad performance there at all, but you do want your core 5 in. Yeah, we're starting to already see that Totson back in, making a big difference. 4-0 as an individual. ROC off to a much more stable start than what they were on port.
Yeah. Gainer. He's going to be set up. The one's not going to come over as well. Real minimal amounts of damage, though. You see them throw these nades last couple of rounds, and unfortunately, in none of them so far, they've done any sort of real damage. This is pretty standard, I think, with New Mexico with that real slow start. You can keep trading smokes out to keep PingPongPals at bay, and, well, that's exactly what's happening right now. They just can't move forward at the moment. Smoke's being replenished, and they're sort of stuck.
Yeah, much more patient this time from PingPongPals. ROC are more or less completely giving B over to PingPongPals if they wanted it. Opting to go for a bit more of an aggressive push of their own through the underpass and not spotting too much out. But here comes the aggression in from PingPongPals. 1-for-1 so far, but Sniper Rifle's really doing the damage, and now Horus in as well. He's dropped that C4. There's only about 45 seconds left or so here for PingPongPals. And they are not having too much success at all. Slayer can confident swing. It's the better of Gainer. He's just gone a little bit too greedy in the middle, but that's fine. Gonna win themselves around. And ROC continue on their merry way.
Yeah, well. I know. I don't know, man. I just feel like the PingPongPals, they just look so uninspired right now on this map. And they're picking away. It just feels like there's just so little on offer. It's a worrying sign. I mean, you know, awkward after getting to the way in which ROC are approaching it. I say that until Snare makes a really bold move to go it alone in towards Under. He'll get caught. So finally, the first time actually an opener coming through on the PingPongPals. They've just got to capitalize upon this.
Yeah, that was again a bit of a bold one from Snare, and I think you like to see him playing confidently like that, but there is also a bit of a limit, and that was certainly it. So PingPongPals will slow down for a moment, but there's no doubt that this is going to be a B finish now. Util's getting crossed out. It's a perfect line for Slayer to be on. And doesn't seem like anybody really thought about that as a possibility, because Slayer's just able to get away with 2 massive kills. Will fall to Pietro. But we are back into a 3-on-3 where otherwise PingPongPals might have expected a bit of a cleaner take on that bomb site.
Pietro posted. It's 3 versus 3. You're looking towards PingPongPals to isolate to keep the numbers in their favor, and that's a good start. HCZ going to find Horus. That'll help. He repositions. Should be nice work. I say that. The spam's good. MKZ going to fall. They know the last man is. And HTC also drops. Wow. What a play. Snake and Totson both combining well. Totson back in the server and, well, making his presence known. That's a really, really good retake. Essentially, what is a 2 versus 3 retake? Not in their favor. Brilliant work. And that's a real soul crusher over towards PingPongPals.
Yeah, if you can't get that round over the board, over the line, I don't really know which one you are going to be getting. So I think we're kind of getting the answer to our question. Or not even question, but just the conversation around ROC having played this during the regular season and, you know, having a bit of a run on it. It's given them the time to get a little bit more used to it. And now when it really matters, they are looking like a supreme team on this map. Slayer does very well to get himself a second there. And you've kind of got Totson who's able to clear out Ali a little with that flash. Not really seeing too much. Back into the 3-on-3. Snare's going to be the X factor here for both teams. If he falls, then that is B taken as far as PingPongPals are concerned. He's sort of given away his position. He's going to go for a push here. It's interesting, but I mean, considering Snake and Totson went with him, then I guess that was just a setup, but it was a strategy and it didn't work. PingPongPals have got themselves one at least.
Yeah, it's okay. A lot more required, though, especially in this first half. I mean, for PingPongPals, 3 as sort of a bare minimum. Some sort of foundations. Anything less, not good. They can't afford for this to be a flash in the pan. That'll absolutely kill them. We were speaking about this a little bit, but more so over towards ROC in that first map, and they did recover well, as we saw. They recovered well in towards this round. It's 4 vs 3, which favors ROC now. I'm feeling okay.
Well, PingPongPals changing up their approach. They're going to go underpass, which they did try to do earlier in the half, and they got kind of wrecked. So they've been a bit tentative to explore there in the meanwhile, but try and drop in on the B bomb site. And again, Slayer set up on a nice line with the TRG in hand. Here comes the push from PingPongPals, bit of util over the top. In fact, it's a lot of util. And that is going to force Slayer back into a little bit more of a closer angle. That shot missing somehow. I have no idea. Is actually going to allow PingPongPals in onto the site.
Yeah, now they get a bit of room to work with. 4 go down, 3 versus 3. But we've seen them in these spots as well with this inability. Make these stick and it might be all the same. Snake gonna get 3.
What?
Oh my. That is ridiculous. And another kind of advantageous position where they're in a sight and they're in the ability for a post spawn. And ROC just decimate PingPongPals.
Yeah, Snake might be the GOAT of the B bomb site. He's had 2 3K retakes. And that's huge for ROC because they're now up 5-1. Bearing in mind, traditionally, this was a very GR-sided map, so how much can you really read into that? But it is a different version. And we're still not 100% locked in on which way it is going to lean. Forrest overstepping. Tried to continue that aggression that was spotted out a little bit earlier, and that's not going to happen. So here's, again, another early opener for PingPongPals that they're going to be quite desperate to convert on. MKZ should definitely be getting traded down there, but takes a lot of HP for Snare to get it done. Snake again. Big kill. And Snare on the peak. Spots out the gun barrel of HTZ. Got the first shot off, but missed it. So numbers maintained for PingPongPals for the moment.
Yeah, okay for now. LSY. Just so vulnerable. And also that big thing of Snake still alive makes you feel, just internally, there's a little belief. Totson, he'll get his before quick traded. And it's Snake who's called upon once again.
They're not going to go B. Surely they know he's here. Retrieve the C4 first. This is maybe the time for Snake to start to get active. But he is happy to just tuck himself in on that B bomb site, and it may still play out in his favor. He has not been cleared. And PingPongPals gonna look for the plan on B, which is going to give him the chance. He can't get it done this time. HDZ finding the trade.
That's still even. Sort of too close for comfort. The fact that it goes down to that 1 versus 1 again, you know, just a showing of where we're seeing ROC are making something out of every round. I mean, there is the other side to mention for ROC. The fact that they're quite consistently being called upon in clutch situations. Obviously being very fortunate they're winning them, but, you know, it really should not be that much of a requirement. The fact that you've had to have, you know, kind of a couple of 3Ks. That time was a 1v2 as well. As maybe. So the sees out Snare. He's got the right idea here. Just how quick are the reactions? Oh, yeah, he knows. He knows. A lot of damage. Elton, he can't get the kill. 10 points of HP. Couldn't confirm it.
Push down into underpass from ROC as well, and that's worked out for a moment, but eventually gets dealt with. So ROC all over the map, losing their lives, and this will be, you'd think, a third for PingPongPals as they start to make some inroads back again in this half. Kotzen would need a monumental clutch, and he's found 2 quick kills. Oh, there's a third on offer. He's got no idea where Pietro's coming from, but he spots him out as well. It's going to be a 4K for Totzen behind the box. Didn't have much to work with, so Pietro will get it done. That was very nearly a huge round for ROC and for Totzen, but PingPongPals will get it.
That'll help. That'll help, absolutely. But, my oh my. Having to really fight kind of tooth and nail for a lot of these rounds. Definitely not what you want to be in the sense that ROC, I'm not super convinced with this first half. Still feels a little janky for my liking. A chance for PingPongPals to at least recover. This first half somehow. They get up towards 4. We're okay. I like the proactivity. So when they can hit the shots. Dottson's been spotted. He's been dropped. Pietro, good work. Can he get the second? No, not quite. Horowitz gets his. He gets out just about with his life intact, but only briefly before LSY will trade.
Yeah, half's kind of slipping away from ROC. This was looking like it should be a freebie of a map, and now they're going to have to work for it. They're going to go for another aggressive play, and I'd say typically these haven't worked out, but it's just Snare having a little peek. Gets that 1 kill. Gets some more. Surely can't be re-peeking the same angle multiple times. Slayer causing a problem. They're going to try and chase Slayer down as well. Snake is here too, and it's all problematic across the board. PingPongPals, this time, not really having the answer for the aggression from ROC.
Yeah, no, not what we want. Under a minute. HTZ with it all to do. He's won situations like this before, but this feels like it requires just a little bit more. C4 goes down. Slayer and Snake, the 2 guys who've been stepping up. Quackins says he also Totson's had his moments as well. They played this together, they should be fine. All they really need to do is play for the trade. I don't like if they get isolated, but HC goes up on high. He tries to go through, and he ends up walking over 1 unknowingly. So it will be 6-4 ROC at the half. Honestly, yeah, it was getting a little close towards the end, but that is still pretty good.
Yeah, I think 6-3, it's solid enough for ROC. We'll have to see how their BL side looks first before we draw too many conclusions. Haven't seen any timeouts on this map either. No team really feeling too pressured just yet. But I dare say that'll be coming in the second half. Yeah. Oh, again, from Snare. It's a very tight line to be holding. No peak to come.
This first round of the second half is unbelievably important. Really got to make this one stick if we want any chance. Covering and all the rest. We've got to see how ROC deal with this as well. Not always the easiest place to play from. That's why I'm going to go looking for some information, and he's got a lot of control here. No fairness, a lot is sort of being gained with just the map he's taking.
Oh, flash over the top. Horus for 1, but no more than that. MKZ will inevitably be traded by a Slayer, and it is going to be Totson who's sort of lurking his way in onto the A bomb site, trying to cause a bit of an issue. It's in the end. Snake get one more or two through the wall, through the door. He gets HDZ. Bomb plant going to go down. And LSY is stuck solo. This is just an impossible crossfire for him to break. And time is ticking away, so he's going to have to move quickly. He's been spotted out now and dealt with easily. That's the first round of the second half, going the way of ROC.
Right. This is where they start to really pull away. This is where ROC do a lot of their best work. Start bridging quite the significant gap. I'm worried for PingPongPals. I mean, we are getting towards that territory of sort of in the now or nevers for winning these rounds to break the momentum, break the streak over towards ROC, but also, you know, maybe even getting towards that territory of calling for a pause, and that's exactly what we're going to get as well. So I think this is a good time for them to converse. Better late than never, but man, they've got to do something quite special in these next few.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think it's a pretty good time for a pause to come out. You need to be having a chat here, PingPongPals. This is your chance at this series really slipping away, right? You go down on map 1, okay, fair enough. It's Port, it's their pick, they're very good on it. But if you drop map 2 here, you're down 2-0 against the best team in the competition.
Yes.
You're just not coming back from that, right? Like, even if you're up 2-0 against ROC after those first 2 maps, I don't know that I would have the faith that you're going to close that series out. So to say it can change on the return side, probably not. If there's a way to win this series, PingPongPals, they do need to find a way to win it here, at least on their first map choice, which was New Mexico. So very, very important tack time out here. 35 seconds left to go, but it's just unfortunately not quite come together for PingPongPals. I think they definitely had their opportunities on Port. Let that chance go begging, and I don't know that there's any coming back from that. I think it's just ROC doing what ROC does.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, ROC they've just looked sharper. They've been given way more opportunities, and that's that kind of that big thing that unfortunately you see with teams like PingPongPals. You see it throughout the season as well, is that not many teams give up opportunities, and you just can't afford to do that against ROC of all teams. They're always going to punish. You might get away with it against, you know, a TBI or a 999, but ROC will always punish you. We saw it happen with these retakes, right? That's the thing that is sort of killing them a little bit here. Yeah, tough predicament. I really feel like, unfortunately, time has, well and truly dwindled a little bit. But, timeout taken and concluded. We'll get back underway in just a second. Only a few more rounds required. ROC to take a 2-0 in this series and be just one map away, spotting towards tomorrow's action.
Yeah, I mean, another grand final appearance from this roster, which has, you know, not failed to get themselves into a grand finals of a CFWL for a very, very long time, and they are typically expected to be the best team to represent us internationally. And it's only getting better and better, I feel. Like, I do think ROC is looking more solid the deeper in the tenure you get with this 5-man lineup. Let's see if they can close things out comfortably here on map number 2. Smoke's gone down into mid. Going back to Old Mexico. Same strategy.
Well, let's see. What have you got for us? 7-3. A 4-round buffer. 3 rounds away. And it's Horus to open things up. That's always going to help. Down goes Pietro. There's a lot of damage for it, but all that matters is staying alive, just having those numbers. Something. Yeah, nice work from Totson. Looks for a second. He gets clipped out of the air. TRG. And LSY going to find one of his own too. This is still very much going back and forth. Into a 2 versus 2. Because he was around that corner, but a smoke at the time. Spam through. Will favor MKZ. And Snake again thrust into a clutch. But again, it's on this B site where he's done oh so excellently. Knows where the second is as well. Hot flashing himself over. Flash is good. And the find is great as well. Snake, he is bailing this side out. That's the 3rd round that he's won off the back of himself alone.
Yeah, and again over towards the B bottom side so he can get it done on BL. He can get it on GR. Seems to just have that site on lockdown. This round has not started well for ROC. Gainer has opened the account onto Slayer. Funny thing is that ROC are not doing this super easily, but they are doing it. Good trade.
Slowly but surely. All that matters is that bit by bit approach. 2 more rounds, all they need. Be so vulnerable as well. Feel like time really has run out and the inevitable is here. Yetro. Let's find his kill though. Well, this is 3. Advantage for PingPongPals. They have to capitalize on situations like this.
Yeah, but Snare's gotten so deep into the bomb side. MKZ just not expecting that one. Pietro's been spotted. How is he not aware of that angle? How are you not aware of that angle? That is crazy. Needs to be done better from PingPongPals on their map pick. HDZ and LSY down low. I don't know how they're going to be able to recover this one at all. I mean, LSY going to hold his position for the moment, but this is going to take a bit of a miracle for the retake. And HDZ going down is not going to help matters at all. Snare giving the 1v1 over to LSY, but he doesn't care. He's going to win the fight anyway. And ROC up to map point.
Credit to them. You got to say, you know, just the way they've approached this, super deservedly. This is a ROC side who are capitalizing on every single advantage given to them. Unfortunately, I just think PingPongPals, especially after basically the first half of map 1, they've just fallen very, very flat. So little on offer, and it's obviously seriously come back to bite them. Totten push his way forward. Need to be super careful of this ledge, of course. It's an awkward angle to try and get control of. They can kind of pop out from anywhere. Yetro, first to fall. Not exactly what we wanted to see. MKZ, they know he's behind that door as he was spamming, but he's got to try and hold down the fort now. Smoke there as well. Horus waiting for his opportunity. And now they have the ability to actually wrap here towards B if they want.
They can kind of do whatever they want, honestly.
Yeah.
They've decided to go towards A. MKZ ooh, has a bit of a chance in here. They're all filtering in through the window. Where's Totson, though? His timing, I mean, I think that's what they're waiting for. They're just kind of waiting for Totson to get in there because that'll be the free kill on MKZ, and it is in the end. So, it's going to put him back into a 2v5, and I just don't really see that one happening.
I'm with you. Nice effort. Call it try, as we call it. But another great one for ROC. 2-0 up in the series, and they've got a very solid grasp of that grand final now as well. Not too far away from it. Unfortunately, for PingPongPals, you could just tell they never got in towards that map at all. It was maybe even, you know, arguably a real interesting, bold choice to even go for it. And it's obviously come back to haunt them a little bit. They never looked comfortable there in New Mexico at all.
Yeah, but I think that's also credit to ROC, who, to be honest, earlier on in the season, I didn't think looked very comfortable on New Mexico either, but they've been very clearly putting in some work on that map, knowing that, you know, it's going to be one that they're going to have to face at some point. Teams are going to try and angle for that curveball of a newer map in the pool against us, and you can tell that they're very well drilled in the end. And look, things with some instances were going their way, but overall, yeah, this is the ROC that we expected and hoped to kind of see in this best of 5 series to get themselves through to the grand final. And it is the team that has shown up today. So, you know, maybe a little bit of a hiccup to start things off on Port, but overall, yeah, can't say a bad word about them. So that's enough from us for those first 2 maps now. We've still got one potentially more, maybe a few more than that. We'll see.
Sure.
But we do have to hear from the analysts before we go into those maps. So let's chuck it over to those guys.
Thank you so much again, Neokai and Alpha Sky. Man, what a game 2, to be honest. I really think ROC is in it to win it. What do you think?
Yeah, as we said, we were waiting for the special cooking from PingPongPals, especially in New Mexico. We know that New Mexico, the guy's been practicing lately, and he picked it. That's PingPongPals pick, and then it ends in 10-3 in a fashion. To be honest, and the 3 rounds that ROC threw were in the global risk round. So, in my opinion, global risk side is now kind of not as it used to be very good side, because New Mexico now is basically depending on how you play in the blacklist, and that's how ROC Esports played on the blacklist. They played very good, they played very aggressive. We've seen how good the strategies that they showed us, that the water control that we have seen from them was kind of unstoppable from their side. So PingPongPals had no answer for these strategies and deserved win for ROC Esports 2-0 in the first semi-final of the playoffs today.
Yeah, and the real question is, after all that we've seen, is there gonna be an answer at all moving on to game 3, which could be the last game of this series?
Well, Todd's coming back.
Yes, exactly.
That means that ROC Esports starts stomping, because we've seen 10-6 first game, it was with Dizzy, and now it's 10-3 with Todd's on their map pick, which is PingPongPals pick New Mexico. Now they're going for game 3, as you said. So now, is it the time for, as we said, PingPongPals, in order to bring us into the table and come to the playoffs today and log into the servers, they need to be winning 1 map at least, because their V2 starts from the 4th or the 3rd to 5th map. Their V2 was not the first 2 maps at all, and we mentioned this at the beginning, because Port is usually one of the best maps for ROC Esports.
Yeah.
New Mexico, you gotta be playing mind games versus the coach of ROC Esports, who started New Mexico. Maybe I don't want to be saying months ago, but maybe at the beginning of the season he started doing it. So you will not be able to catch how good ROC Esports are on New Mexico. So it was not that best pick by PingPongPals. Now they're going for map 3. So PingPongPals, if they have answers, they need to show it right now.
Yeah, and with respect to ROC, I think the fact that Dotson came back, still did a decent performance. His mental was strong after missing game 1. His team definitely did support him and everything. Now we're looking at the set summary, and as again, Snake 2.67, man.
Yeah, he did very good, to be honest. He played very good. And we've seen the clutches that he did on the Global Race round. I wanted to mention this, that most of the Global Race round were clutches by Snake. Snake, the GOAT of B-side right now. The guy back-to-back 3K. One as a retake and the other one as well, retaking B-side, was kind of hilarious for PingPongPals, because they couldn't answer this. He played very good, he played very well. The IGL of ROC Esports, you usually do not expect this from the IGLing players, but now Snake coming up high is huge and stepping up high for his teammates and winning the most crucial rounds and securing the first half 6-3, destroying PingPongPals' mental with the clutches that he did.
Yeah, definitely one of a kind specimen here, because I think when it comes to PingPongPals, honestly, I feel like ROC has a good read on them when it comes to that. And as you said, New Mexico may have not been the best option, because they have very limited option due to ROC's performances across all map picks in general.
Well, and as we mentioned as well, you haven't seen ROC Esports actually seriously playing New Mexico, because they played it in the regular season. It was just some kind of risks. They lost to 999, they almost lost to PingPongPals as well, but now is the serious matter. But Eagle Eye, Port, Black Widow, Ankara, Subbase, any other map, you've seen ROC playing it in the playoffs in a very serious way. But New Mexico was a very, very high risk. Maybe it was a high reward for them, but it didn't turn out very well for them. Now they're going to be playing Eagle Eye, which is kind of, I'm still saying that it's the second best map for ROC Esports. That's why I'm saying that PingPongPals, maybe ban and pick system or the map V2 starts from Eagle Eye till Compound, kind of better, because Port, New Mexico, they had no chances at all.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Eagle Eye played last season and this season by ROC, and being on the opposing team, I would kind of be scared, whether it's GR or BL, because they play both styles the same. They're not going to give you any map control. They're going to try to take all the positions they need to secure the to be in place to get the picks, because it's not as big as a map as the others in a sense, right? The play area, it's not just as
it's
wide
very
as you
small
think. It's
map.
very constrained, right? And at the same time, I think they've also done their homework, whether it was New Mexico or regarding the coach or IGL as well, of PingPongPals and their ability to possibly lurk or to deceive ROC, and we just don't see that happening.
Because that's the experience when it comes to the playoffs. Everybody's going to be expecting that, yeah, they might have a lurker here. They had multiple millions of matches doing this rounds. So what you're going to be thinking about, probably ROC Esports already made some calculations that you might be doing it. So that's why we're saying. And also mentioning that Eagle Eye, yes, it's not that huge map like Ankara. It's maybe the smaller version of Ankara.
Yeah.
And ROC Esports, the strength point of them, that Slayer uses the second Ohm. He's the second Omer of the team on B side in the global risk, and Snare is on A side. So whenever you're trying to take control, which is very hard for the Blacklist on Eagle Eye, you're usually getting picked off by one of the Omers on the both sides. And usually that Snare sometimes plays very aggressive on A-Long at the start of the round, trying to pick off the guys playing on A-House, playing in A-Long, trying to pick BC. Same wise as also Slayer. When he's playing on Bridge, he's trying to pick off the guys on BC, whoever is trying to sneak under Bridge. So the on plays from ROC Esports, which shapes their global risk, that makes them very strong. Talking about their blacklist, is huge effort. They put huge effort on controlling the map. They usually do not execute only without any controls. No, they try to go for controls on Hotel. They have very, very solid controls on Hotel. They have very solid controls and lurks from Slayer as well in A-Long. He's usually the guy who's kind of throwing the 4 guys on B side and Slayer coming from A side. As we said, it's a very small map. Then you have wider angles and more chances for you to lurk from A side, from mid. Mid, we've seen Snake sometimes doing it, and along, usually Slayer is the guy who's holding and lurking, taking a long control, probably rotating back to the side.
Yeah, a lot of times when I see ROC, especially on Eagle Eye, playing against GR, they just corner you. They just close the map and then they engulf you. And then at that point, suddenly the execution happens, utility is thrown, and you're losing ally plus ally plus ally, and it's just like a 4v1 or a 4v2 situation. And you did highlight, if the rounds were swapped, right, they have the double arms set up, which means if you're trying to push with 4, even 5 players, you're most likely losing at least 1, if not 2, just to try to get the plant down.
It's not about also only planting, even if
even
if PingPongPals trying to control the side, that gives him a very high chance for ROC Esports to pick them up while controlling. That's how they are playing it very good, because the guys rely on their ohms, they rely on Slayer on Hotel. He's the guy who's trying to always get the kills and just escape, and try to kill one of the players and get the advantage for his teammates. Also, on the other hand, Snare. Talking about PingPongPals, they kind of play the same way. They have LSY with a second ohm on Bridge, but the amount of experience and skills is not matched to Slayer. And talking also about HDZ, he's very good on his side, but the executions of ROC Esports on his side is completely hell. The guys smoke off every single angle for the ohms on his side, so you never see anything. That's what makes their execution is very good. So PingPongPals will have a very, very hard times playing versus ROC Esports on their global side, because when PingPongPals goes for global side, they have to match their solid controls with their huge execution into the site with a lot of smokes. All the utilities are thrown down for a site. They smoke it on, smoke it up, smoke CT rotation, AC control, smoke everything. They leave you a tiny angle only to aim at, and the guys are pushing on this angle, killing whoever is hiding behind the smokes and trying to get the control at the site as fast as possible. On the other side as well, the hotel control from them is kind of very good, because Slayer always pressuring a side, forcing them to stay 2 in a side. Otherwise, they will lose a very wide area on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to ROC versus PingPongPals, just speaking with respect to this series, I feel like the tempo has shifted already. Their chance was there in game 1 when it was a 5-1 window. I don't know how.
5-1 window sub.
Yes,
substitute.
Exactly. Yeah, with a sub, and it's overwhelming. You know, if I was in their place, I would be overwhelmed too, because how can I go from 5-1 to a 10-6?
9 rounds, only
and now
1.
you can see the difference. You can see in the results. It's 10-3. So who knows what's gonna happen on Eagle Eye, you know?
It's 10-3 on PingPongPals pick.
Yes.
Imagine if it was already ROC Esports pick,
True.
which is gonna be right now
True.
ROC Esports pick
True.
on Eagle Eye. So they gotta be matching how good PingPongPals needs to match how good ROC Esports are on Eagle Eye.
Yes.
And Eagle Eye is usually a comfort pick for ROC Esports. That's what's make me scared of, because PingPongPals, they are about to get 3-0 and clean sweep on their first semi-final, but still this does not affect their place, because the guys, as I said, this their first time on the West League, going to the playoffs. So yes, we expected a lot from them, but they had to face the uncontested team and the undefeated team, which is ROC Esports.
Yeah, they're contenders nonetheless, and I think they're not playing bad at all. I just feel like it's just a matter of how can I say? There's a lot of elements you can add. First of them is being in the league compared to ROC, who's been in the league for ages. You know what I mean? This one and before it was renamed and whatnot. But PingPongPals, I think getting to possibly being in third, fourth place, who knows, is an accomplishment in itself. It's not over yet. I'm just talking in reality here, you know, because looking at game 1 and 2, there's 20 rounds compared to what, 9?
I guess 9, yes.
That's
10-6 and 3.
54, 56% increase. So
yeah.
if they can match that, and even if they can secure those 9 rounds, who knows what's going to happen in the future?
Well, yes, we mentioned this at the beginning of the series, that we said, yes, ROC Esports and PingPongPals, usually everybody's going to be going for ROC Esports because they're very strong, but still,
Favorite, yeah.
it's the guys who have the experience. They are the most experienced players in our league, not only in this matchup, but
Playing together.
Yes, in all the leagues, and they are the most consistent team. Them and GG as well, because GG also reformed last year,
Yeah.
which they added Spoxy instead of Dane. So
Yes.
GG, ROC Esports, these two teams never changed anyone since 2024. So now they have the advantage of this, and they have the experience that we mentioned already. The experience that shapes your playoffs games, the experience that shapes your best of fives, because best of fives are all maybe shifted towards your mental. If you can keep your composure, keep your mental, you lose 1 round, 2 round, it's a best of 5. You might play 5 rounds, 5 maps, you still have it. And if not, your mental will start be going down and down and down. And that's what we've seen from PingPongPals.
Yeah, great insight. Thank you so much, Penguin. Much appreciated. Let's go to game 3 Eagle Eye with New Kai and Alpha Sky, please.
All right, potentially and most likely the final map of this series as well. I mean, unfortunately, we just have not seen PingPongPals really get into this game at all. And this feels like ROC have more than enough up their sleeve to close this in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, no, I would be absolutely shocked if ROC would lose here on Eagle Eye. I think it's a map that they're very comfortable on. PingPongPals, I can't imagine are going to have a good time on this one at all. But, hey, we'll see. Stranger things have happened. We did see PingPongPals get on map 1 of Port, and I don't think I would have expected that either. So we'll see if anything happens. And the double sniper setup is going to be the option of choice to start things off here for ROC on the GR side. Both Snare and Slayer ready to go. PingPongPals are taking it very slowly to start off this third map. And you can not really blame this ROC lineup.
Gain up. Nice grouping up right now. No real commitment. It's a difficult map to play on. Not many Tides have been able to kind of take down ROC on this. Only two who I always see look very good against ROC on this map is Spoxy and Flex, in particular Spoxy. So something quite special is going to happen here. Or a Sniff and he kills the wall. LSRY going to get a double. That is pretty huge. Make that a triple from him. 1 versus 2 is Slayer left with it all to do here.
He's not keen to push the smoke on this rotate. LSY is watching it. Patience from Slayer here. Oh, he actually does get the kill onto LSY as a result of that. Now he'll be able to change his position up. He's going to go for the fast wrap. Already on the way. Even before HTC even thinks about planting. But Slayer also has no idea where HTC was up to. So in the end, he's just going to come floating back across. But he might have timed HTC something crazy. And he will win the kill and win the duel and win the round as a result. I mean, it's probably not even fair to call it a duel at that point, because I don't even think he was looking. Whoa, Totson. He's playing from Australia. He's joined me. I don't know that he wants to. It's 2 a.m. here, but whatever floats your boat, mate.
Yeah, that's coming soon. What's that? Who cares? And that's why you're gonna find the opener. He'll get quickly traded. Let's see if being upside down will help Totson a little bit more. He's had a pretty good series since he's come in. Only played obviously that previous map, but didn't look too shabby at all. He was pretty sharp. So Aussie gaming on the rise here. I can't even remember. Has there even been an Aussie Crossfire player? Who knows?
I don't think so. I think there might have been a couple playing in North America back in the day, like a long time ago. You know, on release kind of thing. But I don't believe that Crossfire's ever really taken off in Australia. I don't imagine that there's ever been an Australian team of any degree of note. I'm sure there are some players, but yeah, not. It's not certainly widely spread down here. But we're back to a 4-on-4 here, and quite a bit of map control for ROC still. Totson getting into a bit of a stoush there with Pietro. Does manage to drop him. Horus, early information that there's a couple of players headed in his direction over on the B-bomb side. We'll be calling for some assistance, and it's not going to come through in time. Snake around the back. A shot missed from HDZ will make it possible for Snake to continue to make some inroads, but numbers starting to dwindle for ROC. They're down to 2. Slayer can't afford to be missing any shots here. He's being chased. Snake is trying to help him out. And again, the sniper rifle doing the dirty work for ROC. Nice double from Slayer. Big finish again. It gets close, but ROC are too good so far on Eagle Eye.
There we go. Yeah, ROC looking fantastic. As we expect, as we've come to know is what is common. And you're going to find that opener. This actually seems to be relatively common, at the very least, that PingPongPals are finding opening kills. They just can't convert rounds. But again, that was very, very standard in towards the previous map. They got into a missions and fumbled.
Yep. Snake just up here on the A-bomb site, waiting for any kind of aggression. It's not going to come in his direction. PingPongPals have been able to steamroll their way into B. And only Snake left. He's been spotted out by Pietro, so not long for this world. May even just elect to take a little bit of a step back here and use this as a timeout, essentially, for ROC to have a chat.
I don't even hate that idea. Snake, you may as well have a look in. Any consolation kills, any numbers will be nice, but save the stats as well. PingPongPals do find a round. Something to work with. That, at the very least, is some level of a positive. But even still, man, I feel like, you know, we're looking at where we just don't want to give this side any opportunities to get towards the game. That's the main thing. In a situation like this, in a spot like this, do not give PingPongPals an opportunity too, right? You know, we've seen 2 back-to-back quite dominant maps coming through from ROC side, who've been phased by basically everything PingPongPals threw at them. It's more of the same.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, I got to imagine that ROC is going to be able to close things out. Shot come through over on A-bomb side. It's again favorable enough trades for PingPongPals. They're definitely not going down without a fight. Slayer's going to drop there as well. And so that leaves just Snake. This should be an equalizing round from PingPongPals.
Feels like a real oversight, may I say, by ROC. Just falling a little flat when it matters most. And yeah, PingPongPals being given opportunities. I think maybe even to a degree being a little bit too comfortable. Nice round to be taken. A little aggressive, up in their face, really trying to make them feel uncomfortable, and they do exactly that. ROC, take a bit of a breather, slow this game down. Force PingPongPals to play at your pace. That's the sort of thing we're looking for here. Opener, Slayer, he's good. Gets his, gets out alive, and that's ultimately all that matters. Swing, and they miss Horus. Just a little overzealous there.
Yeah, kind of just goes on his own there, doesn't he? I mean, I think, again, you've got to kind of look at that and wonder, why is that necessary in a 5-on-4? That is now going to prompt Slayer to have a little bit of a look, and he will find a timing. He's been intuitively pretty good on this map so far. So that will recover the player lead in this round. Ina's going to try and go charging up in through middle, but it doesn't really look like that one's going to be working. Snare keen for some kills of his own. Not much of a chance of that as PingPongPals slow it down. Snare's still looking.
Don't worry. Really quiet. Not a huge amount on offer. Just, yeah, I say that. Slayer will deliver. Nice find. Needed that. Inner on his back. A little funky still. A little weird in this round. This game is so low and he should be dead, and he is dead. Seen off. Seen over the line. That's ROC answering back in what they should have done a long time ago. Finding a very solid round and being able to put a lot of pressure on. That's much better. Start well, get out the gate early. Maybe that swing got a little unnecessary from Horus, but aside from that, it's okay. He's looking for more as well. He needs to be really careful.
Again goes down, but Snare still putting in some work. He's going to ensure that it's still only a 4-on-4. Another one for Slayer. And I think if we have to choose an MVP for this series, for me, it's probably going to be Slayer that will be leading from the front at the moment. He's just had so much impact over all 3 maps. And continues to do so here on Eagle Eye as well.
It's a great. That was fantastic. I think Snake in that previous map as well, some of his clutches were incredible. Recon, so like 3 rounds basically just felt like they were all off the back of him alone. Speaking of, we're going to need a clutch here once again. 3v3 on the retake.
Yeah. Very winnable for PingPongPals. DZ unable to land the first shot there, and he'll get traded down after pulling the pistol out. Now it's onto Snare, 1v1. Oh, it's like he missed a shot, and LSY will get it done. Another one for PingPongPals. They keep themselves in the close contest here on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, not too bad, I gotta say, from PingPongPals so far. This is much better than what we saw basically the entirety of that previous map, but ROC's map pick so far, not really actually looking that strong. This has been a map for them which has been quite beneficial throughout the season. I think a lot of the kind of quote-unquote lesser sides have really struggled to find solid form on a map like this, and yeah, you look where we are now, and I kind of thought this would be more of the same. PingPongPals just falling into the trap. Eagle Eye picked in ROC Punish, but yeah, there's actually a fair decent amount of ideas here. It feels like this is a map in which PingPongPals are really prepped for, and hey, so far it's working. No complaints.
PingPongPals are going to slow it down again this time. And to be fair, it's not a bad shout considering ROC of playing aggressive in a couple of these rounds, pushing in through middle. I don't think it's a bad idea for PingPongPals to just set up default and see if, again, you know, maybe Horus goes for another push. And he is going to. He's been caught off a couple of times doing this. Not this specific move. He hasn't typically gotten this far, but playing aggressively might not be what the doctor ordered for Horus. He spots out 3. Here's a pop flash. But this time, just going to back it up. And I much prefer to see that from Horus. Sometimes you have to really recognize when things aren't going your way and just kind of slow it down a little bit. It's going to be Tots and elsewhere that will try to aggress, and he also will fall. So PingPongPals are doing a good job of sort of pulling at the defenses of ROC and getting something to go their way.
Keeping up 30 seconds. Numbers favour PingPongPals, but the time doesn't, is the big thing. Slayer right ideas. Gain around that corner. Horus can be tested. How does he fare? 1 for 1, arguably not enough. And Slayer gets his, but a very quick trade coming through from Gainer. Nice work. Numbers advantage now in the post plant. You've just got to play non-contact. That's the way to approach this for the likes of PingPongPals. Desperately as much as you can. Try not to take too many fights. Try not to give too many opportunities. Snare missed his. LSY will get both at the end as well. So, There we are, back to winning ways PingPongPals, and again, back to looking really quite decent.
Yeah, 4 and 3. Not really having too much success with the aggressive plays on whichever side of the map it is opted for. This time Slayer kind of holding B long, does go down. So duels being won all over the place for PingPongPals. There's another 3 that fall for ROC. They've got to be looking at this and wondering what's going wrong. Is it maybe time for attack timeout? Probably not with 1 round left in the half after this, but disappointing first half here for ROC, even though it started so well.
Yeah, I think it's like disappointing considering how it started. I think it's sort of the mindset around this sort of one. Good work from PingPongPals. Actually really is a lot to like. Looking very, very sharp. Hitting shots that we kind of require of them. And really making this actually a very, very uncomfortable game to play. So
Tell me this is attack timeout. Surely not.
I mean, you
can't be calling attack timeout with 1 round left in the half.
Yeah, just use half time, right? Is what you assume. I mean, Slay's got his headphones off, so maybe it's actually more like a tech timeout.
Yeah, I don't know. No, it's attack timeout.
Oh. Slay doesn't have in-ears, right? So, yeah, actually, does he have in-ears? Just like,
Well, doesn't have them on.
yeah, his head, like, okay, there we go. Headset back on. I was gonna say, that's kind of, if you're taking a timeout and then one of your players, one of your main players too, isn't kind of listening, that's not what you want to see. Okay, we're back. But yeah, interesting. They are going to call for a timeout. So a lot of owners being put on this final round for ROC. They want to at least make sure they got something kind of to fall back on. But yeah, kind of a bold call.
It does surprise me. It does definitely surprise me that that's the case, because I would have thought 1 round left in the half, you kind of just take the gamble that you're going to get that or not get that. You save this attack timeout for you might get a little bit more value out of it in terms of, maybe 2, 3, 4 rounds in the second half. What happens now if we get to a close second half scoreline? You don't have that attack timeout to call, and then you just lose the map from there. So I don't necessarily agree with this one from ROC. What we do have to say is that this round absolutely must now be converted by ROC, because you have thrown all your eggs in the basket of this last round in the half. And if you don't get it, then that's going to really blow up in your face.
Yeah, the losers are actually really in trouble for the map itself, which is really quite interesting in a way. We kind of came in towards this one saying it should be pretty simple. Shouldn't have to break that much of a sweat for it. And, well, funny enough, it's not actually been the case here. PingPongPals, not really a lot they need to talk about, for being frank. They've actually been kind of loving life. Very simple, very effective, but not a lot to complain about since they've got going again. So a real interesting time. But yeah, timeout concluded. The show can get back on the road.
Yeah, I would suspect PingPongPals were very much expecting this map in the pool tonight.
Yes.
So they would have had a pretty good little crack at it in terms of the prep. There's not a whole lot of eagle eye to look at, right? Like, you don't often get to see ROC play this map because there's not actually that many teams that do play it, that will allow it through. It's typically one of the primary bans of a lot of teams.
Yes, agreed.
Here in the West League. So there's not a whole lot of material to look at, but certainly enough. And against good teams, typically they get to play it against Gaimin, does ROC.
Yep.
But big tack timeout for ROC, so got to be converting it.
I was going to say with the length of this, is this attack actually turned tech, unfortunately?
I think it just takes a long time to get back in the server these days.
There we go.
Yeah, that's what I think it actually is a lot of the time. And, well, there's an opener for Snare, so that's a good start. Alright, well, that's made a huge difference across the board. And I'm not really sure what to put that down to. I don't know that it's necessarily, some kind of ingenious strategy from ROC. I think there's just a lot of instances where some of these aim duels were not going their way in the first half, first stages of this half, but have been worked on here, and that should be enough to get them to 4. I mean, Pietro's not going to clutch this one out with 28 HP against 5 players, surely.
Yeah, you'd hope. Pietro, he's a dead man walking here. No chance. Not a 1 versus 5. So at least ROC, it's, you know, what we generally like to call a successful tack pause. You've taken a timeout and a moment to talk and gone and kind of won the round. Kind of, it makes you think, should they have called that pause considerably earlier? Because now it's long tack timeout into very quick round into another very long pause and a break. But at the very least, more time to converse, more time to talk, and if they can, again, find more success in towards the second half and start a lot stronger, then we feel more comfortable about it.
Yeah, I think you call it there with 2 rounds left in the half, right? And then you at least have the chance to win the half out or put 2 together at the back end and get a bit of momentum. But even though that round looks so clean for ROC, you just got to wonder, like, why did that not get called earlier?
Yeah.
And why couldn't we see that kind of a round a little bit more often on the GR side? But not the end of the world. Obviously, here at the halftime break, swap sides and see where we can go from here. You're right in saying that there's been a lot of delays in this series. You know, another one here just to swap the halves. Does slow the action down a little bit, slows the momentum down as well. And that also may be part of the strategy for ROC Esports in that, you know, 3BL had a pretty good run of things. Maybe they're just trying to make it so that that run doesn't get converted into a run of momentum. They're going to make it a slow game here and just have them sitting there until they've gone a bit cold.
Yeah. I mean, like, sometimes as well, that is kind of, I think, you know, maybe not underhanded tactics, but I think that is a way to approach it for PingPongPals, just really kind of break up this game a little bit. Same for ROC in sense of things aren't going well for them. It's a strategy that a lot of teams use, whether it's attack or tech. You slow this game down, you really take a moment to breathe. But, you know, back underway. It's a 5-4 half for PingPongPals, and, you know, credit to them actually looking really, really solid. But that final round was very, very good. That's why. He'll start well. It's the opener and a second behind it. He's looked crisp, and he continues to do so. He has the support. MKZ and Pietro, a kill apiece, and, well, now I'm back into a 1 versus 5. This has been weirdly quite consistent.
Not going to happen for Snare.
Flawless, man.
I just think ROC have gone a little bit cold on this map of Eagle Eye. It just seems like a lot of their fights are not working out. There's another instance of that. LSI should never be getting away with 3. You know, you can give him 1, give him 2, but 3 is just getting a bit much at that point. So ROC going to try to run it back here. And when they say run it back, they're really not doing a whole lot of running at all. Just hanging around in mid. Seeing if Snare can find a pick. That's time that's being given over to him.
Okay. Looking for a peek here. I don't think HCZ would have been seen. Oh no, I tell a lie. He has, but pop shot doesn't connect. Snare and Slayer both taking damage there, so that's definitely going to hurt. Even if it's just a little bit. Going to have a knock-on effect, that's for damn sure. I'm not committed. 1 minute 20 to work with. Yeah, still not loads really on offer here. Going back to what we we're saying, still feeling and looking kind of flat for this ROC side. They're 2 hours behind now.
Well, it could be 3. In just a minute, with Snare being tagged up, the map control looking a little bit worse for wear for ROC. LSY, he's being chased down. No one in hotel at the moment. Todson's going to have a little bit of a look for that. They've got to clear this one out together, and LSY does eventually drop. That is the inroads that ROC have been looking for. Now they can make their way in toward B. Some util lined up. KZ takes matters into his own hands, and he will fall on bridge. Gainer is the last line of defense at the moment. Horus in there, just a couple of steps ahead of his teammates, but the spacing is good. The trade will come through. Client, no doubt, will go down. Totson ensuring that Pietro can't deny that. It'll be a 5th for ROC. I'm just still continuing to have to play catch up on this map, though.
You're right. HTC. It's fine. On the cross. Will get caught. Bit of a sigh of relief for ROC. I think it's safe to say they've obviously been so shaky, and around like that with 3 staying alive, that just, I think, at least reignites things a little bit. That'll just make life feel a little bit more comfortable. They've got, I think, get back-to-back ones as well. That'll go a long, long way. You go 2 for 2. You tie this game up. Pressure right back on the shoulders there of PingPongPals. But yeah, this is it's a real interesting game. There's a lot that I think ROC need to do to prove to us. But HTZ and Horus, they got 1 apiece. Horus is going to climb in towards the site as well. And he'll actually get a nice shot. He catches HTZ back turned in the side. So that'll hurt things. Numbers advantage now for ROC. And with the C4 going down, this makes life very difficult for PingPongPals.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace from ROC. Has caught PingPongPals off. Round's not yet done though. Retake definitely on, but this position of Snake could prove to be a pivotal one. There's rotation coming through his direction. Snare really under pressure now. Snake actually does catch Pietro in the meanwhile. He pushed out for that, but someone needs to help Snare, and there's no help coming. They're just playing time now, ROC. Which might not be such a bad shout anyway. Snake and Totson only have to hold on for another 5 seconds here. There's pretty much no time left available for the defuse. PingPongPals, they're going to get up onto the side. I think he had to reset that. Has he got it? Oh, no, he does.
Yeah.
He does got it. I thought he reset it and he didn't have enough time for the defuse, but they just got it done in the end. And yeah, a little bit of baiting going on really there. I think for ROC, Snare was just so cooked behind that box and nobody helped him out.
It's a bad round to lose though, isn't it? It shows that there is ways to really, really break that synergy over towards ROC. And another 2-round buffer. That's a horrible one to lose considering how things started. It's a real tilter too. Again, credit where it's due. PingPongPals are not pulling any punches right now. They are getting to a point of really starting to make something out of this game.
Tosson's been spotted. MKZ, though, going to go down. It's 1 for 1, though. As Horus just continues to have a rough run on this map of Eagle Eye.
Yeah.
He will go down to LSY and Snare. Tagged up a little bit here, too. This is not the setup to the round that ROC are really keen on. So they're going to reset. Gainer. He's also kind of floating around. Snare spotted him crossing to the right side and waits patiently for the push. Not sure what the thought process is there from Gainer, as he's going to give up a pretty significant advantage. And again, ROC should be back in. Slayer, delayed reaction. He saw HDZ a couple of times, but I guess just didn't recognize that he was there. You can see just these little things for ROC. A little bit off. But seems to be okay, at least in this round. Slayer will be caught. But C4's on its merry way towards B.
Yeah, you look at the HP as well. That makes you slightly believe that there will be a chance for HTZ, but it shouldn't be the case. He's just on the opposite side of where he needs to be. So, thankfully, this should be a ROC 6th on the board. After what has been really uncomfortable all the way throughout turn. Straight into the crosshair of Snare. Nice, simple, and easy. A side that still looked quite pressured. There's no real celebrations coming through for them. They were happy and cheerful all the way throughout maps 1 and 2, but you see how locked in they are now, and they know that they really are still on the back foot.
Yeah, they've actually really got to work hard to close this series out 3-0. There's a very real chance that PingPongPals get this one through to a 4th.
I still believe in it.
Who
I
knows
just think
what
they
can
need to
go
wake
from
up.
there. Yeah. Yeah, a couple of individuals going missing.
Yeah, they're a side who could just, like, I think, just get a little bit comfortable at times when maybe there's not as much pressure. I think we saw less of this as well when they were on boot camp together. And, of course, since joining ROC, it's not as common that we see that. I don't think we've seen it at all since
No,
they
they
joined ROC.
haven't. Not this season. Not this season. Previous season they were. I think they were still ROC, but definitely not this season. They've all gone their separate ways in that respect. So I think that was more of a 3BL thing. It might have been a 3BL house. But certainly not. It's definitely a change in approach from ROC. Not that it's necessarily hurt them all that much, but maybe there's something to your thoughts as ROC starting to push their way up into mid. Gainer is in behind them. They're not aware of that, and you've got Snare like floating around here as well. This is a committed hit on the A bomb site, and it seems like it's going to work out. Gainer thought about making a timing push through the smoke. Can't see much, can't get anything done. ROC have gotten towards A unscathed, but this is still a tenuous hold at best. It's 4-on-5 for the retake. PingPongPals need that opening kill. They will get it, but there's an immediate trade from Totson. MKZ in there as well. Snake again, just biding his time. You got a rifle in the position. Snare was in last time, and he's going to look to strike, and that's big. That'll be the 2K that should win this round for ROC.
Running and gunning. Totson will close it. Nice work. Needed that. Bit of heroics go a long, long way in a situation that they're in. And now we see ROC really starting to put that pressure back on. 7-all, game tied, and no game to be had here. It was quite difficult to predict as well with potentially Pals falling a little flat. Slayer and Horus. They can kill Zoro, and Snake as well going to add to it. Oh my god, it's quickly going so awry for the PingPongPals side. They are feeling so much pressure now.
Yeah, it's just numbers making the difference there. ROC just have the extra players dedicated over there. They win that spam battle, and at this point, fast plant. You want to see keeps that pressure on PingPongPals. This could be 8 for ROC, and it'll be first time in a long time that they've had the lead here on Eagle Eye, but they are now tasting that victory. 3-0, very much on the cards. Might expect to see another fast round out here from ROC. They do typically like to get their maps quickly once they get a taste for it. Perhaps have to give PingPongPals a little bit more respect than that.
Yeah. Not going to discount them too much just yet. So. They're going to go up on high. He's just hunting for information. Huge amount. He does spot HTZ. It's a couple of taps, but can't do a lot with it. Just be careful of the man up close. He's trying supporting Util, but there's a world in which he could get caught just a little bit off guard. I speak to soon Snap. We'll find out why. Slayer aware of the potential push, hence why he's tucked his head once again. Gainers around that corner. When a nade will come through as well, this will soften him up. I speak to soon, actually. No, it doesn't. It goes all the way through both doors, so it takes no damage.
Perfect. At least as far as Gainer is concerned. He might have to be the linchpin here for PingPongPals. I think he's going to have to get something done, whether it be find some information or get a kill, or the alternative is go down, and that's going to make it even worse for PingPongPals, as Horus also will catch up with HDZ, and it does just seem like ROC have accelerated in the last sort of 2-3 rounds. Passage of play has really picked up, and they will be now up to 9. You'd think they'll be up to 9. MKZ and Pietro are going to have a tough task of retaking this site when MKZ's on the other side of the map and having a fight for territory. He can't get across. Pietro spotted as well. So indeed 9 secured for ROC.
Alright. 1 round away and booking their spot in towards the final end. It hasn't been the easiest fought. You look back at kind of even all the way to that first half of map number 1. They were a little bit all over the place. Took a while to get going. Horus take a chunk of damage from a double nade, but he gets out here. He wants to swing, he wants to find. It is MKC around that corner, quickly traded, and Horus is holding W. He's looking for kills. He overlooks Pietro. Does get the kill. HTC will fall. Pietro's still low as well, but numbers favor PingPongPals. This is so scrappy.
Yeah, Slayer's on A though. And that C4's on its way over, so there's still quite something to be said about this round. We'll see if Slayer can find one. He saw maybe the tip of the head of Gainer. Won't hang around on that line long enough to pick up the kill. Wants to actually set himself up and look towards BL spawn, but in the meanwhile, that's not going to work out. So, potential for an OT here on map 3. ROC with one more chance to close it out cleanly in regulation and get that 10-8.
It would be a wild thing. Head to OT in not even just this sort of series, but just the way it's panned out. You know, map 1 and 2, from when ROC came alive, they were incredibly one-sided, and you know, we came in towards this Eagle Eye thinking to be more of the same. And sure, of course it hasn't, but to get an OT after 2 back-to-back maps of one-sided affairs shows that this PingPongPals side have a lot in the tank for them. A lot of mental fortitude. And KZ behind that smoke as well. They're going to go dry, and it's Horus who finds the opener. Now Tots has a nice little run of things to take this hotel control.
Yeah, Horus has definitely started to come online a little bit more so, and that may be part of the reason why ROC had that really quick, good passage of play. He was not doing too well, but now he's up to 8 and 6. Head's been spotted. LSY might have been spotted out there by Horus as well. You could see him turn around. Slayer dropping to Pietro. This round is definitely not over yet. Snake's going to try to look to retake the space in through middle. That was the C4 that they need to retrieve, and so this is a really important duel. Pietro just keeping his head down. Gainer's there as well. This is a tough nut to crack for ROC. I'm not so sure. He might be going OT here. Look at these lines that the PingPongPals players are able to hold. That C4's just dropped in a really awkward position. Horus goes down. There's trade in from Snake. He needs a double. He'll get a double, but he needs more. He's solo, and he now needs a 1v2. LSY will give him one more, and he knows he suspects HDZ. Snake, could he get it done right here? Pistols come out for HDZ. Shots coming through on both sides, but HDZ wins and will go OT.
Wow. Heading to overtime. That is wild. I didn't think that would be the case. I really thought he had the chance to close it out there, but still life left in them just yet. Look where we're at now. It's PingPongPals who, they've reset this. Momentum's no longer a factor. And a decent chance at potentially stealing a map away here. Even getting to OT in itself is wild.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, credit to PingPongPals. Like, again, I think at the end of the day, you do have to sort of sing their praises a little bit. Like, this is a completely new team this season. Yeah. I don't know that many people would have predicted them to even make it to the playoffs. In the playoffs, no one would have predicted them to beat ROC. I still don't, but they're giving them a really good run, right? They had a decent start to the port. You give them some credit there. Map 2, I think we can say, is a bit of a write-off.
Sure.
But here on Map 3, OT, you are making ROC work for this series. And not many teams would be able to say that they could do that in the playoffs. Now, see whether or not PingPongPals can actually get themselves a map here. They are in a position, certainly, to do so. ROC are going to try and throw something a little bit more forward in to start it off. Set the pace, set the tempo. Totson going to eat a couple of grenades for his troubles. And there's no response from PingPongPals in towards the middle. So ROC are going to disband that hold initially and try something a little bit different. Totson just going to set up close here. It's a nice cheeky angle. Probably not a bad spot to be in when you're on 17 HP.
Still. Waiting game. Flashed around that corner. Pietro just don't replays close right, and he doesn't. So a freebie for Totson there.
On B.
Yeah, this is a little funky.
And you got a question though, like what's the read there to clear middle if we're going to commit to B?
It's true.
It does allow you into B, but still a 3v5 retake, so it should be pretty achievable for ROC. They're going to start to dump some util. Flashes in the way for 4 seconds here. ROC are going to have to start thinking about moving quickly, and they do get a nice entry in there from Slayer, who looks for more. There's a smoke down. He's going to sit the defuse, and ROC just overwhelm it. So, yeah, I think from PingPongPals, it might have been a bit on multiple pages there, that round setup.
I feel like, we're kind of at a spot where for PingPongPals, it looks like they're running out of kind of true ideas in the strat book a little bit. They're falling flat when it comes to just trying to overwhelm this ROC side. It was working a little bit earlier because they had a couple of pocket strats, but now they're known quantities.
How's Snare alive? How is he allowed to get away with that? And again, this is a position we've seen him in before. He needs some help. And this time, at least, he's getting it. Totson's kind of having a look. They're going to escort him out. So, much better from ROC. A lot of damage done onto Gainer and LSY. I'm just absolutely shocked that not a single player walks away there without losing their life, whether it be on the BL or the GR side.
Yeah, no, you are right. I mean, it's small things where they've got confirmed sort of damage in a way. They've got to be seeing those over the line, but don't capitalize on what feels like stark advantages. Heading towards hotel. One there for it to be remotely effective. 1 minute 20. And Slayer opens things up. Nice find. And that's why. Slayer might even just stick around here a little bit. He can play in through that door if he wants. No, he's going to give up a lot of his control play for that real deep angle. Has to be careful in this lower position. Hence why he's having a look. And he takes damage and again gets away alive.
Yeah, that's not great for PingPongPals. That, I think, was their opportunity to find an opener. It's a big fight over A-Long happening at the moment. Just a lot of players scurrying around there. Pietro looking for his timing. Not quite going to get it. Drawing some pressure, though. And the B bomb site is where it looks like PingPongPals do want to finish. C4's headed over in that direction, but ROC are well set up for that. You've got Snake forward. He's opting to back off to go towards bridge, but numbers are definitely here for ROC. Slayer's waiting for the push deeper into the site. He's not necessarily looking for the kill on that cross, but allow that plant to go down. Gainer swinging solo into GR spawn. Is going to go down. Pietro does get Horus, and now Snake stuck in the corner. Needs to try to take this fight to MKZ. Gets aggressive, jumping across. Doesn't find the kill. 28 seconds left here. Some kills starting to follow through. PingPongPals. Snare, you thought was in a crucial spot. Wasn't. It's now down to Totson in the one-on-one. He's got no idea, though, where HDZ is, and HDZ will secure it. PingPongPals get another.
Far from being over this map, it feels. Back and forth, this overtime is gone, and ROC, a similar vein that we were talking about a little bit over PingPongPals, but this inability to capitalize on an advantage. You got the opener, you got damage dealt as well, and it was feeling a little scrappy, and PingPongPals responding can. They group up, they play as this sort of pack mentality, and it works for them. So, great work. 10-all. And still feels like anybody's map. This is still incredibly difficult to predict right now. I don't know where this is heading. Generally speaking, you always want to favor ROC just as a whole in the West League, but they're not looking fully on their game right now.
Well, PingPongPals will take a bit more of a reserved approach to the last round of their BL side. They'd love to pick this one up. But a bit of a presence back in towards middle here from Horus. He's holding his shots. He wants 2, and he's going to get 2, maybe even 3. Oh my god, Pietro is lucky to be alive. That was an unreasonable spray transfer from Horus. It's not a round winning spray transfer just yet, but it does put it very heavily in the favor of ROC. It goes a long way to winning that round for them.
Looking for another as well, but you know, maybe reluctantly give up a bit of space here. Didn't work out for him last time. Oh, nice shot from HZ. Quick reaction, catching Snake. That feels a little funky. I don't really know where we go from here. When it's so exposed, I was worried about Totson in the open, and yeah, out he falls. Thankfully, Slayer is there, but numbers now even. This is another round that could slip through the fingers of ROC.
Well, Snare's on the site. Slayer's there with the crossfire as well, but Snare overpeaks the corner. This is the second time. And a 1-for-1 trade. That's good enough for PingPongPals. I mean, that round is really poor from ROC. Totson pushing alone. Goes down. Then you see the overpeak on the corner. Again, alone. Yes, I understand. ROC's looking for information, but they're just giving up these little untradeable kills that allow PingPongPals back into this round.
Crazy time, though, honestly. PingPongPals, they're being gifted opportunities. You have to really start questioning ROC. They are way, way too overconfident. And it's sad to see how poorly things are going now. This ROC side, who should have taken this in 3, sort of with ease. put now in a really difficult spot. And, you know, we spoke about this a little bit earlier, that really early time out, and things kind of never really truly got going. Very back and forth in that sense, but yeah, man, this is real rough.
Yeah, I think you look at that round and Horus getting the 2 kills plus the extra damage onto Pietro, and you think that should be enough to win a round. But I sort of alluded to it during the round itself and said that's not necessarily a round-winning play with the way that ROC have been looking at the moment. They are not looking 100% comfortable, locked in here right now on Eagle Eye. So we'll see how things go. It definitely feels like this is, you know, maybe a golden point.
Yeah.
Kind of a game.
Well, it feels like
we've
golden
got 3 guys not in their seats, by the way.
It feels like golden point of ROC are lucky. They're actually really losing control of this. And yeah, you are right. It's never a good sign to see 3 people not in their seats. So I think it's safe to say this map isn't getting underway anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, what's going on here? Like, we're in overtime. How can you not be in your seat at halftime of OT? I don't understand this. Like, I just don't understand. You know, maybe they're going to the bathroom or something like, but, you know, can we not wait? Or what's more important right now than what's happening in this game for ROC is my question.
It's got to be like
this has to be. No, but it can't be, bro. Like, it can't be.
You sure?
For 3 guys.
I can't think what else it could be. Surely that's like the only thing they like let you up for, you know what I mean?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, you can't stop people from leaving when you're doing a remote production like this. But
yeah, like
my thing is, you know, it just shows that you're not locked in to me. That's what it says. You know, because like anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. It looks like we're getting back underway with this second half here, but I don't know, guys going up to fill up their water bottles or something like that. I mean, you're just not focusing on the game 100% at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
I mean, this is a game that, like, end of the day for ROC, the fact that they made it into playoffs here for the second time probably does mean that they're fine to go through to something like an EWC. But, you know, there's a lot of money on the line here in CFWL, and this is your livelihood. I think you got to be locking in, and they are dropping players like Flies. Gainer's got himself 1, nearly 2 there onto Slayer. Immediately, though, ROC change their approach after having been spotted. Pietro backing up away from middle as well. So it's just a lot of toing and froing happening around the map to start things off here in the second half of OT.
Yeah, for sure. Well, 100 advantage, PingPongPals. At the moment, only really the one side in this. ROC have looked so shaky. So yes, they got anything for us. MKZ's making a bit of a move here. Surely must have been her dropping down, so they got to know somebody's close enough. MKZ really feels like he makes or breaks this round. If he can get even just 1 here before falling away, that would go huge. But he's given the luxury of getting out. He'll really dip out of there, and yeah, so nice work from him. Just given the luxury of falling away, and ROC unable to punish what really was looking like a big overextension.
LSY posted on the line, gets the better of Totson. You got Snake, who's already been able to kind of cross up towards the B bomb site, but you are going to need some insane entries on this B site. Already the rotations come across. Snare's not aware of LSY. Close, though. The swing doesn't quite get it done. MKZ does find the trade. Snare unable to get himself 1 more. And this looks like it is going to be PingPongPals through to 12, which will secure at least golden point, if not maybe even the map here for PingPongPals. ROC are just not looking locked in on Eagle Eye.
Yeah. They're map pick and they've fallen asleep here. There is, unfortunately, not a lot on offer. This is not where we want to be, really, at all. It's a difficult difficult situation that we've kind of put ourselves in, because it's hard to talk about the real positives for ROC right now. They're playing for Golden Round, and that does feel like quite the big ask. Shot by MKZ. This total control, and it will be Horus finding yet another. So this round feels like it should be in place, but now back into a 3 versus 4 as Pietro drops Slayer. Big kill to find. He hasn't been lights out in overtime, but kind of moments out of series. HDZ and have had a kill. They've onto this flank as well. Snare's in a lot of trouble. He's opting for the call. C4 goes down.
Just overthinking it, going back and forth and back and forth. That's a nice shot from Snare. Great double kill. Another quick scope to find that trade, and he might have done just enough to keep ROC alive in this round, but you can tell ROC are overthinking it. We'll talk about that in a second. We'll see what Gainer can do here on the 1v2. It is very winnable with both Snare and Horus very low. 15 seconds. Snare caught in transition. Horus can find the trade. Oh my god, why is it this hard? I mean, ROC, they get the 2 kills on B. They lose a player in middle. And then they slow things down. Instead of taking the B bomb site 4-on-3, they kind of have 2 going forward, 2 going backward. And it's like, you've got to be moving with confidence. And they're just not at the moment. That almost cost them in that round.
Yeah, you're right. My god. A wild time, though. 12-11. Final round of OT, looking to try and get this towards a golden round. The fact that we even need a golden round in this sort of a map is kind of crazy in itself. It's the pick of ROC, which has just not looked anything like how we expected. PingPongPals, you've done so well in this OT. Just one more, you take it to another map and have a chance still at the series.
Gainer. Oh, he's so lucky to be alive. But he can still be a gun in the game, and that is still scary enough for ROC. 5-on-5, quickly goes to 5-on-4 as that grenade will connect, but Snare also falling. So ROC are definitely having trouble keeping their numbers healthy. Pietro's been a bit of a menace in mid as well. His timings have been impeccable. So things will slow down here in the 4-on-4 as ROC are aware of how important this round is. Pietro gives a chance over to Snake. They know they've got him stuck in, locked in. This has to be a kill, and it will be. No assistance coming through for him, but Slayer will fall over towards A-Long. And every time ROC get an opener, they lose someone somewhere else. And that has been their big problem. We are now back to 3-on-3, and they don't have any map control with 35 seconds left to go.
Yeah, what's the play here? Pressure really on us as time ticks.
Call's been made. 2-stack towards B.
I like the move.
LSY's in a great spot, and he's been hitting his shots. You've got to back him in this kind of moment. HDC also looking pretty good, up and alive in this clutch. And where's the confidence from ROC? They're just not scaling into this site at all. Horus is gone down alongside Totson, which leaves Snake with 5 seconds. It's unwinnable. It is unwinnable. This game is over. The map is done. He can't get the plant. And PingPongPals have pulled off an upset on Eagle Eye. And ROC need to have a good hard look at themselves after that one, because that was definitely leaving a lot to be desired.
Yeah, really, really underwhelming, unfortunately. That is just not what you want to see from them. And on the flip side, credit where it's due. I think really, really decent for PingPongPals, especially in towards that second half and into OT. A lot of nice movements. I thought the start looked a little worrying for a kind of a second into OT, where things fell a little flat early doors, but man, they punished ROC. ROC looked overconfident, maybe overcomfortable, but they weren't really kind of locked in towards that map. And now we go towards a fourth, and we have to start looking at this and saying, you know, PingPongPals have opened the door a little bit. ROC really quite flustered when it mattered most. So crazy that we get to a fourth, but for now we're going to throw it over towards the desk. We'll see you soon.
Thank you again for all that casting. Very, very, like everything they said, I agree with. PingPongPals opened the door. Now there's an option of going to an actual best of 5.
Yeah, because ROC Esports are not the team that's playing Black Widow. We've seen them playing Black Widow for 10 times, winning only 1 time. So now ROC Esports put themselves in a very tough situation, because if ROC Esports loses Black Widow and they go to compound, it's not the best map for ROC Esports at all.
Rock as well, yeah. I mean, all I can say is everything we said earlier can be shoved aside right now. We were looking at a 3-0 clean sweep.
Yeah, but
and
we
thought
said that if PingPongPals won one map,
Then
might
it's a
goes to the
ping
5
pong.
maps.
yeah.
Because the veto of PingPongPals, we said that it's starting from the 3rd map. Not the 1st, not the 2nd map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the highlights right here, to be honest, there were a lot of close rounds for both sides, but I think going to overtime, it just shows how hard it is to be in the playoffs, you know what I mean? Yeah, even from a 0-2 deficit, you're able to come back.
Yeah, well, we've seen how ROC Esports played. They played exactly the same as we said. They usually on their blacklist. They go for the auto control. They try to get this control, try to get this area, try to find some trades in this area, and then Slayer from A house, he goes to A side solo, trying to take it in order to pressure the enemy team from both sides, from the hotel side and also from the A side. Yes, it worked very first round, maybe second round as well, and then they started expecting Slayer, and HDZ started to wait for Slayer's peak on A side, and we've seen it multiple times. So Slayer should have kind of changed his playstyle. We've seen it also in the last round. Slayer still managed to go for the A house and get back to the box in A long, while his teammates were trying to take control in mid, trying to trade on Petro on the blue doors, and then suddenly he instantly died on A side, making it harder for ROC Esports. Talking also about Snare on the global side, we've seen how aggressive he played on A long, and this summarized what Neokai said, that the guys were overconfident and maybe so comfortable on their movement, on their decision making, but PingPongPals, they took the advantage of such mistakes.
Yeah, it seemed like Rock was angsty. They were trying to close this out as soon as possible by making, I wouldn't call it mistakes, but brave plays, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Overextending or pushing when they really should just be holding and so on.
Yeah, and trying to play very aggressive, trying to play with the same style. Slayer always going into a side, he's trying to lurk from a side. Okay, he got it one time, he won the A side one time, second time HDZ waited for him, third time as well HDZ waited for him. So he kind of needed to shift his gameplay from trying to pressure every time on a side when his teammates are kind of onto B side, but then also PingPongPals, the credits for them for adaptation, because the team who didn't adapt is ROC Esports, but
Yeah.
the team who adapted are PingPongPals. The guys played very well. Eagle Eye was perfect from my side, from their side, and in my opinion, these guys are locked in to win Black Widow and get us to map 5, and map 5 is kind of the pressure all will be thrown into ROC Esports shoulders.
Yeah, and I have to give credit as well, not just to PingPongPals, but LSY did really good. He
Yeah.
did really good. Just
Yeah,
looking in the set summary on his KDA, man, that's impressive. 1.64. Snare, Slayer, they also had a decent game, but it wasn't enough to close it out.
Yeah, the team, as we said, they played very good, but kind of very aggressive when you didn't need to do it, and sometimes I've seen them falling, not falling in game, but kind of falling very fast into the trades, trying to maybe finish the game very fast as we've seen. But this is not how ROC Esports play, but PingPongPals, they punished them for this, and this is what we need. If a team is playing like this, I would love that the enemy team is punishing it and going
Yeah.
for map 3. Sorry, map 4, potentially map 5, because PingPongPals, now their V2 starts. Black Widow and Compound, way better than Port and New Mexico. So now we've got ourselves a best of 5.
Do you think PingPongPals planned this exact scenario that we're in, that they
No,
pushed
definitely.
game 4? Probably not, right?
No,
Based
maybe-
on the map picks, you know?
Based on the map picks, and you're playing ROC Esports, yes, definitely
Yeah.
PingPongPals expected that they're going to map 5, and this is one of the best things that can happen for them, because they don't want to be stomped 3-0, and they are not the team that is going to be stomping ROC Esports 3-0, talking fact and just
Yeah.
touching the grass. So now, PingPongPals, what they need to do is to try to play Black Widow very slow, because ROC Esports are not the team that's playing Black Widow very good. They played it maybe just a few times in the regular season. It didn't turn out very good for them. They won one time, they lost around 6 or 7 times in Black Widow. So now heads high for PingPongPals. We've seen them also beating InnerCircle in Black Widow. That means that the Black Widow is good. So now, if PingPongPals played the same style, try to punish the aggressive picks from Snare or the aggressive plays that's been taken maybe by Slayer, because usually ROC Esports play very aggressive on Black Widow.
Yeah.
Under global risk, they usually fight for Elong, they usually fight for water, or if you take control Elong, they're gonna be collapsing for your water and cat on you. Bridge and cat peeks into mid, they're not gonna give you an easy control. So if PingPongPals play very slow, I'm trying to maybe catch the mistakes of ROC Esports. They have a chance in going into compound, and when it comes to compound, I would say that PingPongPals are a very good team on compound, because Petro is a very good leader on compound.
Yeah, and we did highlight early on that Petro's footprint, we can say, is visible in all the games. Maybe not so much in game 1 and 2, but definitely in game 3 we saw a lot of it, and we hope to see more in game 4, because at the end of the day we're here for the entertainment, at least us and the audience, right? 5 games, I would be satisfied.
Well, the 5 games chances now are very high, unlike the
are.
first 2 maps. When we've seen the first 2 maps, we said, okay, it might be a stomp for ROC Esports. 10-3, 10-6, 9 rounds in both maps. But now, coming here, getting the win over ROC Esports on Eagle Eye, which is one of their picks.
All right, let's send it to game 4, back to our casters.
Well, if we're being frank, we never actually expected to be here. And now we're heading towards this map number 4, and I mean, ROC just looking all over the place, Jordan. It was not the map that we expected of them. Now, are they expected to take the series still? Yes, absolutely. But credit to PingPongPals for making something out of this. I mean, many people, ourselves included, would have always thought this would just be a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, I feel though sometimes when I see this kind of thing happen, this is going to be one of those situations where ROC just comes in and absolutely obliterates. You know, like how often do you see them lose a close map, then come in and like 10-2 the next one or something like that. We'll see whether or not PingPongPals can withstand that. I think there is definitely something to be said for PingPongPals here. As you can see, HDC, he's popping off, but eventually gets brought down by a grenade. We're back into a 2-on-2. This is a much quicker pace to start this map off. Doesn't give us a whole lot of time for storylining. Bomb plan's going to go down here for Snake. And Pietro just having a little bit of a jiggle here in the doors in the smoke. Isn't really spotting too much out. He's going to be greeted with a flash. That'll cost him a bit of time. MKZ around the back. Totson not too keen on that idea and will decide to dislodge Pietro's position. He can not quite get himself to safety behind the box. That grenade will finish him off. And Snake, out in no man's land, decides to take the fight. It's not going to work out for him. It was a confident play, but couldn't get it done. And PingPongPals will get themselves a win, courtesy of MKZ, to clutch out that first round. What I was going to say was, Port, I think you look at that one as PingPongPals and you've got to be bitterly disappointed for letting Port slip by the wayside, because it was a map that was very much in contention, and had they won Port and then come on to win there on Eagle Eye, now you're up 2-1 in the series, and it feels like such a more doable task than essentially making a reverse sweep against ROC.
Yeah, and you know, you've put yourself in a spot where you get the opener in this map as well. We're looking at it and saying the what ifs, right? Like, what if they had actually taken that Port, their pick, and had given themselves a chance in this series? Either way, unfortunately, that ship has sailed. So, opener though for PingPongPals, ROC still not looking that clean, and Slayer caught with ease. He is alone towards long, and there's nobody even remotely close to trade. Super simple for PingPongPals to get the opener. This has been the thing that's worrying. HCZ fighting more, makes a second. He's shutting it down from sight. More behind it, nails Horus, and oh, that'll be that. It's Tots and all that's left.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely starting to look a bit problematic for ROC, and if this is how you're going to try to challenge the snipers, then I'm sorry, but it's not going to work. You know, they cannot be taking these one-by-one peaks, just trying to outduel the sniper. You've got to do something a little bit different. This was way too good from HDZ. One-by-one for ROC. How's that ever going to happen? So we'll get back into round number 3 here. I just want to maybe see ROC try something a little bit pacier, a bit quicker. Dislodge the stronghold on this map that PingPongPals already feel like they've set up.
Yeah, let's see. I just feel like I want to see, you know, you're kind of a bit pacier. It's just, for me, it really feels like a real confidence thing. just want to see this ROC side approach this game sort of how we're expecting, which is, who's the better side? Okay, we are. Let's play out the better side then. At the moment, it really feels like we're in this spot where, for them, they're giving so much respect over to the PingPongPals, and it's just too easy. LSY. An opener for him, Horus or Trey, sure, but still Pietra's around, but he gets one before falling. Not bad for 3 versus 3.
I think it's better, you know, you just got to try and speed things up a little bit, overwhelm with numbers. 3-on-3 post plan on the B bomb site should definitely be winnable here for ROC. Horus copping a little bit of chip damage there. Slayer's also now been spotted and doesn't get back out into the box room. He's going to be in real trouble. Horus did die, but Slayer did at least manage to get back into the box room, which is going to be a little bit more difficult to dislodge. HTC not aware of that peak. And Gainer goes down as well. So first one on the board here for ROC. And begin their campaign in an attempt to find this third map, which was just a little elusive for them on Eagle Eye.
Okay, so HTZ will drop Snake to open things up. Start well. Will continue to do so. PingPongPals off the back of Gainer, making a 2-round advantage, but C4 will go down. So Postbarn can still be difficult to deal with, and opportunities to isolate kills here for damn sure. Awesome. Just playing behind that smoke, waiting for the push to come through. It's Slayer, who gets 2 in fact. Make that a 3-piece for him. Slayer's gone absolutely huge. Totson found one of his own as well. It's just MKZ. They know where he is as well. Snare sees it off, but Slayer a huge time to step up.
Needs to be traded better by PingPongPals, to be honest. You know, if you want to beat a team like ROC, you can't be allowing that to happen, because the individuals, when they are given an inch, are going to be able to take a mile. So HDZ might be starting to feel the pressure a little bit here. He's having an absolute cracker of a map, 8-3 right now, but it's only resulted in the 2 rounds. And when you're in this kind of form, you might feel like it's your responsibility to take the game heads on, right? You know, make an aggressive peek somewhere, particularly when you've got the sniper rifle in hand. Go for something aggro early in the round. But HTZ not opting for that. He's going to take the reserved approach, take the percentage play. ROC again are going to hit towards B. Working their way into the box room on a nice timing. Pietro will take the head off of Snare. That'll be the go signal for ROC. They haven't found that trade, at least not quickly enough, but they've got to continue the flood. There's 2 good trades, and again, much better from ROC. They're not hesitating. They're just swinging the side together and using their raw firepower to get them through a lot of these rounds. Slayer will be able to cross with the C4, so that'll be a plant down. 1 player in the box room, and Snake all the way back over towards BL Spawn, trying to catch a timing, and he pretty much did, but Gainer just shoots a little bit better.
Okay. In a situation, these post spawns where we've actually seen good work from ROC. Totson, right idea, but execution not so much. A lot of decent damage dealt. Never come in, actually comes in too early to get both, but Gainer, he'll see it off in the trade. He was so low, but he's got enough time for that defuse. They just need maybe a little bit more patience, I guess is one way of putting it.
Less hero plays.
Yeah, and another one where I just feel like we need to see this ROC side play as a team. They're so isolated in every fight they take.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what I was going to say. Less hero plays would be a huge difference maker. Can you imagine if instead of Totson, it's Totson +1 at that stairs position, or, you know, Totson is playing back in the box room and he's able to get the backup from the player in on the site. You know, it makes a big difference. But ROC, it's kind of a blessing and a curse having players that are this talented, because when they are that talented, they expect that they're going to win those kinds of aim duels all the time, but they're just not the percentage duels. And that's partly why some of these rounds are starting to fall by the wayside for ROC. I mean, the same thing that we kind of saw on Eagle Eye happening again here. PingPongPals certainly have got the individuals to tussle, particularly when HTC is in form. This time he's going to go down. The flood comes through, but a bit tentative. Inevitably, Horus will get that kill onto MKZ, secure a player advantage and the bomb site.
All right, well, it's a little funky. Again, this has been a consistent factor at the very least for ROC, is getting their C4 down, but being more behind, it feels a little bit janky. Yeah, that's why he's trying to sneak his way through, but he actually goes straight into the hands of Slayer, and Snake will transfer well enough. So that time, a post-bar where, funnily enough, Jordan, they play together and they win. Who would have thought?
Not me. 3 on 3. I mean, this map is definitely progressing pretty quickly. Snake tag down low. This is cheeky. Or straight through the mid doors. Catches MKZ. Can't keep going surely for more against Gainer, but he does. He'll give up his life. It's still okay as far as ROC are concerned. Snake was able to get himself a kill, but Slayer's down again. Again, ROC get an advantage and then throw it away. You know, Horus wins his 1v1 in mid, doesn't back off, wants to go for more. Slayer sees we're in a 4 on 3, doesn't back off, holding on for more instead of resetting, regrouping and hitting a bomb site together. Now HTC's given some time to work and Pietro's there as well. ROC, what is happening here?
Yeah, really does feel all over the shop. Quite janky. 4-3. PingPongPals being gifted more and more opportunities to work with in this situation, and you've got to give credit where it's due, right? PingPongPals are a side who are the huge underdogs throughout the entirety of this sort of series, and they keep punching up, and I think that's kind of been their story basically all season long. And, you know, great teams. It's been very impressive.
Yeah, PingPongPals have definitely put pressure on the top teams. There's no doubt about that. And I think it is really good for CFWL to have a 4th team.
Yes.
If that makes sense, right? Like, I think you could have thrown Anubis into that discussion last season. They were definitely good enough to contest your ROCs, to contest your Gaimins, and InnerCircle as well. But it felt a little bit more inconsistent when it came to Anubis. It really was like wild swings in terms of some great maps, some absolutely awful maps. But PingPongPals, I feel like, have generally been pretty consistent across the board. Like, you kind of know what you're going to get out of this team. And again, we're kind of getting that in this series. We knew they were a decent team. We didn't expect them necessarily to beat ROC. Still don't. But to give them a bit of a run for their money, sure, I could have believed that. And they are doing that today. Snake's got a lot of space in through middle, and the B bomb site has just been completely taken by ROC. But yeah, PingPongPals, I mean, even if their series doesn't work out here, I'm going to give them a lot of props because, again, I think they've had a really fantastic season. I'm
with you. I think they've done a lot throughout this season to look super special. So, let's see. 4 down, what's this retake got for us in a 2 versus 5? All expectations is nothing, but damage will be good damage. Even if it's just a pure confidence play. That's why. He's actually been, for me, I think, one of the main players towards PingPongPals of the series. Have just been actually quite consistently solid. Get another kill as well. Fallen just yet finally goes down. But, you know, commendable effort in a 2 versus 5. We weren't expecting anything. So, a few kills on the way out. You'll take that. Good for the stats. But final round of the half. ROC would love to see it over in their favor, especially considering how rough things have been and felt. PingPongPals take it. And that's what we saw in that previous map. Putting that pressure on. The fact that it's a shot from the box. That's so unlucky.
Well, that's why he does what he can to make a difference. But again, not enough. Pietro's left in a 3v1. C4 is on its way over towards A. Horus taking, again, you know, Horus is choosing to take that duel. Yeah. And he wins it. But what if he doesn't win it? Then Pietro's in a 1v2. Like, it's winnable at that point.
Yeah. Got to agree. So, advantage. Still, what have you got for us? Had a very interesting game for maybe all the wrong reasons in some ways. Super back and forth. The spammer's on the corner. MKZ through doors, just not finding what he's looking for there. Flash round, that's why. I mean, there's decent control being taken here. This nade could soften them up, and yeah, well, nice bit of damage and a bit of util behind it as well, just to slow them down. Smoke couldn't have been timed any better.
Still a lot of time on the clock that ROC have to run down, so
yeah,
PingPongPals are not going to be too concerned about it. But they are finding it hard to get any reasonable map control. You know, they don't have box room, they haven't got short, don't have long. So they're going to have to work on something somewhere soon. Slayer and Snare do have the double sniper setup. You've got Snare over towards long here. Typically going to be good for one, and then just back away. That does look like it's going to be the point of contact for PingPongPals. They want to take long.
See, this first round's so important for the PingPongPals, but unfortunately it feels like it's slipping away from them here. 5v3 in the corner as well. Watch come around the corner, and it's Snare gets one. Slayer another as Snare will nail the last. So, actually, all things considered, a flawless start to the half. That's more like it. That's sort of what we've been looking and expecting from ROC, and a bit more sort of at their speed as well. Just kind of decimation.
Yeah, Slayer drops MKZ. This GR side already looking quite scary. PingPongPals tentative to move forward as a result of that. So we might see another slow round out here. Just try to give HDZ a bit of time to work with that TRG. But yeah, ROC's not giving him anything. You can't even barely see anything. Smokes up in mid, smokes over towards B. So just kind of waiting this timer down and not getting anything for it.
Yeah, a lot of respect being shown here. Don't want to pull any punches just yet. And I think for ROC as well, there's that real mindset of we don't want to be over-facing. They're grouping up. Inner and HCZ going to move towards short. C4 on the back here of Pietro. It's HTZ who finds another nice shot. Felt quite consistent for him. Pietro's crossed, and they actually haven't realized. As he got the kill, they realized it may be a little bit too late, but Snake's found one. Horus on for the flank as well. Totson, he pops his head up and he finds a kill of his own. He's falling quickly for the PingPongPals. They thought they had space to work with. Little do they know that there was, in every little cubby, somebody from ROC waiting. Well played.
Yeah. Yeah, GR side looking fantastic here for ROC at the moment. PingPongPals got to find a way to stem this flow of blood. Missed shot from Snare. And HTC will catch Snake, so maybe this round there's a bit of chance. A bit of luck will go their way. Snare gets one back, and Slayer another, so the double sniper setup still causing problems for PingPongPals, and even with a little bit of luck, even with a missed shot from Snare, PingPongPals can't find themselves a player advantage, though they do bring it at least back to 3-on-3, and they're going to move quickly with that.
Horus. Tempted. Don't want to see him push here. He's solo towards B. In this 3 versus 3. There's always that mindset of let's be the kind of the one to bring the numbers in our favor here, but I just want to see this side. I actually would like them sort of play together. I understand the setup that they're in. And Totson's sort of close enough to Slayer in a sense, so Horus got to do a lot of work on his own. He's actually in a quite exposed angle too, so any pressure towards B and you can be in trouble. And that C4 looks like it's going to move towards the B finish. They've got a minute to work with, so it's fine, but they're angling towards joining up with LSY and heading towards B. So Horus, something quite special might be needed from him.
Horus takes some contact in the box room. Just going to back off. This is really down to the timing of Tots, and if he can get in quickly, he can make a massive difference. Horus just trying to play delay. Totson doesn't have to go too quickly. Horus just has to live. That's the only imperative. There's no one expecting the flank in the box room. Totson gets the opener. All two. Well done from ROC in the end. They have completely lost MKZ, though. They've got no idea where he is. Surely someone's seen him by now. How has he slipped? Oh, there's no way.
Hang on.
There's no way he has slipped the net.
He actually has time. C4 will go down, and I mean, he has the whole, the entire map to essentially play a post-plant with here. Now, going for aggression feels like the right call, but I just don't think it is. He wants to try and fight here, but they're moving as a pack. They're moving together. He gets one, looks to try to get a second as well. He's dipping, he's diving, he's dancing, and MKZ's made it a 1 versus 1. Colt pulled out as well. MKZ tags up on towards Slay. He's giving himself a chance. He slipped the net, and now he wins the round. 1 versus 3 clutch. MKZ. That is a masterclass of a round.
Yeah, that is absolutely illegal what he's gotten away with there. I don't know how he's gotten off the B side. He was kind of hiding in the smoke, and then I thought he ran into someone, but apparently not. Either way, I mean, look, okay, you can take that round away from ROC, but it doesn't take away the fact that ROC have been so dominant in this half that they kind of just carry on like it's no one's business. That's a huge problem for PingPongPals. If that's the only way that you're going to win a round, well, I'm sorry, it might be the only round that you're going to win in this half.
Yeah, we ask questions after rounds like that, and if we're trying to fathom ways back into a game, and the one question I always ask, is that replicable, right? And ultimately, the answer is no, right? And that's the thing that makes situations like this quite difficult. But,
I mean, that's a great question because, that might be a round that you win 1 in 100 times.
Yes, exactly.
So the answer to it, whether or not it's replicable, is no. Does it need to be replicable in different circumstances? The answer there is also no. Like, if you're in a really tight game against ROC, and you might just need 1 round to get you over. Like if you're in the grand final and the scoreline is 8-8, right? And you need that 1 big round to get you over the line, just to get you to 9, and you pull that round out. It's like, then the impact is massive, But in the circumstances here, where you're down so bad, it seems very unlikely. Now it's Gainer's turn in a 1v3. So, is it replicable? Can he win another 1v3 for PingPongPals? Well, he's found that first kill onto Snake, so maybe there is something to be said. He's got 40 seconds to play with here. And he's going to go back toward A, which will bamboozle ROC. Or will it? Totson's hanging around. They're not aware. The plan's going to go down now, though. And they're going to have to make a retake happen here. 2-on-1. Could another clutch go the way of PingPongPals?
That is the question. Surely not, though, right? Play together, play as a pack. They've got our window as well. But he has got a kill. Isolated. Out to 1 versus 1 against Totson. Is it replicable? The question is there. We're looking for the answer. And it's going to be no. But it's fine margins. Yeah. ROC will get an 8th, but yeah, you're right. It's actually it's a real college try, and maybe there is kind of a bit of stock to be taken in this. The fact that these rounds are getting as close as they sort of are in a way is still a little concerning. That's the ways about it.
For sure it is. But again, like you just can't be relying on these kinds of rounds.
Yes, yeah.
And that's the big
giving them
problem
chances
for
though. That worries me.
Yeah. Bit of column A, bit of column B for me at this stage. I'm still seeing ROC look so good in a lot of these rounds that I'm pretty confident they're going to close it out here. 8-5. PingPongPals. The only 2 rounds in this half where they've looked competitive have been 1v3s.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Which is not tenable.
No, not at all. I mean, the fact that that's what you have to rely on. Can I get a 1 versus 3? It doesn't put too much hope into you. 8-5. 3 rounds ahead. 2 rounds away. So, what have you got for us? Answers dwindling for damn sure for the PingPongPals.
Yeah, that's reasonable. They've definitely had their chances in this half, though. The way the ROC have been playing. But Forrest short, wins himself a duel. We'll get a bit of info. Yeah, look at that. Maybe it should have been multiple players pushing that. Totson going to be caught completely unawares about the push coming up long. This round, not looking good for ROC at all. And it's funny, isn't it, that the rounds where ROC look fantastic, it is largely down to the snipers from Snare and Slayer having the impact. But when PingPongPals are given time to work in the round, like, these rounds are super winnable. Yeah. Now Snake's going to have his own crack at a 1v3. This one's pretty tough. Looking out the window, good flash in, but Pietro seems to have avoided. I lied about the 1v3, by the way, because I didn't see Slayer was still alive. So 2v1 now for Slayer. He's going to have a little bit of a crack of his own. Time a problem. HDZ just going to try to buy as much of it as he can, but he can't buy enough. And a clutch goes back the way of ROC. I guess it's only fair if PingPongPals win one that maybe ROC should as well.
Yeah, a bit of a taste of their own medicine, so to say. PingPongPals. It feels like, unfortunately, the gig is up here. It's a 4-round deficit they find themselves in, a ROC are 1 round away from that final. Gaining to get the opener. Advantage taken, but yeah, chances are dwindling. That's a nice second shot, though.
Yeah. Gainer coming online. Perhaps too little too late, but he is online with a nice couple of shots. We'll get some re-aggression out from ROC. Horus is going for a similar push. Isn't going to see too much. Might actually be able to spot out MKZ if he keeps going, but will not. Some tags in onto him. This will have to happen. A huge little moment here for Horus, and it's few and far between, unfortunately, in this round. So, it'll be one for PingPongPals to start to try and mount a comeback.
It's not over until it's over, and still definitely a lifeline there. Nice shot from Snare. Reaction on a find. Yeah, he wants nothing to do with this. He knows it's a lost cause from the get-go. 1v5, of course, required for him is highly unlikely. He'll look around for some stats, see get some kills. It's not exactly been a map on which he's been flying, to be fair. He pulls out the call, he gets his shot, and he gets traded and dropped. PingPongPals, answer back briefly. Still such a long road, though, and ROC, it does just have this feeling that it should be closed momentarily.
Well, we keep getting to see some goofy stuff from ROC, maybe not. Slayer's kind of solo pushed out a B. There is a smoke. It's preventing PingPongPals from taking too much space, but isn't such a fan of his setup here. He's really putting a lot of faith in that smoke.
Yeah.
But now that it has faded, he'll call for the re-smoke. It's just ROC wants to hold on to a lot of map territory, which is fair enough. But you've got to make sure you don't overstretch your limits.
Well, just that up close as well. MKZ, yeah, a few pixels away, but he is a known quantity. Spotted by a teammate. Not even attempted to fight for it. Get him, get that control. MKZ's under a lot of pressure now as well. Totson, see him off. That's a nice little mid-cruncher, has to be said. Taking a 5-1 of zone towards HDZ, leaving it down to 3. 5 versus 3, stay alive. In the map, in the series, in this season. PingPongPals make that just 2. LSY, who I think has had some really decent heroics, called upon once again. He has to support a Pietro. The leader, Captain Fantastic, they've made something of it. All down to 1 man. He's dealt a lot of damage, but he's seen in from the side. And that'll be ROC booking their spot in towards the grand final. There's an argument that I shouldn't have even required this final map, but fair play for PingPongPals. I think that's a commendable series, despite the loss.
Yeah, 100%, definitely. Look, at the end of the day, both teams have sort of upheld their end of the bargain there. Like, ROC get themselves a win, and it's not too close, really. Like, it was quite comfortable for them. But on the other side of the coin, PingPongPals did make them work for it a little bit. They certainly had their moments, and they did display, I'd say, one of the better playoffs appearances from like the weakest team, if that makes, you know, like, let's be real, like in terms of a power ranking, you'd have ROC up there, and then Gaimin and InnerCircle around on that same level, and then probably PingPongPals. And you know, we can see the same thing from previous seasons. I mean, look, Anubis is going to be hard to beat as that quote-unquote fourth team, because they did end up in second place. PingPongPals may still get there, though. There's still a lower bracket for them to play. They'll be playing for third or fourth, not for first or second. But hey, they'll still have a crack to go a little bit deeper here in this one. But look, enough from us, at least for now. We'll be back for that next series. We'll chuck it back over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about ROC and if they like that win.
Thank you guys so much. I definitely agree with Elfish guy, especially in the last part where he said PingPongPals gave them a fight, like had a fighting chance. Of course, they proved to cause some ruckus when it comes to this best of 5 series. ROC didn't 3-0 them as well, which shows that they do have a chance to get third or fourth, and that's what they're gonna be competing for.
Yeah, well, everybody expected that ROC will have an easy game or an easy matchup, especially that after watching the first two maps, 10-6, 10-3, and then PingPongPals gave them a very good fight on Eagle Eye, but still it ended 3-1 in favor of ROC Esports, which played very good, and in their Black Widow this time. We mentioned Black Widow, that it's not the best for ROC Esports, but the guys kind of developed Black Widow, and we've seen the practice times and effort that's been put in Black Widow. Now we've seen it, how ROC Esports are very good, and we kind of mentioned the collapse and the fights that usually ROC Esports takes when they are global risk on cat and mid, bridge, and we've seen it, and yes, it worked for them. The guys are more synchronized now. I guess they're more playing as a team in Black Widow, and they played very good, deserved the win, and they're going to the finals for the fourth time in a row.
Fourth time in a row,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, that is definitely something to hold on to as a memory and a souvenir token, whatever you want to call it, there for ROC Esports. And not just that, and now they have a chance to fight tomorrow. That's another story we haven't mentioned a little bit. Tomorrow's going to be either playing against the InnerCircle or Gaimin Gladiators, you know, and that's going to be a challenge. I hope they get some rest as well. As we look at the highlights here, not just the highlights, I just like the highlight for myself that ROC has earned their position. Whatever they did to continue on this tempo and rhythm they've been on this entire season, chapeau to them and their organization. They've done exceptional, and they continue to do so and impress us each and every single time.
Yeah, the guys played very good and deserved the win. The fourth final in a row. And the guys are looking for the second consecutive win after the first season. Do you want to be going also undefeated? The ROC still undefeated right now. Yes, they might drop a map versus you, but you'll never get the series from ROC Esports. 10-6 the last map, as we can see. And Slayer, 2.75.
2.75 KDA. Yeah, and not just Slayer. I mean, when you look across the board, you can tell, like, the weight or distribution of responsibility for them to secure this series and the past series as well is usually quite even. It's usuually around the 0.91, 1.5 marker. So everyone's doing their fair share of work. You know, this team is very cohesive, and it really shows, especially the sub that came in today, Dizzy, and he did prove himself as well, which I like to give a shout out to him. He did really good once he showed up and carried his own weight.
Yeah, well, Dizzy, I guess he's gonna keep his numbers for himself, playing one map in the playoffs and 100% win rate. I don't think anybody anybody will get this record breaking, but I guess now Dizzy, he played very good on port. We've seen him. Yeah, maybe he struggled in the beginning of the rounds. He was just trying to cope and collaborate with his teammates, but then he started off very well. And Slayer was the key factor on port, maintaining his teammates not to mentally break down and trying to get the rounds. And when we saw his clutch 2v1 on port, that kind of made his team coming back to the game, because it was 3-0. It was going to be 4-0, and then the tactical pause came out, straight talk to the guys, and they kind of 4.
Yes, yes, Slayer did outstanding on all maps. Even the map where he did struggle, which I think was Eagle Eye a little bit, and you did highlight that
This one we
he was being read in a sense by Petra and HTZ. But yeah, this map he did amazing. He knew where the enemy was somehow. You could tell he was always, I don't know, pre-peeking. You know, and that comes with experience and the mental games and whatnot. Having a clear understanding of where your opponent may or may not be and take that lucky intelligent guess.
Yeah, and not only Slayer, also his teammates, everybody played very good. We've seen Snare also having his moments. The guys played very good, especially when talking about, okay, in Eagle Eye, I said, and I guess Nukai also said that the guys played maybe overconfident, a bit, or underestimating their enemies. And when you're playing playoffs in the West League, you're not playing a regular season versus a bottle team or mid-table team, but now you're playing versus top 4 team. So if you're gonna be playing versus top 4 team and you are underestimating, you might get punished, and that's what PingPongPals did. And to be honest, shout out for them for punishing ROC Esports on this map. But still, ROC Esports, they are on top.
Yeah, they are. And I can't wait to go to this interview with our MVP Slayer, man. Listen, I've met Slayer a few times, twice actually. He may or may not have noticed me. Hi, Slayer. Hi, Slayer. I just want to say hi. You're
Hello.
talking to Kushari and Penguin here.
I guess we can't hear him.
Can we hear?
Yeah, can you talk?
Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
we can hear.
No, I can't hear.
You can hear me?
Can't hear.
You can't hear me?
Just give us
So-
a moment.
Yeah, so Slayer, he's kind of checking his mic. Maybe
Yeah, yeah.
he just
Hello,
after
hello.
the win, he muted his microphone.
Yeah,
Yes, we're
Possibly.
going to the finals for the fourth
Hello,
time.
hello, hello.
Probably I still can't hear him, so I guess, yeah. So
I mean, you
I
wanted
guess
to
last
ask
time,
him.
I guess last time we interviewed Slayer as well. Yeah,
Mhm.
so
Yeah. Hi, Slayer.
oh, he's decent.
Oh,
Okay,
he's DC'd.
okay.
We'll see how that works out. It's fine. But we did have some very interesting
I
questions.
had some questions for him. Yes, I wanted to
Penguin
ask him.
was very prepared with his questions, and I was gonna let him have it as well because I know that they are friends, relatively
Yeah,
speaking.
Yeah, especially that the guys coming through after the win, maybe they are a bit tired,
Of
so
course,
he's
of
just
course.
maybe he didn't expect that he's gonna be the MVP, and
or
he's just like,
interviewed
okay,
as
guys,
well.
I'm going to take a shower.
Happens,
like, and then,
happens.
hey, you have an interview.
Well-deserved shower.
Yeah.
That's what he's
Hey,
doing.
you have an
know, that's
interview,
fine,
please
that's
come in.
fine. Yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna get back to him in a second now. No worries.
Slayer?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can
Yes,
hear.
sir, we can. Hi, Slayer. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, how do you feel going into the fourth final in a row since season 1, 2024?
Of course, it feels great to be in the final again in this playoffs. And yeah, I don't know what to say else. Just
How did you guys mentally overcome Todd's absence in the first map? Especially, you guys are going playoffs. You're playing playoffs, first map, first game, first minute, and then suddenly one guy is just deceived randomly because of technical issue, and then you had to play with a substitute. How this can affect your mental? How did you guys overcome it? Because you basically won the map out of 1-5 deficit.
Yeah, everything was going against us in the beginning,
Yes.
but Dizzy is just a goated player and he can fill in without any problem. So yeah, that's
Fair
the big thing, that to have a sub like him that he can fill instead of anyone.
Mhm.
Exactly,
Makes
exactly.
sense,
That's how Dizzy. Yeah, we said Dizzy played very good. Shout
Yeah.
out for Dizzy again.
out to
And
Dizzy, yeah.
last question for you: who do you think you're gonna be playing in the finals? InnerCircle or Gaimin Gladiators, and why?
More or less, who do you want to play in the
Yeah, I
finals?
wanted to say, but yeah.
I'm gonna say like not to play against who, but
who do you
like
think?
based in the group stage, IC looked better than GG, but for playoffs, nothing like you cannot predict anything. Like GG could have
Yeah,
prepared,
exactly.
IC could have prepared also. So I think it's 50-50.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
That's a good
exactly.
answer, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a very good answer.
Congratulations for you once again, man, for going to the finals. And we're gonna be seeing you tomorrow and hoping to interview you again. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
He looks
He's so
happy.
calm and
Yeah,
he's
he
happy,
looks
but
happy.
he's not as happy as he would be if he wins tomorrow. You know
Yeah,
what I
exactly.
mean?
Because
Yeah.
I want to say
He
he's
do- he
happy,
doesn't
but
wanna
yeah,
get
he's happy.
carried
It's
away,
not that
you know?
much because
Yeah,
he's still okay. This is the first step, and to be honest, they are playing PingPongPals. Everybody expected them
Yeah.
winning. Now the deal is tomorrow, and he expected InnerCircle, which I kinda go by his
I
side.
agree a little bit.
InnerCircle, I kinda stepping up better than GG, but still he said something that is very, very accurate. This is playoffs. You cannot expect, you cannot say who's going to be winning based on the performance on the regular season, because now the deal is who prepared better for the playoffs.
Which kind of gives us a hint, right? When it's season start, yeah, everyone is studying what's going on there. But when playoff starts, all that's tossed aside and you have to start over.
Exactly, and
Which
you have to
makes
prepare.
perfect sense.
Yeah, you have to prepare. Playoffs preparation is always different. That's why ROC Esports, you usually see them very prepared because they got used into preparing to the playoffs. But PingPongPals, maybe they prepared for playoffs, but it's not the same as ROC Esports. The guys knows what to do on the playoffs and what not to do in the playoffs. There are some risks you can take on the regular season that you
Yeah.
cannot take it on
Like
the playoffs.
a unique map pick or
Yes.
something, you know what I mean? Like a challenge or whatnot. The patterns that we noticed throughout the back and forth between the teams of this league. But now we are here to talk about GG and InnerCircle.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about GG and InnerCircle.
Well, starting off, this is a banger game because last time InnerCircle and GG meet, InnerCircle sweep them to 10-0 on Black Widow, which kinda making GG waiting for this game since this day. GG are now coming back, as we said, from a downfall. InnerCircle also coming from a downfall, but they already claimed their spot on top, and mentioning that ROC Esports are undefeated on the league, the only team that have got closer and closer and closer to ROC Esports, who beating them not one time but two was InnerCircle. That means that these guys are kinda prepared way better. Now
Yes.
GG gonna be showing us how they should be prepared, or how they should kinda play these playoffs different than the regular season, because we know that these guys already, they were logged in for the EWC, so maybe the game versus InnerCircle didn't matter this much, but now it's the playoffs game. You're already in the EWC Gaimin Gladiators, but maybe InnerCircle, if they lose their game today, they're gonna be waiting to beat PingPongPals to book their spot in the EWC. But if InnerCircle beats GG, now we have our three teams in the EWC.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, to be honest, I've seen more Gaimin Gladiators actual gameplay than InnerCircle, but I could say these teams and players are relatively equal on a lot of levels, to say the least. Yeah, they do have the key players, they have the shining moments, they have the aggressive plays, they have different IGLs, but I'm just talking about numbers here. I'm talking about in the head-to-head. They're second and third place. I'd put them both up there equally, to be honest.
Yeah, they are very equal. The guys, how they play is equal, and looking at the regular season is kind of equal, because GG started off very good, but then they fold a bit after maybe Spoxy had health issues and he didn't play for 1-2 weeks. And the guys maybe just lowered their potential a bit, but then InnerCircle as well, they started very slow, and then they're coming back very good. They are both the same, but in opposite cases. We know that the case of InnerCircle, when they start slow, they came back on top. That's how top teams are maybe adapting. And GG, they kind of started very good, but then it went out very slow for them. So it's time for them to come back. As we can see, the roster is kind of consistent since 2024. The only team, them and ROC Esports, maintaining the rosters, and now it's time for them to go back to the finals, because they missed the last season finals and they were the champions season 2 2024, and they want to be going back to this big event.
Yeah. With respect to GG, in my opinion, I honestly feel if Flex is having a good day, so is everybody else. Everyone else is gonna have a good day in that sense. If he's locked in, you can tell once he's getting those high KDAs, those clutch moments and stuff. Of course, Spoxy and them matter, with all due respect to them. But I feel like if Flex is locked in and focused, and you see him on the camera, you know, paying attention, he's giving out calls, he's giving out crucial information. If he's attentive and aware, and he's just having one of those good days, then the rest of GG does as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Flex is the leader, the IGL, the guy who's moving his teammates. He's one of the best IGLs in the West League, by the way, and one of the oldest, even I guess he's older than Snake. If we are talking about the top 4 teams, Snake, and he's older than, of course, Beck, and he's older, and also Pietro on the competitive scene, because this guy is playing since 2014 competitively on a high level. He maybe played before, but on a high level since 2014. This is 11 years for Flex coming here into this game. So now we're gonna be seeing this experience kinda translated into some kind of momentum and effort and reads how to move his teammates. Talking about InnerCircle now, Vecchio is the guy who's calling right now. They changed their strat caller. Yatro left the team. He joined PingPongPals. They had some ups and downs, but then Kevin, their coach, had to stabilize this. He changed a lot of roles, and then in the end, the outcome was perfect, clean, and the guys played very good.
Yeah, I guess exactly what you just said, that Beck is now in charge in a sense alongside Kevin, and I feel like they fumbled a couple of times early on in the season, but they did manage to bring that all back together and push through here to reach playoffs.
Yes, and especially the guys after changing lineup and changing roster, they started this year with Genzer instead of HZZ, and then they changed it again. Awesome instead of Petro, and we see the guys are now locked in. They are kinda committed into their gaming house. We can see the guys are boot camping and they want to be winning. Alucard only the guy who's missing this boot camp, but this makes it look scary a bit for GG. What do you think?
Honestly, I've been there. It makes an entire difference if the entire team is playing from different locations, or if at least the majority of the team is playing together, if not all the team. So right now you have 4 of the 5 players playing together, and that is phenomenal for InnerCircle. That to me is a big shift in the way they can communicate, vibe with each other, interact with each other, excite each other when you have a good round, hype each other up, and all that matters, because the energy in the room is usually crazy.
Yeah. Go to the map, Vito?
Yes, please. Let's jump to the map Vito expectations.
Well,
What do you think?
Looking at the regular season, GG do not play Ankara,
Mm-hmm.
and InnerCircle have to ban subbase. Please, Kevin, do not give us subbase today. We
I
don't
love
want
how you're directing it to him. You know?
yeah, because he's the coach. He's kind of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
guy who's picking them up. So please, we
Fair
do not
enough.
want to watch subbase today because GG on subbase is scary. And talking to Flex as well, please do not give us Ankara. Or maybe they cooked something on Ankara, because we've seen InnerCircle, they tried to cook something on subbase and it turned out
Didn't
very,
work
very
out, yeah.
bad versus
Leave
PingPongPals.
cooking for early
Yes.
season, yeah.
Yeah, very bad. But now maybe because they have Loons now. Talking about Gaimin Gladiators, they have Loons as their coach, and this guy is so good, experienced player. So now we're gonna be see the Vito, I guess, and let's see what maps we're
All
gonna
right,
be
let's
having.
go. Okay,
Okay.
no sub base.
Yes.
No New Mexico. There we go.
Yes, as we said, GG cooked Ankara. Yes, this is cookable. Oh, this
Yeah,
is
that's
okay.
fine.
Yeah.
I think that's an average cook. It's not
I
like
guess
overheated.
last time these guys played, maybe it was 2023. I played them on Ankara, by the way,
Yeah.
in the playoffs, and good thing that I beat him 10-2.
Yeah,
So it was not the best Ankara that they had.
I just
But now
heard
I
that,
guess these
yeah.
guys cooked something, because they need to ban New Mexico. The guys do not play New Mexico. They play all the other maps very good. Like looking at their map pick, Eagle Eye, they play perfectly good. Compound, they are okay. Blackwood is perfectly good. Ankara, we're gonna be seeing today, and Port is kinda 50-50 for both teams. So unlike ROC Esports and PingPongPals Vito, this Vito is kinda 50-50 balanced Vito, and this is
Yeah.
one of the Vitos that you can say it is 100% balanced. That means that we are unlikely gonna be seeing 3-0 today for one of those sides, because
Yeah, more or less,
everybody
yeah.
is picking one of the best maps, and we've seen InnerCircle.
I mean,
Yes,
you can tell GG's taking the safe approach when it comes to banning or picking their ban as New Mexico.
yeah,
they're
ban
not.
New
They're
Mexico.
not playing.
Yeah, they
games.
want to be playing New Mexico, and InnerCircle don't wanna be playing subbase. So as we said, we no need to cook on subbase. You
Yes.
can just try to play it in the EWC, because at least you have 1 or 2, maybe more chances if you lock in your place. So now GG did their best in the Vito, and their Vito looks very good for them, as well as InnerCircle. They did their best in the Vito and looks very good for them. So unlikely we're gonna be seeing 3-0, and maybe it's gonna be 3-1. But in my opinion, the 5 maps should be played by both teams.
Yeah, we're always hoping for a best of 5 anyways. Before key players, my personal key players is Spoxy and Awesome, to be honest.
Spoxy is the
Like,
best
if
player
I
in West
could
League
pick
right now.
them, If
Yeah.
I could pick them, I would say Spoxy
Yeah,
and
it's
Awesome.
Spoxy and Alucard, I guess, is going to be the MVP, not MVPs, the two
The key
MVP
players,
and key players comparison
Yeah, yeah.
between each other. But Spoxy is the best player in the West League by now.
For sure.
Till this
Hands
moment,
down.
he's the best player. By the
Yeah.
way, Spoxy didn't play for 1 or 2 weeks because his mental issues, and he's still on top. That means that this guy is far ahead from everybody here.
Mhm. Yeah, and you mentioned Alucard as well. I'm not undermining him. I'm just saying, for example, why I'm saying awesome, because he's basically the newest one
And
in
he's still
this
performing
inner
very good,
circle in
yes.
that sense. You know what I mean? Who else could we be paying attention to?
Well, Alucard mentioned something very good. He said we have the two best Egyptians, German players,
German
which
players,
is Jinzer and Awesome, and
Mm.
both of them were new additions to this roster. So that means that if this roster is going to be taking us into a new, different level, that means that those two Germans going to be interfering and the ones that needs to be thanked for their efforts. And reminding the audience as well that the last time InnerCircle were in final, it was 2024 season 1, where they lost to ROC Esports, formerly TBI Esports, 3-2, and it was very close. We remember the clutch that they did on board, and the key players, yes, of course, Spoxy, one of the best players on the West League. Sorry, he's the best player on the West League right now, and Alucard, this guy, the most consistent, stable, good
Smiling.
performing player that you need. He's always delivering once it's needed, and if not, he's having his best days. You're not gonna be seeing him feeding or just going everywhere and dying. He's just gonna be the guy who's playing
Balance,
basic,
yeah.
balanced game.
Balanced crossfire, to say
Yes.
the least. Yeah, I mean the key players here, as we can see. But I just wanted to jump into another topic real quick. Is what do you think the map results would be like? How would it pan out? Obviously, first map pick. You know what I mean? Like, why did they pick that specific sequence? Like, what's the game plan here?
Well, Eagle Eye, they picked Eagle Eye. So I guess if Eagle Eye is being played right now, InnerCircle plays Eagle Eye very good, and we've seen them
We've
how
seen
they
it, yeah.
played versus ROC Esports, which usually ROC Esports beats GG. But this is
Yeah.
not how it works in playoffs.
Yeah.
Because I want to mention something also that Slayer said, that looking at the regular season, its InnerCircle is better, but in playoffs it's different. So trust me, even if InnerCircle coming here and all the sticks are around them, and everybody's saying that InnerCircle is a better team, I still say that sometimes InnerCircle falls mentally in the playoffs and maybe gets pressured. Talking about GG, the guys want to be revenging their loss versus Anubis. Yes, it's not Anubis, but they lost also in the semi-final. They want to be overcoming this goal, and they want to be topping up their placement because they took third place and want to be going for the grand finals to meet and beat ROC
ROC
Esports.
Esports, yeah. I mean, if I could take a calculated guess, I would say maybe GG would take map 1, followed into a map 2 by InnerCircle. It's map 3 to me that's really gonna decide everything. But nonetheless, I've seen both teams go a best of 5 more than once, at least as individual players when it comes to InnerCircle. As for GG, yeah, they've done it before and they can do it again. But I think InnerCircle, especially now with the element that they're in the gaming house or boot camp, as you called it, the atmosphere can help motivate them and keep them lightheaded and cheerful when it comes to something as important as this.
Yeah, well, as we said, that the guys, I guess they're boot camping since 2 weeks already. So these guys should be
So they've
already
had
logged in.
plenty of time.
Yeah, so these guys should be already logged in. And also, as I mentioned, that yes, playoffs is kind of different. GG always turns and to be the monster that you fear in the playoffs. But
Mhm.
the guys also, on the other hand, InnerCircle players, they are hungry for more. They are looking to elevate their placement in the last season because they took first place, which was not the best for them. So now they are looking for the grand finals. Talking about the maps, because you mentioned the maps,
Mhm.
Eagle Eye, which is going to be the first map, picked by GG. I guess this map can go to InnerCircle if they played the same way and no pressure, and they did not hesitate in taking the decisions. And just we want to highlight hesitate the decisions that's been hesitated by InnerCircle, because we've seen the guys kind of disconnected sometimes. And Becky, maybe he had double calls, or maybe there were double calls, because I remember one round or two the guys were taking B-long control on Eagle Eye, and one guy was trying to pressure his side, or two guys were trying to pressure his side on the same time, which is kind of
Yeah.
not right. So it's kind
That
of
makes sense.
that's
yeah.
first thing you would say, that's the miscommunication between the players. So they need to be focusing on these things. So if InnerCircle plays the same way they played on the regular season, I would say that it is going to be the first map for InnerCircle and the second map as well for InnerCircle.
Really.
Yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But the third one is going to be for GG.
I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see, because my analysis was just based on what I've witnessed in previous games, and not just in this season, because I feel like the first few rounds whichever direction it goes, both teams are very capable of making comebacks and whatnot. Anyways, without further ado, enough talking. Let's go back to game 1, please, because I can't wait to watch it.
Me too. Looking forward to this one. Let's see how it cracks on into things. InnerCircle and Gaimin Gladiators to kick off our second playoffs game of the day. Very closely matched matchup, I would imagine. But that said, InnerCircle did just 2-0 Gaimin Gladiators in week 6, and they managed to find a 10-0 in that as well. So, jury's out. Nao is a big Spoxy fanboy. He thinks Spoxy's going to win this game 3-0. So, I don't know. I really don't know where I sit, but at least I know where you sit.
In Spoxy, I believe, is essentially my mentality. And I'm really looking forward to seeing actually how he kind of deals with the pressure of this situation, of course. Who will be joining ROC in that final? It's all up in the air. And then Destin touching on it, if IC win this as well, they also book a spot to LAN, which is pretty huge. So, let's see. Flex up, open things up. It's Ginger to get caught. Start specifically that they would have wanted there.
Oh, that bullet's gone right over the top of Beck's head through the box, but it's all good. He's survived for a moment and then didn't survive for a moment. Kiko, awesome in there. The Rifler's putting in some real work, and InnerCircle just dismantle this round. Yeah. Lion Claw found out there as well. And, I mean, look, there's a lot to talk about with this one. Boot camp, we'll talk about that in a second. But what I did want to say was that, you talk about who's going to go into that grand final to play against ROC. Typically, it has been Gaimin Gladiators. That's the one thing that we should get out of the way. Typically, Gaimin Gladiators has been that other team that's kind of toe and toe with ROC, and even at times, it looks like maybe they've been able to beat ROC. This season, maybe that's going to change up a little bit. InnerCircle's definitely a team that has really put in the hard yards. It's obviously been the former Unknights roster. They've made a lot of roster changes over the sort of last 12 months or so, and they've settled on this roster, and I think they've kind of found their footing a little bit late in this season 2 of CFWL. So, InnerCircle really giving a bit of trouble to Gaimin Gladiators, and I would be very eager, actually, to see them in a grand final against ROC. Not that I don't want to see Gaimin there either, but I think InnerCircle, aka Unknights, have finally joined Gaimin in that discussion for top 2, whereas it used to be 1 ROC, 2 Gaimin, 3 Unknights / InnerCircle. Now it's a bit more of a conversation, which is kind of cool, and we're seeing what they can do about it to start things off here, as that bomb plant is, again, going to go down early on in the piece, and 2-on-3 for the retake.
Back behind, freebie on offer for him, and Raffin. Down he falls as Spoxy. There's no chance in that round. This is a really good start for InnerCircle as well. Everybody on bootcamp, God, who isn't, but it's cool to see that commitment coming through from InnerCircle, right? They understand the value. Like we said, win this series, you're booking a spot at LAN, if I'm right in saying so. I mean, that's a huge position to be in. So this is where, for them, this series, against a team that they've already beaten once before, they've got a really good chance here. Awesome. Jins they'll combine. Rafa found one of his own, but a quick trade comes through. And while damage is being taken, numbers favor InnerCircle here. And again, Jordan, a very classic thing, a very early plant coming through. I love the owners here by InnerCircle. Get that bomb down as soon as possible. Put the clock pressure on their opponents at Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and it certainly has done so. I mean, you can already see, like, Gaimin not even really committed to this rotate yet, and there's only now 20 seconds left as Flex is starting to come through. Lion Claw starting to sort of poke at the bottom of Long. They don't have a lot of time to work with here. They're just going to have to kind of charge their way up onto the site. Flex looking for a pick, and he gets one onto Alucard, but Jin finds one back in response, and timer factor here. Jin's just going to play that timer. He knows that Flex has to defuse, and he knows he has to get off it to take the fight. So the round is won by InnerCircle again. And yeah, I mean, they're looking great to start off this series, which is awesome. Like you said, they're in that boot camp. I think that's cool too. It's not often that we see teams in the CFWL on a boot camp, but you can tell how much this means to InnerCircle. Obviously, there's a bit more, I guess, organizational investment coming into CrossFire because of EWC as well. And that's where that's actually helping out, right? Like, InnerCircle is actually an org. They're they were playing as Unknights last time or last year. No, there's no support there. But with InnerCircle, they've probably been able to swing a boot camp here. It's an organization that wants to support their team and in the hopes that they make it through to something like an EWC. And so they'll put a little bit of an investment there, and I think that's pretty awesome. And yeah, I'd love to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, agreed. A lot of respect for it as well. Super, super cool to see. So, InnerCircle off to an absolute flyer. Alucard, though, nice find. Spoxy falling. It's a big kill to find early. He's not in towards this game just yet. It is only really Flex who stepped up. This is a really good map as well for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, you look towards last year, for example, this is the map in which Gaimin Gladiators, they were the best on, right? There was no two ways about it. They were untouchable. They were even beating ROC, i.e. 3BL back then, without really, struggling too much. They looked so good on it because they were the only side repping that double arm setup. And now, in the TRG meta, it's still been one where they've looked really good on, but yeah, InnerCircle have a great read at the moment. Things are going fantastically. Zayn, the pressure. He will fall. Back. And Alucard gets 2, but it's Lion Claw's double. That goes huge. He gets shut down by Jins. That keeps the numbers. It's a 1v3 now. And yeah, unfortunately for Raffin, he's had some pretty insane moments, but I can't see it being here.
No, I mean, this is just not even really looking close at the moment either, is it? InnerCircle are kind of steamrolling Gaimin Gladiators. Very reminiscent of the last matchup they played. I mean, is that even a fair statement? Because I'm pretty sure last they played on Eagle Eye, it was actually pretty close, but it won out.
Yeah.
By InnerCircle. It was 10-8 on Eagle Eye. InnerCircle did win that map. Black Widow was the 10-0. So that was kind of more so where I was going with that, in that, he's looking a bit more like that Black Widow. Super, super one-sided. I think, I don't know really what's gone on here for Gaimin Gladiators lately, but I do feel like there's been a pretty significant dip in form, and I know that historically they've been a really, really good team, but I look back at their results in Week 6, they dropped them up to Anubis, which was kind of the start of their problems, then they lost the series 2-0 to InnerCircle, and then even more egregiously, they lost the series to Gaimin Gladiators, to 999.
Yes.
Gaimin Gladiators, that is. And 999 were, for the entire season, the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
And then you beat Gaimin Gladiators. So I think something's kind of not clicked very well for Gaimin Gladiators towards the end of the season. We may still be seeing some of that popping up here as they kick off their campaign in the playoffs. Now, first pick of this round has gone their way, but it's cost them a lot of HP. Flex and Lionclaw both down low. And InnerCircle have shown us the ability to come back from behind in a couple of these rounds already. So I'm not going to call this one a done thing yet.
Might still be something brewing. Just because of that HP more than anything. Waiting game though. Huge amount on the cards just yet. I said that Flex and Kiko don't combine. Kiko, he knows it's one around that corner. He runs out of ammo, but thankfully he has the support of Awesome. He does get tagged, but stays alive. Kiko and Awesome, both unbelievably vulnerable, so technically this should favour Gaimin Gladiators in this 3 versus 3, but a nice shot that gets hit as well. So back into a 2 versus 2, but just look at the combined HP. It is so damn low. They've got to hit. Insane shots. It's Awesome. 4 points of HP and a dream. No chance. Spoxy sees it off. So finally, a round for Gaimin Gladiators. Better late than never, and now it's about building upon this.
100%, yeah. Better late than never. Still a lot of work to do for Gaimin Gladiators, and a lot of that round comes off of a couple of quick opening picks from Flex, and he's been pretty good on this map. He's 9-3. The rest of the team is not following suit. But if Flex goes down, if he makes these aggressive plays and he falls, where does the round come from then for Gaimin Gladiators? This is something that they're going to have to be kind of asking themselves and looking at. Similar to the conversation we were having around some of those clutches on Black Widow in the last series, you can't necessarily be relying on Flex to find yourself 2 entries every single round. There needs to be another way to win these rounds.
Yeah, agreed. Sometimes it feels quite one-dimensional, I think is probably the slightly harsh way of putting it. Let's see. Find a first for Gaimin Gladiators is now about building upon it. Get a bit of consistency coming through. Slow start though. Not a huge amount really on offer just yet. GG sitting back and waiting for the fights to come towards them, and I think IC are actually doing a kind of a similar thing, waiting to see whether there's any sort of opening that offers itself up.
Not seeing much yet on either side. So, InnerCircle, maybe their confidence rattled a little bit after losing that round, aren't going to be quite as fluid through the map. But they're going to have to make a call pretty soon. C4 has been left over towards the bottom of B long. You can imagine that Alucard's probably going to come across and pick that up, or maybe Awesome. Or is it going to be a wrap back from the 3 players on the B side of the map over toward A? That does seem to be the call. Not really liking the setup of this round from InnerCircle. You know, they don't really have a lot of map control. They don't have a lot of info either as to what the setup looks like for Gaimin Gladiators, and kind of just makes it look like they're making a call because they have to make a call, not because they have any extra information. We'll see how the entry goes on the way in, and it looks like it's going to go perfectly, more or less. They've still got to get rid of Spoxy before they can plant that C4, and that's a problem. That has not been dealt with, and Alucard does not have the time. So that will be round over and done with. Yeah, it was just an awkward, really awkward setup for InnerCircle. I think they've got to move a bit quicker there, or they've got to take some more map control earlier, because they're just calling with no information at that point.
Yeah, I think it started really indecisive, and they never found a way to really collect their thoughts about kind of what they wanted to do there. To say the least, it's not the round that instills loads of confidence into you. Spoxy gonna find Kiko, the HE no less. Open things up, back in trouble here, taking a lot of damage. Lex on the reload, spamming through that smoke, but he can't find him. He knows he's dealt damage to him. He knows there's somebody there, but they're given the luxury of getting out. That will help. Numbers is advantage. And a round that feels now quite difficult to set yourself up from.
Yeah, it's nice to see Gaimin finding a little bit of success off of the couple of rounds that they did manage to get. You know, starting to build a little bit of momentum. It would indicate that maybe this is not going to be a game that necessarily becomes too problematic for them in the same way that that last series did. 2v3. And minute 10 left on the clock. So still going to try and wait that timer out a bit.
Yeah. Waiting game. 4 now. Alucard. Being solo makes this so difficult, but generally speaking, he's one of the main points of firepower we look towards. The Zane on the cross. An opportunity for Jin to the punish, and he just couldn't capitalize upon it. He was exposed there, the Zane, and he's actually really lucky to get away with his life intact. Oh, well. Now see it off Alucard and Jinta, both for Gaimin Gladiators now starting to ramp up in towards this game bit by bit.
Yeah, where's the response from InnerCircle? You know, it looked
Sure, man.
like they were pretty unstoppable in those opening 4 rounds, and now they've just completely switched off. Surely they've got something else left in the tank. I think one of the things is that they've really just slowed down.
Yeah.
They had a lot of success playing faster earlier. Now they've slowed down. It's giving Gaimin time to work these picks. So maybe InnerCircle just try and throw something a little bit quicker in the mix again.
They got to kind of, I think, change things up a little bit. Jumping about Alucard for information doesn't spot too much. I have the idea though, just see if you catch a little bit of an overextension. I think that's one way in which they've been trying to punish. I see it being life a little bit too easy to isolate. However, they're going to try and go in alone. through. He's one in front of him, and he gets him. It's Raffin. Alucard supports onto the Zane as he drops. Things are opening up. Lioneclaw is still here on site. They're starting to surround. C4 down, and this feels difficult now. Flexion on 1v3.
Good response from InnerCircle so far. Just got to make sure they convert on this one. Can't be giving any quick pick over to Flex there as he does climb his way up the sniper tower. It's not going to spot much out. He has to push his way forward. He's got that time working against him, and Keith goes wrapped behind him. So, InnerCircle back into the winner's circle. 5-3 is already a pretty good half, but they want to improve upon that and grab a 6th.
Right. They can take that real kind of comfortable lead heading in. It just puts you in such a nice spot, doesn't it? Still, long old way to go, but a decent position nonetheless. I think, we look at where we are as well, and I see they could already be pretty happy with this half. This is, a lead being taken on a map which has been very, very good for Gaimin Gladiators, but it's just having that bit of breathing room. They can make it a 6-3, 3 rounds. I mean, you start going towards that halftime break in conversation, and you're feeling pretty incredible.
100%. Yeah, and it almost feels like they deserve it after the start that they had, although Gaimin have done a pretty good job of pulling it back. So we'll see which way this ends up going. Might be another A finish here for InnerCircle. And to be fair, they have had some good success over there. But again, really just waiting that timer down. You do have Jin at the sniper tower, waiting for his opportunity to strike back, leading the charge. Spots out to Zane. And it's a 1-for-1 so far, but here comes some extra kills from InnerCircle. Smoxy under pressure as well. It's just a good, patient take from InnerCircle. And again, they trade themselves down really, really nicely. Super locked in. Look, there was a bit of a speed bump through the middle of the half there, but overall you have to say that was definitely InnerCircle's half. They're up 6-3, and you're talking about the implications of that. They're feeling good going into the second.
Yeah, I think you're right. You put yourself into a spot where I think as a whole, life is looking very good. The question is, can you close and capitalize upon it? Oh my, awesome. In the name, in the game. Fantastic from him. Jin's going to find one as well, and he spotted out the second. So Raffin feels like he's dead on arrival here. We met with a nade, which he avoids. Jin's still sticking around, but nothing to be found. Awesome. That is an incredible way to start it off.
Yeah, look, I'm really, really excited to see this InnerCircle roster if they can go through in the grand final. Finally, you get to see Awesome a little bit unleashed, because I've been a very big proponent of his over the last, I don't know how long, probably 2 years, let's say. I think he's always been one of the standout players from Germany. Probably, to me, the best player from Germany. And I don't really think he's ever really gotten his flowers just purely because the teams that he's been in, notably TBI Esports or their various iterations based on different names, have never really been that good, unfortunately. Like he's been a strong player in a weak team, and sometimes that has, I think, hurt his ability to really play internationally or win tournaments like this. But if InnerCircle continue to sort of show the same improvement that they have from the start of this season to the end of this season, and then they do that throughout the rest of this year, I mean, that's going to be a really good team. Already, we're going to see him unleash a little bit, I hope. Awesome, again, into the conversation for a double, but that's not quite going to be enough to win this round. He's with a fast flank, though. Catches Spoxy. We're back now into a 2-on-2.
Okay. Jackson Lioneclaw. The ice sits here in the middle. They need to find a safe pathway, and there's a man to meet them. It's Jinza. Gets one, jumps out of the window with a pistol. Back turned. Gaimin Gladiators. Fumble. InnerCircle. It feels like that boot camp buff is really showing up here, because the more and more they win, they're getting more and more fired up.
Yeah, and that was a really clean one as well in the 2v1. You see the swing come through together. There was just no world where that was going to go any other way than the way of InnerCircle. And this half, it is starting to run away. Well, it's not even this half. It's this map now, actually, is really running away from Gaimin Gladiators. This half has definitely accelerated that, obviously, for InnerCircle. And it would be a real statement if they would come out into this playoffs game, take the first map away from Gaimin Gladiators, the map that they really struggled to beat them on in week 6, which was only a few weeks ago, and get it, you know, something like a 10-3. It was a 10-8 last time around. Jin's gonna have to turn around. He can't actually clean that one up. Beck gets deleted by Flex, so there is still some fight left, but a fast flank from Kiko. He needs 2 here. He can't quite get it. The spray transfer didn't come through. Crazy shot from Dezane. But they are low. Alucard could be winnable on his behalf. He needs 1 more shot. If only he had a grenade. He's waiting patient for that swing, but Dezane gets it done, and Gaimin Gladiators will survive. But yeah, I mean, it would be a huge statement from InnerCircle to come out and win this map. Do it in clean fashion. Because that would then be 3 maps in a row where they've actually been able to beat Gaimin Gladiators if you take into account the previous series. And I think that definitely would start to put them quite squarely in the favorite seat.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool that we're starting to kind of, not quite a changing of the guard, but at least this was always a kind of a region which was so unbelievably top heavy. We saw about how ROC and obviously previously 3BL, pretty significant gap, and then it was this GG side gap and then everybody else, and now we're starting to see where it is, you know, up in the air and changing a little bit too. So it's pretty awesome. Alucard. I try him towards Lion Claw. Limits him. A little behind it as well. Oh. The Zane, just unaware. Where's the comms? He does get his kill though. Thank for Lee. And he got a second behind it too. Has the support. A missed shot. Zane can be set for Beck as well. Pulls out the pistol. This is really scrappy. He's out on a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I think that was poor on both sides, actually. The fact that Dezane gets away with 2, the fact that he doesn't get the instant trade onto Alucard, it's just all a little bit messy in that round. Maybe the pressure getting to both these teams as that makes it close for that opening duel, but there was still another player, so comfortable in the end for Gaimin Gladiators. And 8-5. It does creep a little bit closer here. Gaimin Gladiators starting to put a little bit more pressure back on InnerCircle. It's not too outrageous just yet, but remember, the last time these two teams played, it was 10-8 favoring InnerCircle, so we are expecting a pretty close map.
Questions really about what's in the tank in terms of recovery. Almost no favor I see here. Actually, he's giving them a bit of a chance. Oh, right on an offer, but that's what we want to see. All down to Jinza. 1 versus 3, so this should be an 8-6 game. 2-round game as well is sort of anybody's to play with. Spoxy's posted. Yeah. He's waiting for the rotations to come over, but this round feels like it's more or less sorted. Maybe. Ooh. Maybe I speak too soon. Flex HP is the one thing that really worries me here. It gives the chance. If he can isolate fights, we've got a bit of a chance here. He's going to go for the elevated angle. Spots Flex at range as well. Tries to tap, but he just can't quite deliver. C4 will go down. Nate comes over. And a little bit more damage on towards Flex. Again, more about softening him up. And he's trying to isolate. Flex is jumping between the angles. They were brewing a bit of a flank, but they opt against it. Smoke and a flash over. Jin's running out of time, but I like the idea. He's desperately trying to give himself a chance in the fight. Isolation, but Flex just isn't giving him anything here. Still dancing around and finally seen off to the hands of Lion Claw. GG, another round for them.
Yeah, it was nicely played by Flex, for sure. Keeping himself alive that long, and you're going to see the InnerCircle tack time out here, which is a pretty good time to pull it in. They know that they've got a really good chance of closing things out if they can win this round right now. Gives a bit of time for the coach to get involved as well. Maybe he's noticed something. But Gaimin are making a bit of a comeback in the second half.
For sure. Actually starting to look really quite solid. And in these sort of late round situations, I think proving a lot of how good they can be and just how deep the kind of the MO goes for the side. So yeah, pretty cool so far. We've got a raw game on our hands. It's actually very, very difficult to predict right now.
I mean, I think it's still, to me, looks like it should be an InnerCircle map.
Agreed. I don't want to discount this little resurgence from GG. And you know how it is. In Spoxy, I trust.
Yeah. Yeah, but it does feel like, you know, if InnerCircle just get one here, put it up to 9, probably at that point kind of done enough. We'll see, though. Getting that one to get to 9 has proved to be a little bit elusive. Hopefully get back underway pretty shortly.
Yeah, tag time out concluded. So what have you got for us? Been so far a very interesting map number 1 in this series. Again, as we've been kind of talking about, it does feel quite difficult to predict about where this one is going to head. Back on the way, 86 round difference.
The change up from InnerCircle is going to be a bit of aggression. Gaimin Gladiators not opting to meet them, just going to turtle themselves up, give all that map space over to InnerCircle. Which is going to mean they're not going to have a lot of time to work with later on in the half. If they're just going to sort of sit behind these smokes, let InnerCircle keep them at bay. No, they're not. They're going to try to recontest. The flash goes through. Kiko can't see anything. He can't get involved in this fight at all. Beck's done well for 2. Kiko just going to try and set himself up. So it was a 2-for-2 trade. But there's still a lot of space taken here by Gaimin Gladiators. You've got Jin floating around. He needs to be aware of Flex's position and vice versa. That might not quite mattering at this stage as Kiko gets involved. Big spray down onto Spoxy. Might have just won the round. Indeed it has. Jinza gets it done. And that's the adaptation that InnerCircle were looking for off the back of that timeout. And it has worked a charm.
Yeah, very, very close now. 9-6, 1 away from taking their opponent's map pick to kickstart this series. I mean, that would be as good as it gets. Puts you in such a nice position. It's Carnage to kickstart things, but it's Ginger and Kiko a killer piece. Kiko will have a second behind it too. This could be the beginning of the end, and I say that to Zayn with it all to do. He's so low, and he's seen off. They stand up. Beck is gassed up with that, and rightfully so. It's InnerCircle to take map number 1, their opponent's pick.
Yeah, they can feel it. They know that that's a really big map to win. It's obviously not the series done and dusted. There's no reason to get too overly excited about it, but it is a big win on the board for InnerCircle. Like I said, it is a statement win from them. It took them a lot longer to get that win against Gaimin Gladiators in the regular season when they were playing it in week number 6. After that map win, though, they went on to get a 10-0 on Black Widow, so we'll see how things look when we do get onto InnerCircle's map pick, which is coming up next. And I think at this stage, you know, you put yourself in a really commanding position for this series with that map win, as long as everything else goes to plan. InnerCircle, they definitely feel like the team that's a bit more locked in this matchup, and I won't be surprised to see them potentially walk away with that slot against ROC in the grand final, but that's not for us to say, at least not for now. We'll have to wait for the next couple of maps. But now we can hand it back over to the analyst desk and see what they have to say about map 1.
Thank you guys so much, much appreciated. You were right. I guess my analysis was not pinpoint, but yeah, you said InnerCircle was gonna take game 1.
Yeah, it was. I actually expected it's gonna be more convincing win for InnerCircle, but yeah, the guys of GG, they gave a very good fight. But my expectations was based on how I've seen InnerCircle playing Eagle Eye lately and how I've seen GG playing Eagle Eye lately. I've seen an improvement on the InnerCircle side, but in GG side we didn't see this improvement. So that's why I said that. That's why I said InnerCircle is gonna be winning this map, and yes, they did. 10-6, and now they're gonna be moving to Compound, which is actually a pick by InnerCircle.
Yeah, I mean, Compound's going to be quite interesting. And I think Elfish Guy did highlight that GG would have struggled less, or they would have possibly won. Who knows if the tables were turned and it was regular season. But you can tell it's playoffs and the heat is there.
Yeah, and we've seen how good InnerCircle played, especially in the first 4 rounds. It was 4-0 in favor of InnerCircle. The guys played very fast on their attack side, which we didn't actually see that much aggressiveness from InnerCircle back in the days, even when they used to be Unnights. But now the guys are playing fast. They're gonna be. We've seen them splitting into a side. The guys from A-Long stalling a bit for the guys from EC to go in and trying to kill everybody. And yes, it worked. Jen got 2 kills, and we've seen how good the BTX was from InnerCircle, which actually shaped their blacklist side, because the first 2-3 rounds on the B side from InnerCircle was perfectly good from them.
Yes.
And then when they switch it to Global Risk, suddenly out of nowhere, 2 rounds back to back, InnerCircle playing aggressive, destroying the pushes that GG actually played very fast at the beginning of the game, but you're losing 3-6, and then they started to play very fast. But InnerCircle, they were ready. That's what I'm talking about. How good and prepared InnerCircle was for such actions.
Yeah, I mean, the highlights speak for itself. I'm just gonna jump to this question right here. On Compound, for example, is it more GR-sided or BL-sided?
Well, Compound lately is a global risk-sided map, because the rotations of the global risk is actually very good. You see the global risk have very good advantage while rotating. The sides are very close to each other, and they usually try to rotate. Now looking at the set summary, Awesome and Kiku, also Jinzer, the guys played very good game. We've seen Awesome how good he played, especially on the global risk side, and also how Kiku played good, especially also on the global risk side, because the global risk side where GG were kinda coming back. Other than that, the guys on GG are not online yet. The guys needs to be focusing more. Flex played very good, as we can see. Spoxy didn't have his best games, and Raffin still looking to find himself since the meta shifted, and we are looking for Raffin. Raffin, the guy that we used to see, is entering and killing everybody.
Yeah, Raffin is definitely struggling, but yeah, I really think Awesome, Alucard, Kiko, Jinzer did great. I don't think Vic did bad at all, to be
He's
honest.
IGLing, so you do not expect
Exactly,
anything
yeah.
from him. You just need him to...
He's playing another game with another
Exactly,
set summary
exactly.
that no one else can see
Yeah,
except the coaches.
reading,
you know what I mean?
reading,
Yeah.
moving the team, trying to take the control, how to take the control, how to counter the team. And when your team was kinda getting mentally crumbled by GG, were kinda coming back. They won 1-2 rounds, and then they took a pause. His interfere came, they pushed mid, they tried to wall smoke along so they can
Yeah.
have some sneaky angles that we've seen, trying to pick mid. This is all by calls and strategies, so you do not expect that. I'm not saying you do not expect, but you don't want to every time look for kills from back. You want him to be the guy who's giving you the perfect call, and they will make him win their own.
Yeah, and let the boys execute. That makes
Exactly.
perfect sense to me, to be honest. Back to my question. What about BL side? How many rounds do they need to win for a safe transition into the swap sides?
Well, in Compound, they picked InnerCircle picked Compound. That means that GG is gonna be starting on the Globers, and InnerCircle they're gonna be starting on the Blacklist. So now they have one map on their hands, and it was the pick by GG, and it was Eagle Eye. So now they're going for their comfort map. So I guess InnerCircle can get up to maybe 4 and 5 rounds. If they did 4 to 5 rounds, that means that InnerCircle will have the advantage on the global rest. They will have more rounds to try rounds, to play aggressive, to play defensive, to play on rotation, because you have 3 styles to play Compound. You either play defensively, waiting for the teams to push, or you play aggressive, try to take control belong, try to take control of mid, maybe collapsing mid and belong, or you just play on rotation. Just the enemy team is taking A-long control, you kind of rotate from CT,
Yeah.
or the enemy team is taking B-long control, you can rotate to CT. So now it's how InnerCircle is going to be playing on the Blacklist side, which is going to be shaping this map. So I want to see from InnerCircle how good they used to show us usually on this map, and also I want GG to come back and show us this Compound that they showed versus ROC.
Yeah, and I hope we see the same scenario in PingPongPals aspect, that they managed to make a comeback here. Let's take it away to game 2, please.
Oh wow, we are quick into the action here, Jordan, as we are right underway on Compound, and already Jinzer and Flex have both lost their lives. Beck, Kiko, both pretty low themselves. I see a fantastic start for them, and InnerCircle are looking to, well, try and really lay down the gauntlet, lay down the law, I guess, in a way, and book their spot in towards the final.
Yeah, great start for them on map 1. Here on map 2, maybe not exactly the start that they would have wanted with that engagement over middle. Flex did get a 1-for-1, but backing Kiko down low does mean it's a bit more of a favourable trade for Gaimin Gladiators. That we saw for InnerCircle. Lion Claw will make short work of both Beck and Kiko, the low HP players. A little bit more damage over to Alucard. But I was going to say, if Awesome wins this duel in mid, maybe the map opens back up. Hasn't happened. So looks like Gaimin Gladiators are poised for a victory to start things off on Compound. We'll see what Alucard has to say about it. Doesn't look to have been given too much. There's a little bit of a peek at the noggin of Raffen. No connection there, and so Alucard is going for a jog.
Yeah, he realizes there's minimal chances there, but he got 45 seconds to work with. When I say some fights, I mean, don't get me wrong, a massive ask here to try and win this sort of a round. We'll see. That's TRG to work with. That's at least one benefit on his shoulders.
Yeah. 30 seconds here. Hasn't really been given anything. Doesn't look likely to be given anything. But if he can walk his way onto A and get a bomb plant down, I mean, there's always a chance, right? There is a chance in a 1v3. It's always going to be tough. But he's going to get the plant now. Smartly, Gaimin pre-rotating. They see him not on the B bomb site, so they know that, well, we can give ourselves a couple of seconds by going fast to A, but they've gone a little bit too soon. 1 by 1. Gazane. Oh, if that shot would have connected, it looked so close. And the 1v3 could have been on for Alucard, but it won't happen this time around. First round of the map is going to go the way of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, nice work. At the very least. Still got a lot more to do, but I'll take that. Gaimin Gladiators. Early. Yourself a bit of breathing room as well, and are trying to put that pressure back on for this series. Very much has sort of, I mean, the ability to be a real back and forth map this as well. It's such a common pick that we get in towards the West League. It's become a real staple of kind of each and every series we get. So it's such a known quantity. And these two sides, it's, you know, the same here, right? So for Gaimin Gladiators, they've not had a lot of luck in this specific head-to-head. They've got to find better ways to win now.
Patience, a virtue. Right now for InnerCircle, they have everybody stacked up in middle. I think it's just going to be a mid pop. Smoke over towards B. Zane the only one holding here, and Wisely's just going to back away. He does give that respect over to InnerCircle. Tries to slow him down a little bit with a bit of util. It's not really going to happen. This is round the world to A. Rotation being drawn to Zane. His timing was great. His shots maybe left a little bit to be desired, but Kiko had no idea, so he went down anyway, even if there was a bit of a whiff in there. And now Spoxy claiming one more as well. InnerCircle are fighting hard for this round still. They've got the 2-on-2. Awesome. Thinks about taking a fight. Doesn't overcommit to it because he's got that C4 in hand. Needs to plant it. Gets it down nice and quick. That's a good decision. And now Flex and Lion Claw will have to take the 2-on-2.
Awesome. Some pretty standout moments. In that previous map, Lion Claw's head spotted by Jinza. They're combining well. Awesome. He's being spammed down, but it's an AK, so in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to do a hell of a lot. This one feels done here. 12 seconds left on that C4. Flex going to go now, and Jinza gives him the fight, takes it, and wins it. IC, bite back.
Love that round from InnerCircle. You know, there's a lot going on in that. They do manage to make it work. So it's a good early sign, you know. And again, this is a GR-sided map. So if you can go tit for tat, 1-for-1, BL side, you're generally pretty happy with that.
Oh, opener for Spoxy. Onto Alucard of all people with a big kill to find early. He's been pretty good in this map so far. Flex were calling upon him, but Beck was there. Nice find to bite back. So, 4v4. And actually, in a way, neither side really have any information to work with here. It's a 4 versus 4, but I actually have no idea what the setup's looking like, and Gaimin Gladiators don't even know where IC are trying to go. They've barely seen them.
Jin's been left to his own devices. The rest of the lad's starting to come across to try and join up with him. So about a minute left on the clock, and InnerCircle going to have to get a wriggle on now. Ooh, Lioneclaw spotted there. Wonder if Lioneclaw spotted them as well. There's an extra player now coming into the B bomb site, so Gaimin at least have a sneaking suspicion that this might end up being a B hit. Awesome's timing as well in middle, by the way, is going to be quite important to see whether or not he can have any impact, but this hit, most importantly, has to go right. Awesome coming across to assist that as well. Push in here, go! Can't get anything done. Dezane and Lioneclaw have held on nicely. Well, you're probably just going to have to go now. Awesome has come across. Lioneclaw low. But getting so much work done, and Beck just not being given anything on the line that he was holding until Raffin comes across. Alucard,
oh, hang on.
Sorry, it's not Alucard, it's Beck. I thought it was Alucard because he had the sniper rifle in hand. Beck, oh, can't get it done with the pistol, and Spoxy saves the day for Game, and that is so close.
That was nearly... You know, we've had some pretty good ones. That 1v3 in the earlier series was pretty sick, right? But that would have been an insane 1v3. These first two are so quick. 1 and 2, just quick reactions, quick finds. That was nearly one of the clips of the season. Oh, all in vain as GG find their second. Gotta be careful of pillars here. Lioneclaw flex push through. Raffin's up close with a crossfire of the Zay, and this is really good map control by GG in the early part of this round. And I see they are a little lax here. They could be caught off guard.
Yeah, big setup in middle. InnerCircle don't want to be walking into that trap. That would be a fumble. Doesn't appear that they're going to be setting up for it. Ooh, grenade stack onto Dezane. Actually doesn't do that much damage in the end. And it does kind of signify that there is 2 or 3 players in middle. Raffin keen to have a look at that. Won't actually end up spotting anything out. Alucard has a big job to do to just ensure that C4 doesn't go down. Raffin's definitely having a look, but big hit on long. It's going to work out nicely for InnerCircle. Alucard's died in the one spot you can't die. He's got the C4. Jin will have to go to retrieve it. You'll probably have to bring some InnerCircle members back again into middle to collect it. So InnerCircle have to change their plans.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just don't have a lot of time either. 45 seconds. It does at times feel like a lifetime, but they've now got a really difficult decision to make when they're grouping up. Raffin finds the first in this 4 versus 4. And, well, it's a quick trade. It's information being gained. Hang on though. Ginger finds Flex, and that's an overswing by Dezane. That feels completely unnecessary. Lioneclaw at the open. Gets one. And now thrusts himself in a 1v3 turn 1v2. Got a bit of Utah, and they have the chance to set up a really deep post plant here. Lioneclaw. Waiting game as well. 28 seconds on that C4, so again, time for him to work with as he swings his way forward. He's spotted. He's tagged. And now this draws Kiko's attention to him, and Kiko might even reclaim that space, may I say. It's looking like it. He'll move on, and spam with the AK does well. Jinza falls, and so does Kiko. Lioneclaw, what a 1v2, and look how hyped he is.
Yeah, Lioneclaw is definitely a very strong player in the clutch, and he's someone that really gets fired up when he does pull those clutches off. So that could be a pretty bad sign for Gaimin Gladiators if he's going to start to come online. Yeah, a bit of bad luck really for Jin there, going down like that, but at the end of the day, big one for Gaimin Gladiators, and they're going to try and push into middle in this round. They know that InnerCircle have been taking that for free, and they want to punish them for it. Foxy gets away with a little bit of an illegal maneuver, finding 2 there, but eventually does get brought back to heal. courtesy of Awesome. So it's 3-on-3 right from the outset of round number 5. But this is, I mean, this is so unfortunate for InnerCircle. You think about 2 clutches have gone the way of Gaimin Gladiators. The one over on B, Beck almost pulling off the 1v4. Okay, granted, you probably shouldn't be winning that round anyway. But then the 1v2 going back the other way for Gaimin Gladiators. InnerCircle would feel like they've had some opportunities. They've been able to make some inroads, but they haven't actually converted on that. So need to see that turn around pretty soon. Otherwise, the tilt might start to set in.
Yeah, you're right. You're right indeed. Ankara. He's holding as the riflers claim that space, and Raffin, he could have caught one across there. It's his chance. Has the opportunity to go down, and it will. Now this becomes a pretty difficult 3v3. That's front main smoke as well. Getting back into this site feels really, really difficult. Ends up just dropping Yuto to try and bait Raffin into a fight here, but he knows from behind he's sort of being covered. I say that. Zayn finds one. So does Raffin. It's also more left alone, and he's just spammed down. That's a really, really clean retake by Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, this is starting to look worse for InnerCircle. You know, they started pretty well, but Gaimin are slowly finding their way into this series. It's a 4-1 lead, and again, yes, GR sided, but this is starting to get a bit egregious. InnerCircle need to find a round or 2, and they need to do it quickly. Nade's going to go over the top and give Beck a bit of trouble. Mid is taken by InnerCircle. Gaimin Gladiators look like they want to recontest it through from pillars. And InnerCircle might be walking into the trap.
Let's see. Does feel like InnerCircle are quite rapidly losing a bit of control in this first half. I think it'll come through. Primarily damage towards Kiko. Credit to Gaimin Gladiators as well. Their pillars control has actually been quite well, because they also are not afraid to essentially not stick around for too long. They go in, see what's around, and then they fall back and play information plays, and it makes life quite difficult to deal with. Smoke gonna come down. Beck will get out in front of it. Line close. Be careful. He's just caught. He's trying to retreat there, and he just doesn't expect the pace. Flex will do a lot. Finds one. Looks for a second as well. Has the support as well. He's buying time for it. Missed shot. Punish as Ankara and Beck combined. And that will give them that B side. Also going to find one on his own as well. This one's got to be done. It's Raffin in a 1 versus 4.
Oh, Ankara not able to land the shot. And with the chance in here for Raffin, he's certainly going to have a bit of a look. This would be a punishing blow for InnerCircle if Raffin were able to win this one, but I mean, surely not. With 19 seconds left, he's got to find 4 players. Very, very tough, almost impossible. And so InnerCircle do get one back just when it feels like they're kind of at the 11th hour. If that one doesn't come through, then I think Gaimin Gladiators do run away with the map. But yeah, InnerCircle will still feel like they've got a chance to keep fighting for this half. Uphill battle for InnerCircle in this half. It will get easier at the halftime break and when they swap over to the GR side, but they've got to make sure that they have enough rounds to play with. 3 will be the par. 4 would be a very good half.
Yes, agreed. Only 2 rounds of difference. Let's see. So start. I see pretty tentative. I think, you know, like we've been saying, the map control by Gaimin Gladiators has actually been pretty excellent. Kind of where we're at. You don't want to overplay your cards too much. And they're waiting to see maybe where the Gaimin Gladiators made that mistake and overextend. Give an opportunity to isolate a fight. And here's where one could be. We didn't have a Utilal. Raffin thankfully still goes down regardless, but there was nearly a moment there.
Oh, Foxy gets back. Right now, Kiko can't find the opener. Place eventually will fall. Lion Claw getting work done, but Kiko's found the double. That's going to be the B side opened up. They know it. No, they don't. C4 taken back toward middle. Awesome. Again, important here that he does not drop. Dezane has cleared out B. And Spoxy lurking around on A is going to be hunting for a pick. He's got the perfect position to find one as Alucard comes screaming around the corner, and Awesome can't find the trade. It's all a bit messy for InnerCircle as they keep giving Spoxy these chances, and I've got to say, why did they not just go B? You get 2 kills B. There's never going to be 3. You know, you might face some resistance, one more guy kind of swinging in from middle, but instead they overcomplicate things. Right here, the call is, you could go B. You be in B before the rotate comes across. They're not to know that necessarily. There might be a faster rotate, but worst case, you're fighting one guy on B. I don't understand why they don't just go B there and leave Awesome to try to catch a rotate. But in the end, they make the decision to go mid. Doesn't work out. Spoxy comes up with a big round. 5-2. Gaimin Gladiators found the opening pick in this round as well. And InnerCircle, again, finding it tough to have any success in this first half, which is crazy to think considering this is their map pick. But we saw the same thing the other way around for Gaimin Gladiators in the last. So fair enough.
It does really feel, unfortunately, that I see it just a few steps off the level that we want to be seeing of them. Not where they're meant to be, I think it feels at the moment. It's been costly, it's been rough at times. Still plenty of chances to get into the series, especially in that second half, but I mean, at best case scenario, it feels like they have to do it from a 6-2-3, and that's if they can win that final round. This one feels impossible. Jinta, 1v4 to 1v3, he's traded Gaimin Gladiators. They're starting to sort of waltz away a little bit with this, and this is, for me, really quite concerning. I mean, we are getting to that point where we have to start asking a lot of quite serious questions, saying, right, how do we actually really get into this, and is there really a chance? I mean, is this kind of all chalked up, and do we try and sort of save the mentor a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's over yet. Look, like I said, 6-3, InnerCircle could take that half and say, we've done enough to give ourselves a pretty good chance here, but it would require them getting a third round here. And Gaimin Gladiators definitely going to try and make that a bit difficult. I'm not sure if you've seen them. It's a big forward hold from Gaimin Gladiators, and InnerCircle are going to run right into it. Be a big clear from Beck, and it's not too bad at all. 1-4-2 so far. Flex still floating around. He is biding his time nicely, but just couldn't land his shots, and so advantage InnerCircle. 2v4 must be converted.
Oh well, Hiko. They were tentative about pushing through that B site, and actually going to opt away and fall all the way back. I mean, sure, we've got plenty of time, but it just feels like you're relinquishing control that you did have. A is now open. And if Awesome just pushes down, if he has a bit of self-confidence here, it would be the right call. They're going to bolster up B, Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to go for the gamble stack, the risk, in a sense. And, I mean, unfortunately, it does look like a risk that won't pay off for them. They're going to be forced into that 2v4 retake. And moving towards A, and they'll realize sooner rather than later there is absolutely nobody home.
So going to be an easy bomb plant. It's still got to negotiate this 2v4. Spoxy and Raffen don't have a lot of time to clear these angles, so they've just got to move quickly. Hope for the best. Hope that InnerCircle makes a mistake, and they haven't had too many issues in that respect actually this half so far. They've had a few mistakes in InnerCircle, but this will be a bit too much for Raffen, you'd think, now with the time available to him. Kiko just taking the opportunity to duck down, stay out of sight, and that'll be an easy round in the end for InnerCircle. So, look, I know it doesn't look great for InnerCircle, but I think it is a reasonable enough half, depending on how the start of this second half is going to go.
Yeah. Oh, first round's kickstart things would be nice. A recovery required. So for that, Gaimin Gladiators were unable to do it towards map number 1. They're going to try and do it themselves. Foxy push his way forward. I mean, no control taken, and they're going to leave there's the C4 here. Control seems significantly lesser for IC comparative to GG, and that's what made life really quite good for them. Yeah, not loads on offer here. Quite slow. Say that. Swing gonna come through. Flex. Catch is awesome. He was already tagged as well, so it felt unlikely he stays alive.
Yeah, it's an awkward fight for Awesome once he kind of commits to that spray. It becomes pretty unwinnable at that point, as long as Flex just doesn't cop the initial stages of that spray. You can see him come flying across, and nothing really Awesome can do about it. Jin gonna get timed here as well. This is definitely not looking good for InnerCircle at all. Beck is working hard to try and do something about it. He's got a lot of damage done, but kill is just one. That's really not quite enough, so I'm not seeing that InnerCircle are going to be starting things off with a win on their map pick of Compound.
Yeah, I think you're right. Alagard, a non-existent chance in this one. 1v4, I mean, sure, Lion Claw's low, but does not matter. Can't even clear Flex as the first hurdle in the attempt there. Barrels spotted the flashes because he get knifed. He might get knifed there. He might get knifed. He's put on the pistol. Oh, yes, he does get knifed as well. Flex rubbing it in. And this is just a show of class here by Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah. 7-3. InnerCircle. Their chances of this map certainly dwindling away. Alucard can't see anything, but he's lucky. A couple of missed shots from Raf and give him the chance to recover. Flex is going to go through the smoke right into the crosshair of Beck, and well, that one didn't look quite so good for Gaimin Gladiators.
Right. Cut down a little bit. Still. Damage dealt towards Beck and Alucard. Might still be a bit of a chance here. Not going to completely discount them just yet. Awesome. Down E4s. E4. Minute 35. Plenty of time to wield here. He goes so exposed in the middle here. I don't love this angle when you're all alone. He does get a bit of support coming through from Beck. Thankfully, he's doing a lot of damage towards Spock. He's the flash around the corner. 1-for-1 trades. Students are fine to Zane. I've got a bit of space to work with. They still have the numbers or the HP Gaimin Gladiators. This should be an IC round.
Not done yet, but you're right. It definitely is favourable for them. They are giving the A bomb site, though, which is a bit of a quizzical decision. Alucard, I guess, really feeling that pressure on B, wants to call a rotate. They're going to keep an eye on the A site, and that's not a bad shot at all on to Lion Claw, so that helps. But job not done. Spoxy's been quite good in the clutch. And 1v3 doesn't feel like it's too far out of the realms of possibility for him.
Yeah, most definitely right. C4 down. He's planted open too. I think he wants to be taking this fight. He wants to try and isolate it so he can bring the numbers back level. He's isolated 2 in quick succession. Beck, the first. Spotted. Takes a pop shot, misses. They now know where he is as well. Oh, he nearly lined up. It's not to be. And it's Icy who stay afloat for now. Not done just yet, but still a long old road to recovery.
One step at a time. And InnerCircle going to continue to maintain a little bit more of a passive approach, though they do have that double stack at long. A long. Awesome, needing a bit of help after what occurred earlier with Flex getting the better of him. He's been left a little more undefended. No info as of yet for InnerCircle.
Okay. Waiting game still. Spoxy trying to play for that middle, but not a huge amount offered just yet. I do still feel like we're in that position of this being the beginning of the end still. For this IC side, he'll struggle to get into Jinza. I like the move, but he should get caught here. Oh no, he gets the first. Which the second he pulls out you to the worst possible time. Ankara will punish, but he doesn't expect the second of Kiko in support. Not too far away. They're still trying to split in towards B. Head tucked. Will Beck even be checked? I actually don't think he will. They're right above him. And he can get one for free. Looks for a second. He's spotted out Raffin as he's dancing between the servers. He's just trying to isolate this fight, and he will not find the fortune as Raffin and Spoxy combine.
That's unreasonable that Raffin's gotten away with that. Alucard going to come through along with Awesome to try to make this clutch happen. Only just now going down, so those two InnerCircle members know they've got time to work. They're going to go for a big wrap. Gaimin Gladiators trying to pull themselves out of a bit of a pit. Losing that first map, doing a pretty good job of it here. This is a cheeky spot from Raffin. Don't know that it will be easily checked. Certainly won't be by Alucard. Awesome's going to have to find that trade. Now, worried about where Spoxy is. Somewhere in the servers, of course, you'd be imagining with 9 seconds. He's got to find this kill. He's got to find it now. He has not got it done. And that is going to be around the way of Gaimin Gladiators. No time for the defuse. What happened on that B-hold?
Yeah, my God. How rapidly it felt. Really not what you want to be seeing either. Gaimin Gladiators, bit by bit, proving their worth. And, you know, for IC, I feel like for the entirety of this map as well, especially by their standards, I've just looked just lackluster, unfortunately. They've not looked at the level that we'd sort of expect of them. We've been kind of touting this side as, especially with lack of map number 1, really quite an effective team and a lot to like, a lot to offer up. And I don't know, man, they've just fallen so flat. It just feels like they themselves have lost the idea of what they want to be doing here.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think definitely there's something to be said for Gaimin Gladiators coming a little bit more online in the individual department, right? Like there was a few really good clutches, one in the first half, a decent one there, even like a 2v4 in the second half. Think about how many of those rounds we've seen in this game so far, and if any of those rounds, you know, or 50% of those rounds would have gone the way of InnerCircle, this would be a much more competitive looking scoreline, but the fact of the matter is you can't just literally lose every clutch on a map, all right? Otherwise, you're going to lose that map. And so, is what it is. Don't know really if there's a way to come back into this one for InnerCircle. But, yeah, it's been a nice little resurgence for Gaimin Gladiators. Very clutch, and Spoxy's come online here on this map as well. I don't think he necessarily had as much impact in map 1, so few things kind of turning back on their head and working out in the favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, well, pause here, and I mean, you look towards, I mean, generally as well, when we look towards the series, we did expect this to be quite back and forth in the sense of this is a series that felt like it had a bit of distance behind it. You know, the previous one, we could say that was a 3-0. It wouldn't actually be the most, you know, it's not surprising in a 3-0. This one feels so unlikely that it would be a 3-0. You know, we touched on it a little bit just before we went live, and these sides are quite evenly matched. Sure, I see for the better of them, but in terms of the overall standings, they're relatively on the kind of the same playing field, and it feels super unlikely that we were ever going to get that 3-0, and it could be the same here. Alucard can get the first quarter. Zayn, oh, it's so laboured. Kiko and Alucard both fall, and Beck is so fortunate to get out of there alive.
It's just not looking good for InnerCircle. Not working across the board. Flex is getting away with so much at the moment as well. Oh, Jin going to trade it down here, and Lionclaw also kind of overstaying his welcome. That was a bit greedy for Gaimin Gladiators, but still well handled as Beck is going to be finished off, and now we find ourselves with a 2v1. Bomb does have to be retrieved. And Jin spotted a bit of something he wants to have a bit of a look at.
Oh. Last man in that 1 versus 2. No commitments been made just yet as well. For Gaimin Gladiators, bit of a waiting game for them. Question where to? Feels like now a B site hitting. Unfortunately, the gamble for Jinza is just the wrong gamble. He's anchored towards A and they've avoided him quite nicely. So this post-spawn to be set up momentarily, and this becomes really, really difficult for him. Retaking, I feel like, on towards this B site specifically in a 1v2, so difficult.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it'll be the worst thing in the world if InnerCircle just end up losing this map pretty quick.
Yeah.
And like, let that pain in, forget about it, go on to map 3. See if you can rebuild, but trying to make a recovery on a map like this is not going to be easy for InnerCircle. It's going to be a real grind set with no guaranteed payoff. We're only 4 seconds for Jinza to work with. Still held out by that smoke for now, but it is starting to fade, and Raffin's out in no man's land, but it doesn't matter. Shots are connected here for Gaimin Gladiators. This is the Gaimin Gladiators that we are a little bit more used to seeing as well.
For sure.
So, like it. 9-4. Also, I think Compound is a pretty bold pick from InnerCircle into Gaimin Gladiators. It's a map that we know that they've played a lot in the past, so
yeah,
it's kind of blown up in their face a little bit.
I just think, you know, it's one of those maps that, because everybody plays it, it feels like a real confidence pick, and I understand it for InnerCircle because of that previous series, but I mean, man, it just feels so risky, as you've kind of been alluding to there. So, and it's just this gamble that's not paid off for them. 9 rounds for Gaimin Gladiators, and, you know, really quite deservedly as well. There's never really been a doubt, unfortunately, in towards this map. And InnerCircle, I think, like you said it, right? It's not really a bad thing in a sense of if they just get this over and done with quick, forget about it, and try and mentally move on. Use the sort of 10 to 15 minute break just to kind of refresh yourself and say, all right, it happens. It is what it is. Let's move forward.
Well, not over yet as far as InnerCircle are concerned. Gaimin Gladiators still trying to make some inroads here into round number 14. It might just end up being a mid-pop. Kiko, see if he handles this well. Not quite. Probably should have just backed off. So that's one piece of the puzzle into place for Gaimin Gladiators. Flanks come through. Back in the middle. Does get 2. 2 might not be enough to save this round, though. And a call to go B. A B split right here is perfect. It's just Jin left alive. InnerCircle should be trading that down pretty comfortably. They've just got to wait for Lionclaw to be ready. And then off they go. Obviously still worried about crossing that GR spawn line.
Known to Zane. Messy fight. They can cut off rotations. This is the big thing. Now, if they're smart, they go back to A, or they just win it in raw angels. Okay, never mind. Once they found the A main kill, you should be trying to take that site, but they go for fights, and it's fights they win. Gaimin Gladiators answer back. Map number 2 goes their way. Congratulations to them, and this now really does open up this series. Tied 1-1. Anybody's game. They've traded map picks as well, so this whole series, Jordan, becomes so difficult to predict because nothing's going basically as planned.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know where this one's going, and that's probably best for everyone involved, right? Like from the outset, we kind of said this is a matchup that really could go either way. Both teams are pretty good. See who turns up on the day, and well, both have kind of turned up today, but on different maps. So we'll see how things go. Obviously, another bunch of maps coming up for you, so let's not dilly-dally too much. We'll hand it back over to the analyst desk, and then we'll come back when map 3 is ready to kick off.
Yeah, there is no predicting this, to say the least. This is probably going to go the lengthy mile, to say the least, and I really think there's great performances on both matches, to be honest, from both teams. Well, one-sided than the other. So when InnerCircle performed really well, especially in the opening 3 rounds of Game 1 and won that match, and now Gaimin Gladiators is matching that and possibly even playing at a higher skill cap. So we're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, as last I guess, Elfi, sorry, said he said that they both traded. Not only the game is not even 1-1, but they both traded the map picks for themselves. Like for the first time, we've seen GG picking Eagle Eye as first map, and then instantly InnerCircle won this map, and then
Yeah.
InnerCircle comes in, picks Compound, and then they lose it. But what I want to mention is how many clutches did InnerCircle lose in this game. Like this is one of them. 1v3 by Lineclaw was one of the best. Like I mean, InnerCircle, they came here very strong. They played very good first map, yes, we've seen. But also the second map, they played very good. But the clutches that they lost, and this is Crossfire. This is the tough part of Crossfire. If you lose the clutches, there is no coming back from this, because the clutches are the rounds that you need to win in order to have the variety of options you can use. Other than that, if you don't win the clutches, that means that you will be maybe having a bit deficit in the rounds, so you can't risk anything. You can't play aggressive, you can't play your own game, you can just go for a risky pick because you're already losing the rounds that you should have been winning. That we've seen 3v1 from Lineclaw kinda meant a breakdown for InnerCircle, and GG is back as we expected, and InnerCircle is kinda showing us the performance that we've seen from them early on the stage, because coming here this map on their own pick and losing this amount of clutches kinda shows that whenever it comes to kinda the pressure puts on InnerCircle, they fall a bit.
Yeah, and here we're looking at the set summary. It's kinda resembles a little bit Game 1, but vice versa, you know what I mean, with the KDAs and whatnot. So honestly, my opinion would be that now both teams have played a game, or won a game at least. They've played 2 games, and they're warmed up. And the next 3 matches, I hope we get to see the next 3 matches, to be honest. It's just going to be a matter of who folds first, and at the same time, who still manages to play better.
Well, talking about the performance of the teams right now, yes, we said InnerCircle is very good, but InnerCircle usually had one of the biggest problems that they have is that their mental is sometimes they have mental breakdowns. Yeah, so now you're talking about first map, you won it, yes, okay, but GG came back and won the second map. It's 1-1 now. There's nothing wrong, everything is good. But what if GG comes in and steps in and plays the same exact way, winning Black Widow, as we have seen in Compound 10-4, and they come back and win Black Widow? So now it's a 2-1 in favor of GG. Well, will InnerCircle be able to come back in the 5th map, or 4th map, I'm sorry, or it's gonna be only 4 maps by GG and they win it 3-1? And that's the question that InnerCircle should be answering, because InnerCircle last time they played GG and Black Widow, everybody knows that they won 10-0. It's one of the biggest scores in the competitive scenes right now. And so now InnerCircle, they're going on a map that GG picked, yes, but a map that they beat GG in 10-0. So that's why I want to watch this game. Since I've seen the V2, I want to be watching Black Widow, because GG picked Black Widow. And the guys, last time they played it, they lost 10-0. So what are you guys cooking right now? The InnerCircle right now, they played, as we said, very good on the first map, but second map, they lost a lot of clutches and they couldn't come back from the mental breakdown that they had. And big question for me is why they didn't take the pause once it went 1-4 in the first half.
Yeah.
They waited. It went 2-4, 3-4, but then they lost 3-6. First round went in the favor of GG, 7-3. The game is over, and then they started taking the pause, which is kind of late in my opinion. And this is playoffs. You don't need to win the map. You need to keep your mental ready, because this is a mental fight.
Yeah, so you're saying if InnerCircle possibly fumbles the next map, then they're gonna have that kind of less organized discipline than what we usually see on GG.
Flashbacks.
Yeah, flashbacks.
Flashbacks
exactly.
and their matchups.
Whatever,
Flashbacks in the matchups versus GG where GG usually won 3-1 versus them, maybe 3-2 as well. But still, the GG always comes back very strong. Second, third map, even 4th map.
Yeah.
So now you're gonna be 100% seeing force map, but at
Makes
what?
sense.
Yeah, for whom is gonna be this force map? So the next map is very decisive for InnerCircle. That's if the guys still having the same way of playing the game. But
The
now
mental.
we've seen the guys.
Keep in mind they're in the same gaming house, you know, so
Yeah.
that can make a big
Big
difference,
difference,
and try to
yes.
inspire people instead of being like in your own
Yeah,
space.
that's why we mentioned the late tactical post that came out of
Yeah.
InnerCircle. You guys are all in gaming house, as you said. Okay, it's 1-4. You need to stop the mental drain and the rounds drain
Pause
for
it,
yourself.
yeah, take your
Because
time out,
because they
yeah.
played these rounds very good,
Mm.
but they lost the clutches. Usually after the clutch, your mental is totally down. You need to pause, just chill, and even to let the enemy team not take the confident fight versus you, because they're gonna be focused on the yes, we won the clutch. It's 3-1.
Adrenaline,
We've
yeah.
seen Lion Claw, he's shouting and he's hyping so hard that he won this clutch. If you take the push at this moment, or maybe the next round, he's gonna be calming down. You also will be calming down. You're gonna be resetting the scores. You're gonna be resetting your mental, going into the rounds, maybe starting the game as first.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, let's go to game 3, please.
All right, welcome back in, guys. We're looking forward to our third game here, and well, guaranteed not our final. It's 1-1 here in the series, and it's anybody's series ultimately. This is such a difficult one to predict. They've traded map picks, and actually both quite confidently. Icy, fantastic map number 1, and a non-existent towards map number 2. So we really don't know what to expect here. Ninja for the first, Spoxy quick on the trade. Numbers level. Beck should know there's one on site, but the Zane still is staying alive, and it's Spoxy who gets that kill. Fine kill. Beck also going to get caught as well. Carnage here it feels, and well, I enjoyed more of the same for Icy. Just look a little indecisive.
Well, there's one thing I can tell you. It's going to be hard to imagine we get a 10-0 here for InnerCircle over Gaimin Gladiators on this map. And that's not just because this first round is looking like it'll probably go the way of Gaimin Gladiators, but so it just doesn't really feel like that kind of series at the moment. See what Alucard and Awesome can do without trying to clutch this one out. That's a nice shot. A little bit more of that, and maybe I'll start to be convinced it is possible. Alucard now, though, needs to win the 1v1. He's done a lot of damage to Lion Claw, who's going to wide swing, gets all the way in behind Truck. Alucard aware of it, spots him out, and wins the clutch. That's a big one to start off for InnerCircle.
Okay.
Maybe a 10-0 still in the cards.
Yeah, maybe just like that. It's you know, it's rounds like that that potentially kind of bring it back in into consideration. I'm sure since that series, Gaimin Gladiators have done so much look into how did things go so wrong. I mean, whether that will change anything, I don't know, but Nishinta, again, an opener for him. Swinging out towards long, and Zane will fall. 2-2 split now taken. Mid completely wide open if they do want to retreat a little bit and reset.
Shot again is going to connect for Alucard. It's like he's hitting everything at the moment until that one onto Spoxy, which might have been a pretty necessary one. We'll see what Spoxy can do. Nothing there. Alucard is having a real time of it. And that is going to be the A site cracked open for InnerCircle.
Raffin and Lion Claw. Got all through, and Raffin finds a kill towards Kiko, sure, but doesn't make this round any easier. Oh, Raffin gets another though. There's time to work with, but Awesome big on the trade. It's so labor from Lion Claw, but he does get the kill in the end. Still taking significant damage, making this round difficult. 20 seconds to isolate, and he puts it into a 1 versus 1. Hang on a moment. Beck versus Lion Claw. Two guys who have both stepped up in their own regard. Beck playing a pretty common angle. He's just dancing around on the site, buying as much time as possible. Colt pulled out. It's all ring around the roses, and Beck plays that super well.
I might have gone a little bit early with the he's won it comment. It was very, very close, but he did in the end win it, so we'll claim it. Overall, 2 clutch rounds to get InnerCircle. Their first couple of wins here on, but you know, again, we can kind of say the same thing about opening sort of 3-4 rounds up on Compound, and Gladiators getting a taste of their own medicine.
Wow. Oh, Gaimin Gladiators losing close rounds like that as well can be pretty heartbreaking. Can be pretty tilting as well. You're thinking you're so close and you just don't want to dawdle on it. You don't want to keep those thoughts in your mind. Nice shot from Spoxy. Despite being a little flashed. We'll find Kiko nonetheless. Looks one on the cross as well. This time a missed shot. And he's seen off by the HE. Will they expect a second close left and one in towards doors as well? This could be still a perilous venture in towards B as Flex and Lion Claw both combine. Lion Claw one more as well. And it's all down to one man. It's Alucard in a 1 versus 3. And this time, surely not another clutch.
No, I don't think so. This one's a pretty tough one. Although, yeah, you'd need to sort of grab that C4 and then escape. If you could kill Dezane on that exit, maybe. He's got the C4. He's got to turn around because Dezane is behind him. He's just not expecting that. So, job done in the end. Gaimin Gladiators will get their first round on the board.
Good work. Good work for sure. Just like that. You've now got something to build upon for Gaimin Gladiators. They overcome, I think, probably just a little bit of a mental block, thinking, you know, let's make sure that doesn't happen again. And thankfully, very quickly kind of got those sort of out the way. And now they can start playing their game the way we know they can. A little bit more so to what we saw in our previous map. It was a dominant affair. And we kind of want to see them show that prowess once again, right? We know this is a side that have so much up their sleeves. Gaimin Gladiators, multiple seasons, have looked absolutely fantastic. So difficult to deal with. Let's go back to that. And if they can get a second map under their belt here as well, Icy start to feel under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the same thing goes without saying, though, for Gaimin Gladiator as well. Whoever ends up picking up this map has a huge, huge advantage going into the next, even regardless of, you know, who feels more favorable, who picked that map, this or that, whatever. You know, just having that 2-1 lead, that sort of series point on offer is a big, big advantage. Dezane, the lockdown long, not going to have much success with that one at all. And already, bit of a problem starting to pop up here for Gaimin Gladiators. Down 5-4. And round number 4, could see a 3-1 lead for InnerCircle.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Say that though, Jinza will fall to the hands of Spoxy, so and that'll open things up a little bit. Might still be a bit of a chance in this one. 35 seconds and we're grouping towards A. They're not going to give themselves a lot of time to execute. If this goes a little right, they're not given the opportunity of bailing. And Raffin, he's looking for the first, but he'll get caught as well. Lion Claw and Flex Fan kills a piece, but Alucard's double is huge. That gives him space on towards the site. It's awesome up close and towards window. You know Spoxy's there. He just needs to find a pixel of the head. That's all he's really looking for. Keeps poking up, but he keeps tempting him, and there it is. But it's Lion Claw. Another 2 big kills for him. Another big round for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, super tight, super going down to the wire every single one of these rounds. And as a result, obviously, we're at 2-2. You know, you can't really draw a line in the sand between these two teams in a lot of the individual rounds, but also in the overall context of this map. I mean, Alucard is trying his best. He's 11-3, but then again, Lion Claw 8-2. You know, you're getting an equally good response out from him. Just need a couple of these guys that are having a bit of a slower start to really get online, and then things might run away one way or the other. I mean, Kiko 0-4 after being one of the standouts on the opening map. So, you know, you can't be expected to perform over all 5 maps, but got to dig deep when it matters. And 2-2 the scoreline right now for InnerCircle. Starting to look a little bit better given that they've managed to pick up those opening couple of kills in this round.
Yeah. Oh god. That mid-angle, they could even potentially even posted there. Move it as a pack, which I kind of respect for IT. This is a really good way to play it in this spot. Just make sure there's that inability to trade favorably if you are Gaimin Gladiators, but as an insurance policy, that's sort of what they're doing with Awesome. Awesome, that insurance policy for a late B lurk. Gaimin Gladiators decided to group through mid as the three of them. And, well, there's Lionclaw spotted. It's a little messy on the first few engagements, but seen off by Beck nonetheless. And he'll just tuck his head. Doesn't need to do anything too special. Nade will bound around that corner. It'll soften up Raffen. C4 can go down with plenty of time. Short Austin falls, but it still feels very favourable now, especially that it's all left on the shoulders of Dezane. 1v4. No real chance in this one. I think it is more than safe to say. Sure, maybe a contest going towards Beck, who's round that corner, but I speak too soon. Kiko swings and finds. None of that.
Yeah, they were on the hunt together. Definitely keen to get that one wrapped up. So InnerCircle do maintain the lead. It has been, for the most part, Gaimin Gladiators trying to play catch-up in a lot of these rounds.
Yes.
So, again, if InnerCircle can just keep their noses in front, they will be want to destroy by that. And a 1-for-1, but the B-bomb site opened, and this time they will be confident enough to make the call to go in that direction. Do I say a fib? Beck goes down. They, again, they sort of use all of that util to try to clear out the doors, but then Flex moves in right afterwards and gets a kill from there. So just a bit more pace, a bit more confidence from InnerCircle in some of these rounds would get them in much better positions. Now, though, down on numbers, 3-on-4, the deficit.
Oh my god. If they're double stacked here. The try and catch them coming through. If they can get this first, just bring it back level, put so much pressure on, but Alucard misses. The question being about expecting that second more than anything. This retake's got real decent legs behind it. It's a flying fight, but it's one that doesn't work out for Icy in the end. So Gaimin Gladiators bite back and once again tie this game up.
Not a real surprise, is it? At this point, we're just going to go 1-for-1, apparently, on Black Widow. That's just how it goes. So 3-3 the scoreline. We did see a bit of a closer sort of start to the previous map as well, and then it did start to balloon out, so might still get to that position.
This is a sort of wild spot as a whole. Neither side able to really get control on this game. Opening double going the way of Gaimin Gladiators goes a long way just for them to bolster up. And they can actually now start to set up a very standard default setup, but just play in pairs, essentially. Leave one maybe anchoring, or maybe even floating in towards mid. The other two just pair up together on towards the sites, and you know you're going to have still a lot of luxury to deal with. So where we're at, it's a difficult predicament for IC. They've got to find two IC to fight without much of a response, which is quite the big ask.
That'll be 2 on the trot for Gaimin Gladiators. Is that the combo being broken? Gonna put them out in front.
Yeah.
It's obviously not done just yet, and Alucard is still alive. It ain't over until the fat lady sings, as they say.
Sure. 45 seconds, though. Not got loads of time. Gotta start stepping it up now. The right idea here by Flex really is the right idea, but he just doubts himself ever so slightly. Half a second in that doubt, and that'll cost him his life. On the cross here as well, the flash is pretty good to make Raffen feel uncomfortable. 2 make it across. The third they can just leave towards a box room or in or around that location, and now maybe got a bit of a round on our hands here. Also going to sit up close. He wants to stay on the move, understandably so, but it's one that just doesn't favour him. He'll fall to the hands of the Zane. Alucard and Jinza are both taking damage too, so chances feel unlikely, and Spoxy does get across. Mindclaw with the punish. Jinza will fall. It's Gaimin Gladiators who take the lead.
Yeah, look, not the end of the world for Flex if the rest of the round is going to go that way, and they're pretty happy with that. Gaimin Gladiators. Are we still going straight up? Yep, no pause yet from InnerCircle. Still feeling like they've got a good chance in this BL side. Spoxy and Alucard quite liable to run into one another. And Info is just bouncing back and forth at this stage. Not really giving much over to Spoxy, but you can tell he wants to try to find an early fight in this round.
Yeah, well, just one more round for Gaimin Gladiators in this one. It'll go a long old way, just guaranteeing that lead in this first half. On your own map pick as well, it's comfort to be taken. Setting up here. There's a flash to be initial onslaught. Same with HE and Lion Claw, he's super low, but oh my, what a spray down from Dezane. That is naughty. And you're seeing it as well, the reactions on the cams. That was a massacre. Flex gets one, but Dezane just picks it all up. 4 kills to his name, a quick quad kill spray down. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that was disgusting from Dezane, and that's Gaimin Gladiators at their best, you know, and it's taken them a long while to kind of get there, but it now really does feel like Gaimin Gladiators have just started to accelerate here on Black Widow. It's like I said, you know, we saw a bit of an early sort of close scoreline in Compound as well, and then it just sort of ran away from InnerCircle, and that's kind of what we're getting again here for Gaimin Gladiators, where they've just turned on in the last few rounds. That's gone from a really close half to a 6-3 lead for Gaimin Gladiators. Dezane absolutely popping off, and it's not even looking really much close at all here on map number 3.
Actually, very quickly has got out of hand for IC, hasn't it? I mean, it went from being like back and forth, and we were talking about that, to now getting to the point where Dezane's having these pop-off rounds. We're seeing great individual moments from Lion Claw and Raffin, Flex as well. I mean, the only one we're really missing is Spoxy, surprisingly enough. I mean, that's in itself got a rare thing to say, generally speaking, for the last year and a half, 4 seasons worth of Crossfire action. It's generally been the Spoxy show in a lot of instances. He's the only one who's actually been quiet so far in this map. If he comes online, I see don't have a chance in Black Widow.
Yeah, this is not looking good for InnerCircle. Down Kiko early on in the piece as well. Awesome gonna drop. Raffin does end up falling as well, but we've still got some pretty hefty numbers here for Gaimin Gladiators, and they're gonna have a good chance of moving into long without too much concern. Flex just got to make sure he doesn't go too early through this smoke. He wants to end up actually being probably the reactive play rather than the proactive play. Once this fight actually does start to play out, then he can choose his time to go. Lion Claw. Flex actually does go down to Alucard, who was still patiently waiting on that line, but it's enough of a distraction to get it done. Gaimin Gladiators are just destroying them now.
Yeah, they're running away with this. There's actually not that much of a conversation, unfortunately, anymore. We have to start talking about, again, for IC, about how we get ourselves back into this. And I think this is probably the right time and the right call to go for attack timeout. You're in a spot where nothing's really working. You see the coach as well pacing. Never a good sign. Maybe a little bit of unease, a bit of nerves kind of starting to kind of come through this side now. IC are actually in a bit of trouble. There's a real chance they kind of had their backs up against the wall, and Gaimin Gladiators get ever closer to that final against ROC.
Yeah, well, a very much needed timeout for InnerCircle, because their chances in this map are really starting to run away. And I don't know if there's any recovering it at this point. That's the difficulty when you do let Gaimin Gladiators start to kick on ahead.
Yeah.
They're a tough team to put away at the best of times, but especially when they're playing well, they can, in the CFWL, have some of the highest firepower in this league, as we just saw from,
for sure,
from Dezane, for example.
Well, coming to the end of this tack timeout, and we need some firepower out from IC now. I mean, actually, generally speaking, for me, as much as I know Orson has moments, and Alucard, of course, is a name that always gets thrown around, I've actually been really impressed with what we're seeing from specifically Beck, and I think if he can continue putting up the numbers that he's putting up, as well as kind of this sort of leadership angle too, there's a real kind of chance. But it's kind of now or never. We look at this tac timeout. You take a tac pause where you've lost, what, 3 rounds in a row now? You lose this one. Despite there being still rounds to play in this map, it kind of mentally feels like it is over. So it's not quite now or never, but it, in a way, feels like it's now or never.
Yeah, 7-3. You can't be letting too much more slip away here. Otherwise, it's too far gone at that point. So, big important round or two. Going out for InnerCircle. Maybe the pause comes through even a round too late, potentially. We'll see. InnerCircle taking long control. Gaimin Gladiators, perfect opportunity just to slip into short and take that. Which is going to be what they're going to do. Flex just waiting for the team. Nobody spotted, so that's some map control taken by Gaimin Gladiators. Not sure that they're going to do too much with it. C4 still floating around towards BL spawn right now, so no commitment being made by Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh, turns up. I'd like him to get 2 in this sort of spot. 1-for-1 might not be enough. A's not exactly vulnerable, but 2 players in that position. But he has the opportunity to get a double here. There's the first. I can't quite get the second. Was flashed, unfortunately. Pokes head up at just about the wrong time. They're pincering in. Beck will get one. Anaconda's under pressure, but he delivers a nice shot as well. That'll help before he falls. Lionclaw and Spoxy in a 2 versus 3. What? C4 does have the opportunity to go down here. They're going to respect that.
They haven't put it down, though.
Yeah.
Lionclaw looking for a fight and not going to get the one that he wants. Spoxy's still just hell-bent on looking at that smoke. Doesn't see too much. Let's see if Spoxy can pull off another clutch. Pulled off a 1v3 on Compound, but it's not going to happen here.
Oh, well.
So we go again. InnerCircle still in with a chance.
Yeah, I mean, it is a long old road to recovery, don't get me wrong. But the idea is there, at the very least. 3 rounds of difference, and, you know, the hope for IC is they can just chain a couple back-to-back. Let's start to kind of reignite that belief a little bit. First off, flex, bit of damage dealt towards him, but a major. They're wrapping through. It looks like they want to set up for an A hit, but the question is it a split, really, with just one that are Spoxy waiting here for now.
Awesome with the 1-for-1. That's not really enough to get InnerCircle too excited about things. Spoxy going to have a little bit of a look through bridge as well. Got to be aware of Alucard on the offline. Flex has gone down on the other side of the map, doing whatever Flex is normally doing. Maybe Spoxy can be the difference maker here. Oh, and he can. Nice quick scope onto Kiko. Looking for a little bit more. Dezane's planting that C4 over on the bomb site. And Lionclaw's caught out in no man's land. So this is all getting a little bit messy. Particularly with Spoxy still floating around. Zane's calling for him. He needs his help.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, nice find from Zane. Some more too as well. Versus 2 now. Zane, it's all on his shoulders. We see some heroics from him as well. He tries to isolate. Does a lot of damage. Gets one. Can't quite get the second on towards Beck. Oh, it's a nice idea, but I see staying afloat.
For now.
Yeah.
Very, very close in a lot of these rounds, though. Run it back.
Well, let's see then. 2 rounds are the difference. It does start to feel like it's doable. Said though, exactly the start they want with Awesome also falling. They just overextend there, and Alucard, same situation for him. They had 2 rounds where they've won with close kind of situations, and I think confidence gets the better of them. They overextend.
Yeah, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's been a good effort from InnerCircle to start to pull it back. But Gaimin Gladiators somewhat gifted a freebie here. Round's obviously not over. Particularly if they do rotate into B. Kiko comes across. Try to reinforce that. Might be a world where InnerCircle can still conjure some magic up here, but definitely looking very Gaimin Gladiators favored in this round.
Yeah, I think you're right. What? Beck gets 2. Kiko gets 1 as well. What has happened? Oh my. Up to the Zane to bail them out from embarrassment. It feels a little bit. How quickly this has gone awry. Zane catches him on the swing. Oh my god. That was way too close for comfort.
Yeah. Oh dear. Well, InnerCircle can maybe take some confidence off of that one, but still at the end of the day, confidence is only something when you're down 8 and 5. They just need rounds on the board. And,
yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't get that one. It's all well and good to say, yeah, we hit some nice shots. We were close, but that ain't going to win you a series.
Precisely.
Long control's already there for Gaimin Gladiators as well. They're not dying away from these fights. Alucard.
Nice.
Somehow surviving those shots from Flex. Actually kill onto Zane as well. And Spoxy in same position, waiting for the peak coming through here from Awesome. He's going to get that one. There will be a concerted effort from InnerCircle to try to dislodge Spoxy. He's got to be aware of Beck, and he can't get the quickscope in there either. Meanwhile, what's the rest of Gaimin Gladiators doing? There's guys in middle. And they've let Spoxy go down like that. Flex is taking some kind of fight over on A.
We're seeing that happen a lot from Flex, aren't we? He's just getting caught isolated. And, you know, you got to ask the question, is this helping the side here? Oh my god, he's waiting for an opportunity. He's not peeking here. He knows his pop shot's being come through. There's a flash that comes over, and that'll allow him to reposition if he wants. But he actually reclaims the same exact spot. And it might be slightly overlooked. Bit to work with, though. Alucard finds his on towards Raffin, and he's lying claw on 1 versus 4. I mean, just no chance now. You got a minute, and you got the C4 on your back, but there is no way in hell you can find this round.
No, not on 24 HP. You would think it's impossible, but Lioneclaw, very clutch player, as we highlighted over on Compound.
Sure, but,
yeah,
you know, there's clutch and then there's this. This would be one of the best plays we've seen from Wesley. Alucard sees him off, so enough of that. I see. Since that attack pause as well, Jordan, this side have been a different side. Like, it's as simple as that. There's been a whole different round, and I think I can fully understand why Gaimin Gladiators have gone for a pause of their own. Flex getting pretty vocal, and they've lost, you know, quite a lot of control of this game.
Yeah, definitely a good time for one. I always think it's good when you're at 8. If you call the attack timeout and you're at 8-6. You know, you got that 2-round buffer. Even if things don't go immediately right with whatever you sort of cook up in the lab, you've got another crack at it before things really start to get a little bit too hot. So, not a bad time for Gaimin Gladiators to just have a little bit of a conversation here, or maybe just a little bit of a reset, because a few of these rounds have been close.
Yes, yeah. I think that's probably the thought process you instill here as well, as you say, right, don't panic here, and sure, they've started to climb back into the series a little bit, but into this map especially, relax. We're still doing fine. We're not in a position of being super uncomfortable, under like loads of pressure. All we have to do is go back to playing the way that we were playing before things sort of slipped away. That's very doable for us. Let's chill out here. We know what their tendencies are now. We're starting to figure them out. Let's just try and see if we can expose that a bit. I think generally speaking, when you're flexing in such a situation like this, kind of a good leader is that instead of, right, our game plan is better. We are the better side, and, you know, we already have kind of proved it at times. Let's continue doing so. And I think you just want to make sure that everybody gets a bit of a level head and a bit of a clear head too. I think when you lose a few rounds in a row, you do fall into a bit of a run. You can get a little bit tilted, and I think that you've got to try and chill them out bit by bit.
Well, we'll see if that conversation is going to make any difference. Also, probably not a bad time for InnerCircle just to get the chance to lock in as well. Gladiators try something a little bit quicker over on the B side of the map. There is a contest out there from InnerCircle. Awesome goes down early. He kind of ended up going alone. Ankle's low, and Raffin has been dropped as well. So good recovery from InnerCircle. And that's just all gaming up a little bit.
This is a bit of a weird spot as well, because with Lionclaw low, he's normally quite an important space creator when they're trying to go for executes, so it changes your feeling a little bit in this round of, okay, well then, now, well, Flex would be one of them, and he gets going to get both as well. Flex, we've been kind of critiquing his isolated lurks he's been going for, and, well, this time he gets a double, and it leaves it down to 2 for IC, Alucard, and Jinza with it all to do.
Yeah, this is the thing about Flex is, you know, he's going to be the kind of player that he will walk into a bomb site and die and lose you the round, but then he's also going to walk into short and get 2 kills and probably win you the round doing that. So,
True.
It sort of goes both ways. That's been enough to allow Gaimin into A.
Yeah, but I mean, HP of Lionclaw and a 2v3. I'm not convinced just yet. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Lionclaw, low HP player gone. Util in hand. Jins are going to get caught now as well. Nice swing from Desain. Timing couldn't really have been better there. And it's all down to a guy who stepped up so many times for this IC roster. He can't hit the first shot as well. There's 10 seconds on that bomb. It feels like it is non-existent. Colt pulled out. He's looking for heroics, and Spotsy drops down. And he'll find him. Gaimin Gladiators pause into a round win. You're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, most definitely. That's exactly how it's supposed to go. Again, it does come down to a little bit of X factor. I don't know if it's so much the pause that makes the difference there, or maybe just Flex. But either way, 9-6 is the scoreline, and that scoreboard pressure really is on InnerCircle now. And they don't really seem like they want to be doing anything too overeager. It's giving Gaimin Gladiators the run of the map.
Yeah, you're right. 1 round away now as well for Gaimin Gladiators. So our mental reset, it looks like it really has gone a long way. So close to taking a lead in terms of maps in this series, which for them would be absolutely huge.
Oh, missed shot from Flex. That is a chance gone begging. Gaimin Gladiators going to try to push their way into the B bomb site. They've got to do it without Desain. Awesome tucked under the box. Spotted, and that is nicely cleared out by InnerCircle. Not just Awesome, but Jin also falling. So this could be the beginning of the end. Flex is on a mad rap. He hasn't been spotted. And there's a couple of InnerCircle members going back in the direction of A, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe they did spot out Flex and they wanted to clear him out early, which is not a bad shout at all, but still 3-on-3, quickly brought back to 3-on-2 as Raffin's caught floating around. And what did we say in that previous series about players kind of getting caught fighting solo? It's another issue. Gaimin Gladiators, 2 individual duels taken, and 2 of them lost. Now 1 of them won. 1 out of 3 ain't bad, apparently, and maybe it's enough. Lionclaw wins another one. Spoxy gets it done. Gaimin Gladiators will close out the map and take the 2-1 lead. And how long ago it feels like we were on Eagle Eye where InnerCircle had the win, and this series felt completely different.
And now we look at this, and this series gets to a point where we say advantage Gaimin Gladiators. They're 1 map away as well from joining ROC in that final, which has been sort of a story and maybe a rivalry as old as time when it comes towards the West League, right? You know, you look for these last kind of 4 seasons or so, and it has been those 2 cores being at that top level, and it feels like that's sort of where we're at now as well. We're looking at this IC side, and sure, map number 1 was fantastic, but in the grand scheme of things, it's a lifetime ago, right? And we now heading towards what potentially could be the final map of the series, and I see they just don't look locked in anymore. They maybe look a little bit fatigued, but we're going to throw it back over to the boys on the desk and see what they have to say off to the back of that.
Thank you again, guys. Yeah, that was a clean victory to say the least. Not too clean, but clean enough in my opinion. What do you think?
The revenge for the loss, as we said, InnerCircle beat GG 10-0 in the group stage in the regular season. Now GG comes back and win them, and this is exactly the scenario that I mentioned before starting. That InnerCircle, when it gets into pressure, very tough rounds, very long rounds, we're saying maybe you're playing way more games into the day, they kind of lose some energy, and we are seeing this because the InnerCircle that we've seen in the first map is not the InnerCircle that we are seeing right now, and vice versa. The GG that we've seen in the first map is not this GG at all, and we've seen how locked in these guys are and how good individually they are now. Right now, Spoxy locked in the Zane. This guy did one of the best multi-kills on the A side. We've seen him on the stairs getting the 4K, so everybody from GG, the guys are now playing very good individually and even teamwork-wise.
Yeah, I mean, all around, well played, to say the least. Their performance was increasing. You know, I feel like their tempo is even like not slowed down one bit compared to the last two games.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly the fragment we were talking about. That Zane, he played very good this map, and also Spoxy, this guy, he's also playing very good right now. So now we talked about InnerCircle, how good they played in the first map, and then they fall in the second map. That's exactly what I'm talking about right now. When they lose, usually they get the flashbacks, and they let the flashbacks gets over them.
Yeah.
You let them overthink that maybe it's gonna be a GG win again, but looking at their performance, the guys are playing very good in a circle, but kind of they are doing some mistakes that you usually don't see from them, because we've seen how good and synchronized these guys played in the last maybe 2 or 3 weeks in the regular season, and even though playing versus GG in the regular season. So now we are going into an Ankara. This map, historically, GG didn't play it for almost, I guess I'm talking about the regular season, a year. Last time they played it in 2024. So I'm pretty sure that GG, I'm not saying that they are cooking something on Ankara, but they are forced to play Ankara because they do not play New Mexico. So they had to ban New Mexico and then
They
leave.
just picked the lesser evil, yeah.
Yeah, and leave Ankara open, because maybe Ankara, at least they have some defaults, some pushes, some strats in it. But now it's a team that never played Ankara, but who is a very high and good strong momentum and mental aggression, versus the team who is coming back from a downfall and then kinda going into the downfall again.
Yeah, now we're looking at the set summary. I mean, InnerCircle, you can tell some of them did not have their most convenient games. Alucard did try though. As usual, an AWM player would have a high KDA. As for GG though, Lion Claw, he did exceptional, and the Zane as well for the 4K that you just mentioned. They played exceptionally well as a team and as individuals.
Yeah, and we've seen Lion Claw also in the last round in the post-plan 2v3, and he's locking in the box room, getting the double kill and securing the win for his teammates. 10-6 in favor of InnerCircle the first map, and then 10-4 back-to-back by GG gives a momentum for his teammates, and now gives a mental breakdown for InnerCircle. It's time for the guys to chill and give us a good Ankara game, because on paper, and basically everybody, if you are watching the regular season since day one, you would be saying that InnerCircle should be winning Ankara very easy. Why? Because GG already do not play Ankara. They don't have much experience on Ankara as InnerCircle, which used to be one of their best maps. By the way, Ankara used to be one of the best maps for Unnights, formerly InnerCircle or formerly Unnights. So now they have to play their A game, and they have to play their own game. They don't need to overthink or just try to overthink much about GG, because GG is going to be playing the basic game. They're going to be playing based on aim-wise and just closing the round.
Default, yeah.
Yes, because they have the 2-1 advantage. They have the luxury of losing one map. I'm not saying they're going to be going in losing, but they have the luxury of losing the map. InnerCircle, they don't have the luxury of losing the map. So if you overthink, it will just come against you. So now InnerCircle needs to show us the strongest map they have is Ankara right now. They need to show us a very good fight in order to go to the map 5, which is Port. And I believe the Port is basically 50-50 for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, if I was InnerCircle, this is a sorry, kill or be killed kind of situation. You know what I mean? Like they really have to put all the effort into this
Yeah.
next map and possibly have somewhat stored if they manage to take this to game 5. As you said, GG though, it doesn't mean they lessen things. No, just maintain everything that they're doing right now. They're playing
They're playing
amazing.
very good. 10
They're
4, 10
playing
4, yeah.
amazing. Yeah, they're playing amazing, and they just need to not do anxious mistakes trying to close out the series like we saw in the last series. They just need
exactly.
to wait.
Like
Just
we've
wait.
seen from ROC Esports, and you're talking about ROC Esports and PingPongPals.
Yeah.
Still, PingPongPals is not that experienced team as we are seeing right now, GG and InnerCircle. So if GG does the same as ROC did, they're gonna be punished as well 100% by InnerCircle, and they're gonna bring us to map 5. But if they
Definitely.
take it slow
I hope so.
and they take it easy, we might see a 3-1 in favor of GG, which actually kinda against all our expectations. I'm not saying that we expected that InnerCircle will be winning, but we expected a 5 maps.
Mhm.
That's my expectations, a 5 maps between both teams, because I usually expected that GG gonna be InnerCircle gonna be winning first map and second map,
Yeah.
and then they lose the third and fourth. But
Yeah.
now the kinda everything's shuffled, and they said, "See, I cannot expect and predict who's gonna be winning." But now Ankara from InnerCircle should be in their favor and should be an easy map for them if they play it right, because GG usually struggle on Ankara.
But I feel like because it is playoffs, maybe with respect to GG, that they came in knowing that they want to ban New Mexico and put in as much work in the last couple of days, if not weeks,
Definitely.
to practice on
Maybe they're
Ankara.
cooking.
Exactly. It doesn't really have to be a cook. It's just like, why play New Mexico, which the entire roster 100% has less games or hours spent on that particular map?
That's exactly.
Let's fall back to something we might not know as much, but we definitely more than New
Yeah,
Mexico.
because in the basic scrims, you would be playing Ankara more than New Mexico.
Yeah.
And even not in scrims, if you're just practicing, if you're playing casual scrim games, casual 5v5 games with your friends,
Yeah.
you will be playing Ankara, but you will not be playing New Mexico. So that's why they left New Ankara open.
Yeah.
And this is what I said to my teammates here and colleagues and everybody, that I said that they banned New Mexico in order to play Ankara, because Ankara at least they have callouts. What I
Yes.
mean by callouts, that they name angles. They know that this angle is A side, this is crazy boxes, this is long stairs, A basement, underpass, tunnels, and everything. On New Mexico, they might even don't have any callouts for the
They
map.
need
So
some more
yeah, so maybe when he sees an enemy team, he's just say he's right
on
in
your
front
right side.
on your
yeah,
right side. He's right in
something
front
like
of
that.
me. Where is right in front of
The
me? So-
rookie calls,
because
yeah.
it's very wide map. New Mexico now you have a lot of callouts that needs to be given names, because a lot of angles, a lot of checkup angles, lineups as well. Maybe you have a basic lineup, a smoke, a main, so you don't need that much brain to throw some lineups. You already know it as a professional player playing
Makes
for like
sense,
10
yeah.
years, like
Of
Flex.
course.
So that's why they're playing Ankara right now. Or it might be the other case, that this guy is already cooking something on Ankara. But still, I'm saying, even if GG is cooking something on Ankara, on papers, InnerCircle should be better.
Should be better.
They have
yeah.
more games on Ankara.
Mm.
They won more games on Ankara, and always they left and they picked. Either left Ankara as their decider, or they picked it instantly versus the top tier teams. We're talking about ROC Esports, and we're talking about Anubis as well. So now InnerCircle should be in a very comfortable situation right now. Yes, we lost 2-1, but it's Ankara, guys. Now, if they focus on Ankara right now and try to get it to the 5th map, they can only by playing the map the way they used to play. But if they overthink, I guess GG's basic gameplay and shooting can win it.
Yeah, but I feel like if you've played throughout this season or the previous one more maps on Ankara, compared to more maps on Ankara in playoffs, are two completely different
ways.
different scenarios, to say the least. So in the season, the goal is get to playoffs.
Yes.
For example,
now
not,
you're
not
in
with
playoffs.
ROC, yeah. In playoffs, it's get the final, and then
Yes.
in after finals, get the
Get the
EWC
trophy.
and so on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So,
So there's gonna be a lot of things that, a lot of factors in mind when it comes to weighing both teams and how the outcome of the next map might be, or the entire outcome of this series. But right now, just based on watching these last 3 games and how the scoreboard has shifted a little bit, I would maybe give it to GG, but nonetheless, that I'm definitely not undermining InnerCircle, because they have some of my fan favorites individually for me.
yeah, well, as Slayer said, and I also had this in my mind, it's playoffs. Yes, you can expect who's going to be winning based on the performance on the regular season, but when it comes to playoffs, you need to put something also into your consideration, which is the pressure and the enemy team's momentum. If you fall to pressure and you give the momentum to your enemy team, and you cannot handle this, or maybe try to play versus this, you will fall shortly, even if you are the better team. And this is exactly what happened versus with GG versus Anubis in the Split 1 playoffs.
Yeah, I remember that.
They had the momentum, Anubis had the momentum, they played very good, they had the confidence, they were on their top level. GG came to the game, have no pressure, they said that they're going to be winning the game, but then suddenly the momentum shifted really quick after the first map was sub-base to Anubis, and then GG fall to this. So I guess GG is well practiced for this momentum.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see Ankara, and I'm sure our audience can't either, so please take us to game 4.
Yes, guys, appreciate it. 4th game here, and we head to Ankara. And, you know, honestly, kind of difficult to play. I know we like to look at, like, statistics and previous results, but Jordan, I'm generally a vibes guy. And I feel like the vibes for Gaimin Gladiators look quite strong, right? There's 2 back-to-back maps, which they've actually really showed quite a lot of dominance, actually, and it could be more of the same.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I remember, like, I was listening to what the analysts were saying there, and I do recall in the past seeing Gaimin Gladiators playing a bit of Ankara, so I don't know that they're necessarily going to be pushovers on this one. Maybe not as much this season, but definitely in previous seasons. I think we can expect them to have at least something up their sleeves. So let's see what InnerCircle can get done. You're awesome. And Lion Claw in a bit of a stalemate right here, while throughout the rest of the map, Gaimin Gladiators just tries to work their way towards B. And it's going to be them heading in the direction of Alucard.
Let's see. Slow so far. No real decisions being made as of yet. It's like waiting game, I say that. It's just carnage. Awesome. And Beck finds kill, but it's broken up by Flex, who gets a second. And that'll give the numbers towards Gaimin Gladiators. And now they have the chance to set up a really easy and comfortable A-site post-spawn.
Unless nothing to do with A anymore. Like
It's a bold call.
Leading the troops across the map. Got to make sure that he checks in and he goes alone. The spacing wasn't great, but luckily Lion Claw's just the best player of all time. And he can kill 2. So Gaimin Gladiators get the opening round.
Oh man, I mean it's seriously risky, isn't it? But no, you are right. Get away with it for the time being. First round for Gaimin Gladiators goes a long old way for a side who are still trying to continue their run and join ROC in that finals.
Yeah, a lot of space already being taken here by Gaimin Gladiators. You know, Flex having a little bit of a look in towards middle. Got a lot of space outside of A as well. Re-smoke in from InnerCircle. Happy to just try to slow this round down a little. I'm not sure that Gaimin Gladiators is necessarily going to let them get away with that. They are very much setting up for an A hit here. Flex has got the flashes lined up. And off they go, straight on in. Gaimin Gladiators going to try and test the A defense. And the A defense ain't too good. Kiko and Jin go down straight away. Raffen will fall to Beck, who's come across on the rotate. Gaimin Gladiators well and truly in control of the site. This needs to be careful. That smoke's starting to fade. Beck wants to come back in to try to fight. It's a bit messy. It's a pretty push from Gaimin Gladiators. Circle that Gaimin Gladiators were not expecting, but Flex has lurked his way into GR's 4. And Spoxy started main. They know InnerCircle, obviously, that they've got them dropped on the floor here. Flex can get a lot of work done.
Yeah, he can. 40 seconds to do so as well. Flex, I mean, this is the guaranteed. It feels like a flank here, but Alucard does go around and check. It felt like he was going to overload the angle and maybe get caught, but now all on the shoulders of Spoxy. He's bailed this side out many a time. What has he got in the locker here as well? It feels like quite the big odds. He's tapping away with the Colt. He's always trying to isolate, and he does. Down to 1 versus 1. Oh my, Spoxy, that is nuts. I believe in Spoxy, and that is why. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that was silly. I mean, the fact that they were smart enough to figure out where flex was one thing, but I don't know how Spoxy gets away with this. That is an insane quick scope. And Gaimin Gladiators are off to a 2-0 lead on the back side of Ankara. It's already... Oh, okay, well, we're straight back into the next one as well, by the way. We're into a 3-on-3. A lot of damage done to Alucard, and there's trades all over the place, but it is InnerCircle that will win this one, so Lincoln, you'll miss that round.
And that was over in a bit of a flash. Still, InnerCircle, we need plenty of rounds like that to get remotely comfortable about where we are and how things are feeling. This is a map, and also just generally, I think, a series with a hell of a lot to offer up. Really difficult as well to predict in terms of IC specifically. I think there's definitely question marks from us, and I think, you know, reservations from us in terms of actually just sort of where their mental is right now, especially off the back of, you know, those maps going the way that they did. Yeah, the previous two just a little flat for our liking.
Another attempt into the A-bomb side, and it looks like it's not going to work out. Zane not aware of Kiko's position either, so as soon as it starts well for Gaimin Gladiators, it shifts it here, and InnerCircle are right back into the winning position. Okay, Spoxy getting away with a little bit here, but the grenade will finish it off, so it's all good.
I see. Back-to-back rounds. Actually taken with, you know, I think in general the way we put it is not breaking too much of a sweat. We're tied square, and I do think Gaimin Gladiators need to just slow it down at times as well. I want to see a little bit more mid-control, a little bit more decision-making before we commit to these fights in a way. Awesome. It's like it'll be first contact. Flash will come through, and there's nothing really to affect anybody towards IC. Beck, he's dealt damage. He can't confirm the kill, but he makes a smart choice of just falling back and falling away. Oh god, awesome. Kiko all combining. This is a massacre here. Raffen left all alone. It's only the one casualty. That's brilliant.
Yeah, this has really gotten quite grim all of a sudden for Gaimin Gladiators. It looked like they couldn't really put a foot wrong, and now every round is just blowing up in their face. So, such is the nature of the beast, I guess, in this series, that it just goes one way and then it goes the other. It was expected to be tight, and it so far has been. Gaimin Gladiators might be making the right call to go A here. If they go A and they go quickly, it is just onto Jin, who's holding alone, and they are going to go straight on through, but Kiko coming through quickly, and Beck's going to toss some assisting util over the top as well. Raffen low will be finished off in the end there by Beck, 1 for 1 on the entry, but Gaimin Gladiators have got the site.
Yeah, you're right. And it's actually the first time in a while that we've actually seen them get and take a site to work with. The Blanco are going to get two, but Beck and Awesome are also dotted around there in the kills, and this stuff feels a little awkward, but it's all down to Awesome in a 1 versus 2. They know where he is as well, and he'll be spammed through that window, seen off by Spoxy. So I think a bit of a sigh of relief, I think, is the feeling that we've got. Gaimin Gladiators last couple rounds before this, a little woeful. That's better. That's more workable, and now we can reset and sort of go once again. Build upon this as the game gets tied up.
Jin's been spotted out in the vent there, but fine to walk away with about half of his HP. He's gone over the top for Gaimin Gladiators. They're still trying to put a bit of pressure on the A bomb side. Jin's actually very low here. We can see with all the information available to us that this is not going to be an A hit, at least not early. But InnerCircle aren't aware of that, and so they're going to pull a rotate.
Yeah, what is the play, though? Where do GG go from here? Triple stack towards the A side, so if they do end up going the other way, it's absolutely the right call. They can do a little mid to B split here. It goes, should be pretty massive, in all fairness. And that's what they're going to commit to. They got 1 minute 25 to work with, so plenty of time to make this decision. I think Alucard realizes they're coming in as well. Need to be a little careful. This can still get very, very funky. And there's a shot that rings off. It's Spoxy for that first one towards Beck. And now you see where the sniper of Alucard is just forced away. Doesn't want anything to really do with it. On the drive-by, on that lurk, Flex gets away with one of his own as well. He's just trying to be a nuisance here. Even though he falls, he's kept attention drawn towards the opposite side. That's perfect.
30 seconds here for Gaimin to try and hold on. That looks like a pretty good prospect at this stage. Alucard v Spoxy will be an important battle. The duel tagged onto Alucard. Spoxy down, numbers starting to fall until they turn back in the other direction, and Gaimin Gladiators win themselves another round.
Yeah, important one as well for Gaimin Gladiators. One away from handing that lead into the next half, and game goes quite a long way for them. I see. Had some really good rounds put on the board, but the second the response came through from Gaimin Gladiators, they have taken a bit of a back step. They're just playing up close to keep on the site. This time only a double stack towards A. One lurking in towards mid, and mid presence hasn't been very heavy for Gaimin Gladiators in the early part of these rounds. They've been only really using it essentially in the kind of mid to late as they're making a rotate for executes. Early spam through mate, and damage being dealt. Awesome tagged up, and same for Jinzo, but needs to be a little bit cautious. We're careful.
Yeah, Awesome definitely needs to be careful, but Gaimin Gladiators feeling anything but at the moment. Thinking about maybe another hit towards A. They've been generally pretty successful in getting onto A, so I wouldn't say it's a bad call. Giving Flex a little bit of room to work in mid. And he is keeping those B players honest. Now, with that kill, you may start to wonder whether or not they want to commit here. Flex is going to get in behind into GR spawn. He's not been caught by Beck and Awesome just yet, so this is where they've got to go. Flex providing that distraction, but the rest of Gaimin Gladiators didn't really go on the timing, and it's kind of falling apart as a result. I mean, it looked like the perfect setup for them, really. But Gaimin Gladiators missed their window. If Flex is going to be pushing up like that, Gaimin need to already be out. They already need to be out on the site so that they're drawing a distraction, or at least if Flex goes down, that, you know, one of the defenders is facing away. In this instance, the timing's all wrong for Gaimin Gladiators, and it's costing them the round.
Yeah, it feels very, very disjointed. And in a way, kind of surprising that we do see that. Flex, a double from him. Damn huge. Just that we were speaking about this sort of mid-control and somewhat lackluster amount. It's pretty good. That one player touching towards pick goes a long way, that being awesome, but it looks like B-Side's just completely vulnerable. So Plant comes through here, and Flex, again, similar thing. All he has to do is just be a distraction.
Well, Awesome's going to grab Lion Claw. And Flex is up to some funny business, but yeah, he's got to survive, really, more so. Awesome's on that flank. Bomb plant has gone down. Not really liking the look here for Gaimin Gladiators, though. I think Awesome might just catch Flex. He does slip back again into safety. His timing's been pretty good so far, but there's just no way they're expecting Awesome on this flank. He's going to go straight through the smoke, gets himself one, can't get traded down by Dezane either, and now it's on to Raph and Solo, who'll get picked up. And that is all just because, you know, Flex thinks he's cleared out that entire side of the map. You know, he doesn't think there's anyone there.
Yeah.
Because he's gone through so recently, and so they're just disregarding it, as they should, really. But Awesome has just found a real clean timing there, and InnerCircle will win the round as a result. They're up 5-4 at the end of the half.
Yeah, in a good spot as well. Gladiators. Things get a little precarious now as we head into the second half, because I don't know, I feel like I'm not as convinced as what we've seen in the previous two maps from them, where they've really been kind of taken over. So, what's the plan here? How do we get back in towards this game? Standard setup going for them. 2 towards B, 2 towards A, 1 floating in towards mid. That's going to be Flex. Generally speaking, the right place to have kind of the captain, core around yourself as well. Play as a sort of pack mentality. They are setting up for an A here. 4 here, 1 in towards connector. Yeah, no real commitment made as of just yet. Oh, that's so scrappy.
Yeah, big spray down. It's just enough to keep this one hanging in the balance. Gaimin Gladiators going to be bringing Lineclaw and Spoxy across. Nade will do a lot of damage to Jin. He's lucky to be alive. But they've denied the bomb plant for now, so that gives Gaimin a bit more time to have a little bit of a look at a further rotation path, and they're going to kind of work their way through to main instead.
Alright, well. In this post spawn as well, Lineclaw going to find Jinza. It works out well for now. It's dropping down. He had the opportunity to punish as well. It's Alucard who gets caught. The idea was so nice there. Unfortunately, just the execution a little lackluster. Man, if you found that first, there was a really, really decent chance of getting the second, pulling out the pistol, but in the end, not to be. And we're tied square once again, 5-all. Nice retake.
Yeah, 5-5. Still hanging in the balance. InnerCircle looking to try to find an inroad here. Nade not doing any damage to InnerCircle. Looked like it was a good toss from Gaimin Gladiators. She's not seeing anything in mid. Flex there as well. Elite defenders perhaps starting to get a bit restless with all the util headed in their direction. Raffin is low. Can't get anything done, and Zane's only got himself 1. So Gaimin Gladiators going to have to concede control of A for now.
Yeah, unfortunately, kind of not enough. We need a little bit more in that spot. Lineclaw, as he smoked that as well, he's got to spam and hope that something offers up for him. I don't know if that'll be the case. This post spot looks so good for Icy. It really feels so unlikely that we're going to be able to get the room to get in on this retake, and it's made even worse as Flex falls. I feel like this one here is done. 1 versus 2 though, but 14 seconds, not a load of time. He's trying to isolate Spock. He's got a 1v2 before, and he does it again. Oh my! He did one a little earlier, and he does it again here. He's got just enough time for that defuse to Spoxy. This kid's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is just, I mean, look, if Gaimin Gladiators end up winning this map, yeah, they have to give him a pat on the back, because he is a big reason why Gaimin Gladiators are staying alive in this one. And again, it kind of goes back to what the devs were saying. I'll give them some credit, right? Like, they were saying that Gaimin Gladiators, if they are going to win this map, are going to get it done largely in the aim department. And that's kind of what we're seeing with Spoxy. Maybe not in the case of Lineclaw, as that one's a little bit of a whiff, and he does get caught on the timing. So, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators are really fighting for their lives, it feels like, at the moment here on Ankara. But they do have that round advantage. Flex trying to jump up over the boxes and see what he can do.
Oh my.
It's all working out nicely for Gaimin Gladiators, and that's another round.
Yeah, this is starting to get to the point where we're feeling very worried for IC, man. I mean, you know, you look at this side, and I mean, they're going to take a pause here, and it looks like a pause in which multiple members are going to get up. Beck has left the room, and might be the same for Awesome as well. Got up for a second. I think sometimes as well, even just taking any sort of a breather goes a long way, but they're running out of chances. They're losing quite a bit of control. They need to be seriously so careful.
Yeah. InnerCircle, I mean, look at the investment that they've made to sort of putting themselves into a good position here in the playoffs. And it may all go up in smoke now. Granted, you know, you're still going to be battling for 3rd tomorrow if you do lose this series. And I think for a team like InnerCircle, you know, they would hope for more than 3rd, but a 3rd is still a good result this season.
Yes, absolutely.
But I think, yeah, with the improvement that they have shown this season, they would have definitely thought maybe a place in the grand final could be theirs. But that is starting to slip away from them. Gaimin Gladiators a little bit too good at the moment. Tack timeout, though. We've seen the conversion rate on it. It's been generally pretty good so far tonight. So See if they can do it again.
Hold tag, yeah, tag time was coming too. And then now. Yeah, well, let's see. I see. We've actually had really good success rate where it's come to kind of tag time out into round success. So, you know, IC are hoping to kind of continue that trend, but even still, big ask and a feeling of nerviness, I think, for this IC side who are really, really on edge. Gaimin Gladiators are inching their way closer and closer to the map, the series, and a spot in the grand final against ROC. It is so, so close. And for IC, their story will be, you know, good but not enough and close but not enough type thing too. You know, they've had decent opportunities. We look back as well, you know, even in this map, we'll look at, you know, situations like those 1v2s, right? Losing them, super, super killer. So, Gaimin Gladiators are 2 ahead, 3 away.
Still feels a long way to go.
Yeah.
And some of these rounds have definitely been quite streaky, you know, been requiring some clutches on the behalf of Gaimin Gladiators. Do they have another 2 or 3 of those in the back pocket? In the previous round, obviously, it looked a lot cleaner. But still not 100% sold on Gaimin Gladiators at the moment. I think they have looked a bit better on the GR side, though. That will be of some confidence.
Well. This round could be in that region of make or break. You lose this for IC. You've taken a tag timeout to lose it. That might be where you mentally start the fall flat. I kind of like the move here from the Zane. It's a real confidence play. He sort of knows what's up. He has to support a flex 2 with the load. Anti-flash is being taken as well. It's so messy, but it actually works out. Zane, he just around that corner. Pistol pulled out. Oh my god, he gets away with it. Still has ammo in the AK. I cannot believe it. The Zane, Lion Claw combining. It is carnage here in Ankara. And a 1v4 for Jinza. Sorry, mate. No chance for you here. He gets one. It's a consolation. And that's another round for Gaimin Gladiators. So the attack pause all for naught.
8-5. That is starting to look pretty scary now for InnerCircle. Maybe they have been bested today. We'll find out in a few rounds' time. Moxie going to get aggressive. Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators are feeling a bit more confident now. They're starting to roam out of their sights. Put that pressure early on to InnerCircle. There's a fight brewing in middle. Alucard through the smoke has got Raffen. And Flex has pushed out at A to answer that call. So it's the snipers so far that are doing the work.
All right, well. Beck falling. I think it's a big one to find. I think just specifically being that Beck has been so important. Spoxy puts the numbers back in Gaimin Gladiators' favor. They've got to smoke that, understandably so, because C4's dropped. They've got to recover. Damage being dealt here. Another nade that'll come through, and Awesome gets softened up even more so. He picks up the C4. This is unbelievably precarious. I don't like where we're at here. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail through mid and up close. Here's Flex. Pistol pulled out as well. Gets a second. Backwards turn to can't catch Awesome, but it's Spoxy finds another kill. Beautiful work. This feels like chances have dwindled, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, how the mighty have fallen. InnerCircle.
Yeah.
Only a couple of weeks ago, 2-0 Gaimin Gladiators. They got a 10-0 on Black Widow as well in that matchup, and they looked unstoppable. And now they've certainly been stoppable because they did start this series very, very well, but it has fallen flat on its face for InnerCircle, and Gaimin Gladiators have very much come online. I mean, look at Flex right now. This is Flex at his best. How has he even got here? Where even is he, is the question. You know, like, this is madness. But it might prove to be enough. He's missed the shot onto Alucard, but he gets a second crack at it, gets the job done, and Flex says thank you very much for another couple, and that is why he's such a scary player.
Ridiculous work. All down to Awesome. Can he save them? Here in this one, it feels unlikely. Jump around the corner, and that'll be that. Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, what a showing, man. You know, maybe the series itself didn't start probably in the way that they would have wanted, but as this game and as this series has progressed, Gaimin Gladiators have got better and better and better, improving once again why they are one of the contenders here in the West League. Ridiculous stuff from them. They take the series in a 3-1 fashion, and I think probably when you're IC, you'll look back at that series and it's going to be one of those ones, it's tough to sleep on, right? A lot of mistakes were made, a lot of opportunities squandered, unfortunately, for them, and a bit of a tilter, I think, is probably the way to look back on it. But credit where it's due, Gaimin Gladiators, fantastic work, and what is technically a reverse sweep.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you definitely have to give them credit. I think it was reasonable to doubt them coming into this particular match just because of how things have looked over the last couple of weeks for them, but they show up when it matters, and I guess we'll have to find out whether or not they can show up tomorrow in that game against ROC. But we'll hand it over to the analyst desk to close out the show and let us know what they think about that match.
Thank you, Alpha Sky and New Kai. Great casting as always. What a reverse sweep. One of your favorite words, right?
Yeah.
I know. Tell me, what happened?
Yeah, exactly. I knew that this is gonna be happening after game 2. When I've watched InnerCircle, they fold their momentum, just kinda backed off a bit. The guys were playing very good in the first game. They played their A game, but GG did not. Just maybe they didn't warm up for the first game, so they had some kind of mistakes and kind of aim-checking fight moments. But now InnerCircle, as we said, their momentum falls so badly after second map, especially when they play Black Widow. And then GG, as we said, they had the chance to crumble over it and get the win. They played very good. Flex, this guy playing out of his mind these days, and Spox, you've seen him in a 1v4 almost this round as well. This guy is clutching when it's needed the most for his teammates. They played very good, to be honest. In this series, I would say that the individual skills mattered and the individual skills secured the win for GG.
Yeah, I think as teams, they both played really well to a certain degree throughout this series. But as you said, again, the clutches were there for the most part on GG's side. When it came to InnerCircle, it just wasn't as present.
Yeah, and especially that strat-wise, InnerCircle played very good, but coming into Ankara, we've seen how chaotic GG played. If you watch how these guys played, and the first round, Flex running into mid, going into A shack, B shack, going into A side, killing 2 of the A defenders without even getting noticed. That shows how confident these guys were into this game and how chaotic they wanted the map is, because when it comes to chaotic and fights, and when it comes to chaos and chaotic fights in such maps, wide maps, big maps, usually it's in the favor of GG. That's why I'm saying that GG kinda led the game into the way that they needed to win and they needed to play it. And Flex, he 100% kinda got it in his hands and he claimed the win.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention at the beginning of this series, if Flex is having a good day, the lads, he just keeps things tight, he keeps things composed and together. If someone might be having like a couple of bad rounds or mispositioning, I'm pretty sure he's one of the guys who doesn't tell him off. He does the opposite. He actually encourages him and asks him to like focus and pull himself back together.
Yeah, and especially that the guys, we've seen how they played the first map. I kinda raised the questions for me that maybe InnerCircle is gonna be winning the first 2 maps. I expected that InnerCircle is gonna be winning the first 2 maps at the beginning of the series, but maybe yes. I said that GG can come back, but no, GG came back faster than anybody expected and got the win because of this man, Spoxy, the best player in the West League, maintaining 1.4 KD even in the playoffs versus InnerCircle, one of the contenders and the teams that were kinda going into the finals by the expectations of some, maybe most of the players.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about Spoxy and his skill set here. Even after some, struggles IRL, to say the least, he still can manage to perform and to come back even stronger than he was before.
Yeah, and we've mentioned that he had mental issues, but this guy, after he took a break, he came back even stronger, which kinda made the teams harder for them to face this man, the Undertaker of the West League. So to be honest, he played very good. GG played very good. The guys prepared very good. Shout out for their coach Loons. He changed GG completely. This is not Gaimin Gladiators that we've seen in the regular season. This is completely different team.
Yeah, I mean, everyone goes through struggles. Shout out to Loons as well. And I'm glad that Spoxy's back performing and doing what he loves to do. One of the top things that he likes to do. Anyways, I'd like to take it to our interview with Spoxy because, hi, Spoxy, we meet again, my friend. How are you? How are you feeling?
Hello, I'm fine. I'm fine. I feel
Alhamdulillah,
happy.
that's
What about you guys?
We're
Do you
good.
hear
we're
me?
Good,
good.
good, good.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you. I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
hear you. You can hear us,
Sorry.
right? Yeah, okay.
No worries.
Yeah, I
How
can hear you.
how do you feel getting back into the finals for maybe almost a year? Because last time you were in season 2 2024 and you actually guys beat ROC Esports, which was former 3BL, and now you're gonna be playing them again in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, to be honest, this season is it was a bad season for us really. But I think we are back and we will smash tomorrow trivial. I mean ROC Esports for sure.
Yeah, this is exactly was
I'm
my second
excited.
question. How, guys, did you switch from a very, very tough regular season for you guys? And we've seen you losing to InnerCircle 10-0 on Black Widow, and then coming back this strong. Was this planned? You guys were not showing your strategies, or how did you guys prepare to transform GG from regular season to GG playoffs?
First of all, the 10-0 match is full unlucky for us, but we didn't give up. We worked, until today, and that's it. We didn't do anything special.
That's good.
We
That's good
kept,
to hear.
yeah.
That's good to hear.
Okay,
I have a question, Spoxy. In game 1, after you guys, I wouldn't say struggled, but you took the loss, right? What was the atmosphere like in a sense? Were you guys more excited to push forward in game 2 and 3?
Yeah, it's best of 5, and the teams like ROC Esports and Gaimin Gladiators, we are not going to lose. We know this. We lost the first match, but our mentality is, full
for the full
hype,
series.
full motivation, full serious, like you said, Penguin.
Yeah,
And yeah,
I like that.
that's
I
it.
like that. You persevere as always. Is there anything else?
Any
you'd
words for
like
the
to
fans? You
add?
guys are going to the EWC and also the grand finals. For
Yes.
the organization, you did exceptionally well for them. For the first time,
Yeah.
they get you, and you guys showed them the best results that you can get.
Yeah, thanks for everything, the support,
Thank-
everything. I'm so
Thank you.
tired. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
No
okay,
worries,
man.
no worries,
Congratulations
no worries.
Yeah.
once more, and see
Yeah.
you tomorrow in the grand finals.
See you.
All
See
right,
you in the
best
grand
of luck
final, guys.
tomorrow, Spoxy. Thank you for
Thank
being
you,
here.
thank you,
Take
thank you.
care. Have a great night.
Thank you.
It's so scary how GG transformed from this team to this team. That shows that everything can happen. And he said a sentence that I'm gonna be mentioning it for him when he claims the MVP tomorrow. That he said, "We're gonna smash
We're gonna
ROC Esports."
smash 3BL or
So
ROC
we want to
Esports,
type it here. We're gonna smash ROC
Yeah.
Esports. Okay, now we can watch the CFS points after we have the finalists for us. It's gonna be definitely the guys. Yeah, the guys that's logged into the EWC still the same as we said in at the beginning of the day. ROC Esports and GG, they claimed their spot. Still, we're talking about InnerCircle. They did not claim or maybe secure their spot yet into the EWC. That means that they need to beat PingPongPong tomorrow. So I guess for ROC and GG, they're gonna give us a good show, and this is for our region. For tomorrow, it's gonna be PingPongPals and InnerCircle that decide if we the EWC for InnerCircle.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Tomorrow is gonna speak a lot of things, and it's gonna be one hectic day to say the least. When we look at this format here, ROC versus GG for first and second place. Third place is PingPongPals versus InnerCircle, though. So stay tuned. This is gonna be an exciting day, and I wouldn't want to miss it for the world, to be honest, or especially be part of it hosting.
Well, because exactly, because what makes it so special that ROC Esports and Gaimin Gladiators, ROC Esports want to revenge Gaimin Gladiators more for the loss in 2024, and InnerCircle versus PingPongPals, it's not only a third and fourth match, it's a final, grand finals, extra Omega final for InnerCircle, because if these guys wins PingPongPals, they go to the EWC, and the Anubis fans are going to be watching, because if they lose, Anubis is going to be going to the EWC.
Yeah, and if I'm in GG's place and I manage to somehow win ROC tomorrow, this would mean the world. And that's
Yes.
why Spoxy said it. He's
Gonna
like, I'm going to
smash them.
smash them tomorrow.
Yes.
And I'm excited to see how that's going to pan out. So
Yes,
is there
and-
anything else you'd like to add?
Just get us to the games tomorrow fast.
I want to get back home so I can wake up tomorrow and be right back here. Anyways, thank you again for everyone. Thank you, Nearkai. Thank you, Elfish Guy. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night. Take care.